Hello, 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 y'all. What's going on? Howdy McDuty, yos. What's going on? We are doing political debates, chat. We are doing political debates. If you're a Trump supporter or a Republican or a conservative, hop in the box, request up. Come tell me why you like Trump.
Yo, Pickles, just real. One quick question. So I
Yo,
know you live in Texas. How do you feel about the chance of Tallarico winning that Senate seat?
you said who?
Tallarico, James Tallarico.
How do I feel? It's like so close, right? It's like neck and neck.
Yeah,
47%,
yeah,
47%.
yeah. Did you see his fundraising today?
Now, how do you do?
Like I think he raised like what 30 million.
W.
Yeah,
W.
compared to Pat.
I think it's sad that Paxton's even an option. The guy who, the most corrupt senator I think ever.
Yeah, like yeah. I've looked into him. Oh my God.
He's
If
got a
you
rap
guys,
sheet.
if they elect, if you guys, if you all elect Ken Paxton, oh my
Yeah, there's no. People are dumb, dude. They'll do it.
yeah. All right, man. Enjoy the rest of your life, man.
All right,
Always
thanks,
love
man.
watching you.
Appreciate it. I brought my pain to the Islamic Republic of Japan. You what, Stookies? What's up, Amanda? What's up, Zane? I don't argue with low IQ, just lower mine and beat me with experience. Guys, there's nothing but evidence that shows that, like, the dumber and more educated you are, the more likely you are to vote Republican. Like, look at all the states with the lowest education scores, they vote Republican. Like, Oklahoma, I think, is 49th. It's the only state, I think, that's 100% Republican. It's so sad. Yo, what up, Ashby? Uh, Thank you guys for the shares already, guys. Let's get like 10K on the taps. Let's get 10K on the screen. One tap equals one prayer. We are trying to start cooking tonight, y'all. We're trying to cook up. It's so sad. Hello, hello, y'all. Sorry that I did not go live last night. Also, I want you to know, if you can, please go visit. If y'all know who Eli is, I'm gonna pull up Eli's at really quick. Please go donate to Eli. I've been trying to get a hold of Eli and get him to come up here so we can do some fundraising for them. I think they're just really depressed. I get it. But Eli desperately needs some help. Eli's this close to living in his truck with his dogs. I don't want that. We should support, you know, a 13-year veteran. We should give Eli all the love. Somebody who's just one of the most obvious victims of this regime. Yeah, put up the at. I'm not sure who Eli is. All right, official ghost of Eli. That's who it is. Do we have a mod in here? Zilla, can you pin that? You're not allowed to pin. Let me change your Let me see if I can fix that. It shows you have access. I don't know. You can't pin with your account on screen. Hello, is this a Trump supporter? Guys, we are looking for Trump supporters. If you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop into the box. Put link for Eli in the chat. If you've guessed, oh, I didn't know that. Did not know that. Campaign when there's okay. You're good, Bobby. Chat, don't forget to follow the stream if you're new here. This is my alt account. One day we're gonna be live back again on this main account. One day when I take the time to fix it. Today I just been scrambling. This is my only day off from the gym, so I've just been kind of restless and doing other stuff. But yeah, we're looking for debates. If you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump. Trump's the best president of the world. The cult of personality never ceases to amaze me. Made a Rose Raid. What? Yeah, post it in the Discord. That'd be awesome. Hello.
How you doing, sir? Good evening.
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
100%. I'm MAGA. 100% in bold.
Fantastic. All right. What do you like about Trump?
He's done lots of things, Sonny. I mean, is that your name, Pickles? Is that your last name?
It's my real God-given name. Yeah.
Pickles. Okay, Pickles. I'm gonna tell you something, son. Okay, now look, I'm gonna tell you the truth. You need to listen here, son. You need to get on the Trump boat because you're gonna be left behind.
Oh no.
You're going to be left behind, son. He's done everything for us. He's cleaned out the water in Washington, D.C. He's built the walls, gotten a little higher. He's got some metal. What do you call it? There's someone in the chat. Can you help me? It's barbed wire. They put barbed wire. They done.
This guy's actually a voice actor. Seems nice, but he's not. He's not actually MAGA. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box or call this phone number on the screen. I'm going to put the phone line on right now. The phone line is now on, guys. If you want to call, it now works. I'm sorry that it just now got turned on. W. Joseph for the $25 for Eli. I will be passing that on. Thank you. Yellow, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Nice. All right. What do you like about Trump?
He's so fucking honest about everything.
He's honest?
Yeah.
How do you figure that?
I mean, I don't think the man's ever been. He's never told a lie.
You're kidding me, right? You know, Washington Post has an article that's got 30,000 documented lies from Trump and his first administration.
Yeah, fake news. Come on.
That's all you got? It's just you just say fake news.
Well, what do you got? You said 30,000. Whatever you said. Like,
yes.
Well, show me your documents.
Yes, it's actually got them all cited. 30.
All right. Well then, and I have all the fake news cited as well.
Okay. We'll start with one. This is one of my favorites. Do you think women are having abortions 2 weeks after birth?
I don't care about women. What? I'm sorry.
I know, we know, but I'm asking you, do you think that happens?
Are women getting abortions? Women are getting abortions like it's candy.
Are they getting them 2 weeks after birth? Is what the question was.
Oh. I mean, yeah, if they're like, putting them into like a bucket of water, yeah.
I think that's just infanticide, right? That's not an abortion.
Well, I mean, you know, like the field goals are always moving.
Well, yeah, I know with y'all, but what I'm saying is Trump being truthful when he says that women can elect to do infanticide 2 weeks after they give birth? Is it even a coherent sentence to say that someone can abort a fetus after birth?
Did you not see the image of Trump with the gods and all the demons and angels behind him?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a real photograph.
Okay.
So
So when he
I mean,
when he did blasphemy,
really can't dispute that. I'm like that's a real photograph.
I don't think anyone contends that's a real photograph. Are you trolling, man?
No.
Why do you say that's a real photograph? It's obviously like an illustration.
It was a Kodak.
Are you shitting my dick right now, dude?
No, I don't even know what shit in your dick means, but yeah, no, that was a Kodak.
You're doing
image.
it. Yeah. So he says that was him as a doctor, and you're saying it's a real like a Kodak, like an image.
Yeah, as a doctor, yeah. And then there, the Lord Christ, you know, Holy Spirit, Holy Ghost was floating above him in his glorious light, and there was Trump as a Red Cross doctor, or whatever it is. Yeah, whatever he said it is, that's what it is.
I feel like this is a pivot. And what's sad is like I can't really tell if you're a troll, if you're actually a Trump sycophant. That's where we're at as a country right now. Are you trolling, dude?
Yeah, I'm talking with you.
God damn it. Like literally, they are that far gone. I can't tell anymore. I can't tell. He's so obvious. No. The beginning of it, no. There are people that will say he's the most transparent president ever. They will say that. You can hook them up to a lie detector test, and they'll tell you that. And it'll show that they are being honest. All right, chat. Phone line's open again. If you're a Trump supporter or a conservative or a Republican and you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you are the way you are. I just donated Eli's Vino. His account name is EliOfficial13W. Thank you so much for doing that, Georgia. I knew when he said he never told a lie. No. No. My mom's no longer MAGA, but she used to say the same shit. When she was MAGA, she used to say that. So, no, I can't. That's not an immediate red flag. I'm not trolling you. Come on now. Guys, I'm super excited. I'm just super excited. One of the main reasons I'm excited right now is because I got jawline gum. This is extra chewy gum. Give me these muscles right here. We're working out our jaws, chat. What the fuck are you doing on a Sunday night? What are you doing on a Monday night? Or a Wednesday night? Third time is a charm. What are you doing on a night? We're jaw maxing on here, guys. You think Tallarico has a chance with all the BIPOC opposition? Yes. Yeah, I honestly don't think he has that much BIPOC opposition, does he? Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I like Trump.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
Well, I was curious. I've never seen you live before. I was curious if I could ask why he sucked.
Yeah, Trump's policy, I think, in just about every regard, is bad for the majority of America, bad for the majority of the world, bad for us socially, economically, uh, bad about the way we've managed our allies and our relationships with all of our trade partners. I think he's bad in literally every sense. And I think the only reason people do like him is kind of what JD Vance alludes to or has said directly, that Trump is like cultural heroin. So he just kind of says things, even though they'll come and bite him in the ass in a few weeks. He gets people in their feelings and he whips them up in a fury. And it's just bad for society.
What's a specific? You brought up policies. What's a specific policy that? And you're saying that he sucks and it's bad for all American citizens.
For the majority, yeah.
Okay, what's like a specific policy you think that's bad?
I would say the Big Beautiful Bill. Big Beautiful Bill was a change in our tax plan that resulted in 95% of all taxpayers paying higher taxes. And the con was that he kind of gave some tax breaks that didn't really add up to how much he was taking back.
Well, isn't that the position? I don't know what your political leanings are, but isn't it the position generally from the left that higher taxes are better for society?
No.
It's not generally the position from people on the left that higher taxes are better for society?
No, I think that is I think it's a very bad misrepresentation. I think that all leftists or like social democrats or liberals, we all believe in progressive tax rates. So low to little taxes for the lowest class, and then they scale up as you get to the more wealthier.
Well, since we're only talking about the majority, maybe those groups don't. I would disagree. I think we can see with Mamdani, he seems to believe that taxes do need to be increased on certain groups of people.
On the upper
But
class, right?
I was talking more so about Democrats, though. They seem to, throughout history, want to raise taxes
On the
even at
richest of the
federal-
rich. Yeah.
Not just the richest of the rich. They want to increase taxes across the board. And if we look at people that are elected in office, whether it's Congress or even at the local level, it seems to be the case that they generally do argue for higher taxes are better for the mass amounts of people, because the mass amounts of people are living in either poverty or they need government assistance. And the only way to achieve that is to raise taxes. So how could someone on the left be arguing that if Trump did, in fact, raise everyone's taxes? I don't know if that's necessarily been proven. I'll grant you I'll grant you for the sake of the argument.
ITEP says so.
Yeah, so, okay, let's grant, like I said, I'll grant it for the sake of the argument. How is it a bad thing if you are on the left? Let's say you're a nominal Democrat, that if federal taxes are raised, how is that necessarily a bad thing if Democrats have been arguing for years that taxes need to be raised higher?
Yeah, I think that's like a sad misunderstanding of Democrat policy. We don't go, we want all people to pay more taxes. And I think that's the only way you would have a point. None of us say that. We all agree that things like Kamala's tax policy would have given more tax breaks to the lower middle class and would have raised taxes on people 360,000 plus that make 360,000 or more. Trump lowered it for everybody making 360,000 or more and raised it for everybody making less than 360,000. So I think he's just a malignant narcissist that convinced y'all that this was somehow good, and y'all don't care. I think y'all are just kind of in denial. You're just playing sports teams politics.
Well, I think that you have an issue on your hand. I think that you do argue for higher taxes. I think that you would argue.
This is what my opinion is. No, I don't
you
want
argue for
higher
any
taxes
taxes?
for everybody. I think that most people would say that.
Should we abolish taxes?
No.
Why not? If taxes are bad,
Do you know how much debt we're in right now as a country?
I'm just curious if you could give the argument for why we shouldn't abolish all taxes.
Yeah,
If that is the case.
Because our
if that
credit
is the
score and
case.
our debt has exceeded our GDP. We need to pay
You
that
think
back
that
sometime.
You think that we use the money we get from taxes to pay off the debt?
Not we're in a deficit.
No, we don't even pay off the interest with it. What we do with the money we get is we use it for the Department of War. We
Yeah,
use it
I
for
understand that you guys
liabilities.
hemorrhage money in the
Social
Department
Security.
of War, but No, our policies usually always reduce the deficit, and you guys go and explode it because the only policy positions
that
y'all
true?
have
I don't
is to
believe
just
that.
reduce taxes for everybody.
Where did you're saying that all, let's say, last 30 years, all Democrat presidents that have came in have reduced the deficit?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Can you cite a source on that?
There you go.
Where is this from exactly?
So
I don't
you
believe
can
that
you
Joe
can
Biden
actually just
reduced
get
the
this from the
deficit.
Fed. But yes, Joe Biden did reduce the deficit. You guys
How?
don't actually
How did he do that?
because of the Inflation Reduction Act.
How would that reduce the deficit?
So can you tell me what the Inflation Reduction Act
I'm
did?
asking you to explain this cool graphic you got up, and you're not explaining it.
Okay,
How
so
did he? How did he? Yeah.
Joe
how did he
Biden
reduce
reduced the
it?
deficit with the Inflation Reduction Act by enforcing companies that make $400,000 or more to pay a minimum 15% tax.
Yeah. So he raised taxes. So why don't you just stop playing around and admit that you like to raise?
Is that
taxes?
lower or middle class or higher class? That's above 360K, right? Like I said.
So it's for certain people we should raise taxes on.
Yes.
So the whole tax thing you were hiding behind earlier was all just a ruse.
That's still above the 360K threshold. So you're just being dishonest.
No, I'm not. You said that we don't argue. We don't want constituents and other people to think that we on the left, you, not me, want to raise taxes. I asked you if we should just abolish taxes. You said no.
Yeah, I know. I think you just, it's so sad you can't get a grasp of this, but I would like to increase taxes on the rich people.
And how do you define who's rich?
Anyone making 360K or more, anybody to where the government and the American experiment has started working for you. When you start benefiting so much so that you have expendable income, I think it is absolutely worth to start taxing and start paying for this insane fucking military budget that we increase every year.
What's the principal distinction between somebody making $359,000 a year and $360,000 a year? Because that seems just like a made up number.
So you have to draw the line somewhere, right? So you can cry all you want that like stepping over line is going to increase your tax liability, but there has to be a progressive tax code to where it's very easy to ramp up wealth. So social and economic mobility are easily increased. Otherwise, you're just having...
That's not even the 1%. That's like the top 3% or 5%.
Exactly. So we're talking about the bottom half of America who makes like 60K. They would be unaffected by this. And the people who are doing just fine, who wouldn't even notice a few thousand more dollars missing from the bank account, paying taxes. Yes.
So eventually, if they worked hard enough and they did come to that point, then eventually they should be punished by paying higher taxes because they moved to this arbitrary number of $360,000 a year.
It's not a punishment.
How they calculated that? Well, it is if you're going to steal from people. I look at taxation as theft.
Okay, well, you're stealing everything else, like police department, fire department, roads. You're stealing all these things, education. Well,
I don't think we should fund any of those
things.
Well,
I do. I think that there's no country you can point to that's doing this the way you're saying and is doing good.
Well, we did it for a long time. I don't think we should tax them in the way we are. I'm not saying that they couldn't have money that's, acquired through the government or through people, but the way we never used to pay these services through taxation. That's a new invention.
Yeah, we just have a larger federal budget now. I'm going to guess that you're going to start saying that we should do tariffs only, right?
How do we? Well, hold up a second. How do we have that when we're in a massive deficit where we can't even pay off the interest? How do we have a budget at that point? We don't have any extra money.
I want you to know that 25% of this country's debt is Trump. If Trump would have never come into the picture, we wouldn't have that type of deficit.
I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that. I think.
Then why do you think we need more tax cuts? What's that going to do?
I think eventually, yeah, that's where we should be. But I think right now, with what's going on, I'm not opposed to it temporarily. It's going to cost a lot of money to get all the illegals out of the country.
That's going to cost. That's also self-defeating too. Yeah, it's a ridiculous idea.
It's not a ridiculous idea.
Yeah, it is.
How is it ridiculous to think that people aren't supposed to be here, should be allowed to stay here? They should be able to rip off the federal government by any means necessary with impunity. It is happening. You're saying that it's never happened at all?
No, I'm saying that it's not happening at a rate that we should start throwing $1 trillion at it because that's fucking dumb.
All your rates are arbitrary, just like the $360,000 a year. You make up this idea of how much money somebody makes or how much somebody rips off the government, and you say it's not happening enough that we should actually care about. And that's what's wrong with
Correct.
the modern left. Everything is arbitrary to you.
No, it's not.
You made up to 360,000.
I didn't make it up. That's an actual tax bracket. That's a tax bracket. That's the fourth highest quintile.
Okay, give me the symmetry breaker of why we should be committed to that over somebody that makes $359,500 a year.
Cool. So
it's arbitrary.
It's not arbitrary. It's based on cost of living. It's based on people that have like expendable income at the end of the year. I think that once you get to a certain level of income, a person who has almost no wealth being charged $1,000 versus somebody who has $360,000 being charged $1,000. There's a thing called marginal utility, and it is much more painful for somebody who has no wealth.
Again, though, what is the 360? Let's say 360. Someone makes $360,000 a year. Mm-hmm. They're taxed at this much higher rate because they make $360,000 a year. Mm-hmm. Now, what is the symmetry breaker between $359,000 a year that the extra $1,000 the other person makes, or the family is what's most likely what it is? It's not an enormous
jump. It's not an enormous jump. Like the people making $359,000 is also being taxed at a moderate rate. Do you know that?
I don't know where. Like, I assume that's like the position you hold with this made up like idea.
This isn't made up.
I would assume
it's just math.
Well, it is made up. I'm not like it is made up.
Well,
Somebody made that up.
In essence, everything's made up, I guess. But
oh, I disagree with that. I don't think the laws of logic are made up. But
sure, but they weren't etched in stone before the beginning of the world. Here's what I'm going to show you.
They can't ever not be true.
Sure. But this is what I'm talking about. So Trump is the yellow, okay? Trump increased taxes on everybody in the quintiles, poorest, second, middle, fourth, next, all the way up to 360K. He increased tax liability, and then when he got to 360,000, he reduced it. So yeah, I could just turn the same question around on you. What is the big stark difference between somebody who makes 359,000 versus 360,000? Why do they get such a tax break?
That would be the position I would say that Trump is wrong on.
That's my position.
Yeah, but you don't have good reasoning to say 360 to 359.
Yes, I do. I think that is just a fine time. I think that's a perfectly fine line for us to draw. Like when somebody's making $360,000, I think you're doing just fine. You can start paying back the money that's been working for you your entire life.
Are you familiar with who Francis Bellamy is?
No.
He's the guy that created like when you say the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay.
He was considered a Christian socialist. I have a profile picture. I see one of your mods just slandered me in the chat. It's this was his idea of.
Did they say "shut up, piggy," or did they?
No. They said
say your wife looks like a dog.
Guest is a Nazi. That's what they said. They slandered me because the people are the photo is depicting what his idea of allegiance to country was. He was a Christian socialist. He was cast out of all these churches. He literally was a socialist, and your moderator's calling me a Nazi. And I think that's what the left does when they get in trouble. They start to call people things that they aren't so they can shut down conversation.
Hey man, you're arguing with me and not my audience. I can pop you back down there if you want to argue with him.
Yeah, it just tells me the type of person you are to let somebody be slandered like that on your live in front of 300 people.
Guys, call his wife a dog. That's the type of slander he prefers.
So you're getting upset because you can't give the symmetry breaker on the tax code. So you say, call his wife a dog.
I'm just saying that's acceptable to you, right? You heard that and you're like, that's my guy. I'm voting for that guy for president.
No. Did you want to give the symmetry breaker, or are you just unable to do that?
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't even think you're using the term symmetry breaker appropriately. I think that's just called a threshold. I think it's a threshold.
How do you define threshold?
Threshold at a certain tipping point, maybe a point in which we have determined that you have the expendable income allowed for you to make necessary tax payments to start paying off the deficit and the debt.
Well, you guys, the symmetry breaker is something that separates the two. So how is it incorrect to ask the symmetry breaker from 359,000 and 360,000? So let's say 180,000. Most Americans don't even make 100,000. You can say 100,000.
I agree. So if you're in the top 5% or top 1%, you need to start paying some taxes.
Why? What's the argument for it?
Because you're benefiting more than anyone else, so you need to pay.
So what? That's not an argument.
Well, that's my argument. I'm sorry you can't just say it's not an argument, but you're benefiting more than anyone else.
Can you put it in a syllogism?
No. You're benefiting more than anyone else. You need to start paying. You're doing just fine.
This great argument.
It would not be
a syllogism.
It would not be diminishing for your business or your well-being to start paying taxes.
How do you know? How do you know?
Because I know what housing costs. I know what the cost of living is, and even the most expensive city. If you're making $360,000, you're doing just fine.
So somebody making $360,000 a year living in Los Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say that they're they have these things wrong with them. Let's say they're end stage like colorectal cancer. They have very expensive medical bills. They have no one else in their life, but they make a lot of money because they've invested properly in these things. They have a lot of expenses going out.
Mm-hmm.
Your position is that we need to punish them. We need to take away what they've worked for and what is theirs because it's better for society.
I would say 99.99% of the people that are in this bracket that aren't experiencing this type of hardship would be well deserving of a giant tax liability. And this one person probably gets to sit in this nice cushy bed of social safety nets that California has created for them. And they get all sorts of benefits and assistance from the state already. So.
No, they're paying out of pocket. They're making $360,000 a year.
This is going to be nobody. There's going to be a big whopping 0.001% of these people.
I don't think it is.
You'd have to prove to me that this is you'd have to prove to me this is a lot of people. I'm gonna say that there's literally probably one or two people that is in this bracket that you're crying for, that you're defending.
It's not just them. I'm just giving you an example. You act like everyone that makes $360,000 a year, this made up number you have, is living like a king.
They're doing better than they're doing far better than somebody making $75K.
So now you want to steal stuff from them because they're doing better. They've made smarter financial decisions.
What we're doing is it's not stealing. It's saying, hey, since you can no longer just keep borrowing or taking these services for free, you get to start paying.
How is it free?
Did they pay for schools, roads, fire department, police departments? Did they pay for medical care? Did they pay for food stamps when they were down and out?
They've been paying taxes for 50 years, let's say. Yeah,
and if they've made it all the way up to the, let's say, $300,000 mark, they still have only been in the bracket that pays about 3% of the federal budget. So yeah, you need to start paying big boy money when you make big boy money.
For how long?
For the rest of your life, for as long as you're rich.
For how long? Here, I'll just put it this way. You're saying that through even the Democratic presidents, that they've only been paying 3%. Let's say they're 90 something, and let's say that they were, very wealthy back when taxes were much higher, 1950s.
Yeah.
You still hold that they should have all of this wealth taken for them, so people can do what exactly? Have roads? You guys aren't going to fix the roads. Nobody's fixing roads. That's like the most corrupt institution is government construction contracts.
Sure. I would say military, but you guys don't care that that's the biggest government expenditure. So
I do. I don't agree with Trump on everything. I think that Trump lost a lot of his base. And I'll just say this, and you can have somebody else up, but I do think that the Trump MAGA as a whole is moving more towards America first. Which I think is a good thing. And I don't think there will be a Republican Party too much longer. Maybe in name there will be, but their politics won't exist much longer. And I think that's really evident with the youth.
Yeah, I don't even know. I think that what you're saying is completely incoherent. I think that there's no such thing as a Republican Party that is America first, because you guys will not pay for anybody's well-being or social safety nets or Medicare or Medicaid. It really just means that you hate everyone outside of America. Because you'll never turn around and start paying tax dollars for programs domestically. Because you call it socialism, right?
Yeah, I think a lot of stuff that we use daily is socialism. I don't have a problem saying the fire department is socialist. I don't have a problem with it.
Yeah, I know. So you guys aren't really America first. You're just
I just don't want to pay for stuff I don't use. I don't want to pay for, teachers to teach kids that, women have penises. I don't want to pay for stuff that I don't agree with. And it looks like we don't have to do it anymore. And I think it doesn't even,
I don't think anybody's teaching kids that type of stuff either. I think that's it's just fascist rhetoric. I think that you can go to any country.
I think you go to rhetoric.
Yeah, I think you go to any country and start making fun of trans people, and it will catch on with stupid low IQ people like you.
Wait, do you think women can have penises?
Yes.
Where'd you learn that at?
I learned that through social media.
Really? So you believe stuff you see on social media?
No, I listen to reasoning, listen to logic.
Really? What do you think? Do the scientists agree with you? Like all scientists, they agree that women can have penises? Every single one of them?
I think that when you start saying scientists, there's no such thing as a hard science when you start talking about social sciences. So when we talk about
Right.
genders, this is a social construct, and it's a very hard concept for conservatives to grasp because they're usually indoctrinated with a worldview.
So you think women can have penises, men can get pregnant?
Mhm.
Right. And you don't think that that's just totally crazy, illogical, doesn't resonate with everyday people?
No, I think that only people who are like thrown off by it are just people who are Christian or Muslim or something. Don't
No,
really
I think there's
understand.
plenty of secular people that disagree with that. Like there's literally hundreds of secular people on TikTok that debate this like every day.
Yeah,
You literally think women have penises.
I think 80% of your side, conservatives, are religious. So it'd be very few. And I think that there's even more people on your side who think the earth is flat and that we're made of clay and then magic happened to start the universe. So,
Right. But you think women have penises. You don't
ooh,
see the issue there.
you think about, you believe in
You're
talking
just
snakes?
saying that so you can keep your fan base.
Do you
I
think
don't actually-
talking
I don't
snakes are
believe
real?
You actually believe that.
Talking
Talking
snakes?
snakes? No, I don't hold to talking snakes.
What about 6,000-year-old earth?
No, I don't hold to 6,000-year-old Earth.
You're
just
literally
used
talking
to-
about like 60% of your side believes in new earth and creationism, but you're like, oh my God, I don't understand what genders
Well,
are.
I could think they could make better arguments for it than man can get pregnant and women have penises.
Yeah, I think that you're just seeing like bombastic things that without
I
any
just think that
context,
that's why you
they
lose
sound weird. They
elections.
sound crazy.
Are you Canadian by chance?
No,
Okay, I was just curious. I see a lot of Canadians hosting lives like this.
I'm
But
Texan.
yeah, you're texting or from Texas?
Texan.
Oh, Texan? Yeah. Well, that makes sense. Nothing but steers and queers there, right?
It's funny because you guys think gay people are weird.
I do think they're weird. I actually think they should be medically induced and locked up without like their consent. Especially trans people. I think they're a harm to their self and society.
And you just
Think we-
shrieked at the fact someone called you a Nazi?
No, I just thought it was funny because the mod that said that the photo's so funny because it's literally from the guy who made the Pledge of Allegiance, so it's just so funny.
So you
He's
also
he's
you
literally
do
a
maintain that
socialist.
belief, but you don't think you're a Nazi?
No, I disagree with Hitler on a lot of things. I don't think that he went about it correctly.
You got strikes. Whew. Guys, stop calling these people Nazis. They only believe in eugenics. Chad, if you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box and tell me why you like Trump. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yeah. That's what you want, right?
Yeah, what do you like about Trump? Oh, wow, I just now saw his profile picture. Dude, your profile picture is a bunch of kids sig heiling? Holy shit. Hello, are you a Trump supporter? Hello? For your chat is
Can you hear me?
calling me names. That guy with that pic. Thank you for the $40, April. This person can't hear me. April, I'm so sorry you paid to kick that 7 minutes ago. You can send me 1 penny for the next kick. I'm so sorry, April. Thank you. Neurogum pickles fucking rules. Geez, have you tried Neurogum? Have you tried it? We tried to tell you. I'm so sorry. He says it's the Roman salute. What a cope. The same guy who hates gay people somehow loves Romans. Makes sense. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Yeah, it's me. It's me again. Can you hear
Is
me?
is this Roman?
No, I'm a new guy. Just
Okay.
found you.
What do you like about Trump?
My name's Jackoff. That's my internet name.
Sick, dude.
What do I like about Trump? His support for Israel, mostly.
Okay.
Do you support
Why are you
Israel?
no.
What do you mean, no? I thought you were American.
Yeah, I know. That doesn't mean I'm Israeli, right?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hello. Yellow.
Can you hear me yet? Am I back?
Holy shit stains. Hold on, Artemis. Give me one sec.
Hey, I'll be really, really quick. I just want to add the fact that Roman, Mr. I'm not a Yahtzee over here, is leaving out the fact that they changed that salute because the Yahtzees adopted it. And that's why it changed. So he's just lying. Anyway, have fun with other people you're talking to.
Thank you. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Hello. I'm sorry?
Is this a Trump supporter?
We are Charlie Kirk. We carry the flame. We'll fight for the gospel. We'll honor his name. We are Charlie Kirk. His courage our own. Together unbroken. We'll make heaven known. A husband, a father, his family held near, a home on.
Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Hello?
Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Hi. What's your name?
Hi, my name is Pickles. What's your name?
My name's Dirt.
Tight. Are you a Trump supporter?
I just want to know how your lips taste. They taste like pickles?
Why don't you come and find
Your
out?
lips taste like pickles.
Why don't you come and find out?
So do you know the show SpongeBob?
Mm-hmm.
Your name's Dirt.
I'm sorry?
Hold on, give me a second. Hold on. Just give me 1 second, please. Give me a dude. Come on.
Dude. We're gonna do with these people. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Do I support Trump?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. What do you like about Trump?
Well, I don't really like him personally, but I just think he's better for the country.
Okay. What do you think he's better for the country for?
I mean, there's the few things that he kind of ran on was shutting down the border, and then I really like the no tax on tips and no tax on overtime for middle class workers.
Mm-hmm.
And I think his energy policies are really strong about being the global leader of drilling the most oil we've ever drilled and liquefied natural gas and being independent of the world in that way.
Okay. Let's talk about a few of these things. Did you know that 95% of Americans paid higher taxes last year because of Trump's tax policy? And that the no tax on tips thing was just a kind of a scam?
Oh, it's not a scam. I'm a tipped worker, and it got me $7,000 extra on my taxes last year.
Nice, but the
So
majority of people paid more taxes, so you probably paid more out in the wash.
I definitely did not. I usually pay in, and this time I got a $7,000 refund.
I don't even think that's how that works.
What do you mean?
I think it's not a refund. It's
No,
not
it's a
something that you got
refund.
money for.
No,
They're just tax free.
no, that's not how it works. I was able to deduct $25,000 from my taxable income and $5,000, so really $30,000, because I had $5,000 of overtime income, and
Overtime too.
and I actually had more than $25,000 in tips, but the max deduction is $25,000, and
Wait,
my marginal
that's
tax rate. My
I don't think
marginal
that's
tax rate.
correct.
Well, it's not correct.
The max deduction for tips is 25K?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it's 12,000, bud.
No, the overtime is 12,500. The tips is 25,000. So yeah, but my marginal tax rate was 22%, and so you take $30,000 and take 22% of that. That's what, 6,600. That he saved me on my taxes just through that policy.
Okay, but we're talking about things that you didn't see on your year-end taxes, like tariffs as well. So you probably paid.
What about tariffs?
So you probably paid each household. I think on average paid about $3,000 in tariffs last year.
Where do you find that? Because the tariffs got put down.
I mean, they just got put down last February, not last year. But this is an ITEP article. It shows that 95% of Americans paid higher taxes. So you may have lucked out, but the majority of America did not luck out. And we somehow have fewer people on Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, food stamps. Trump has gutted all of those things while also increasing the debt, just blowing the fucking bottom out of the debt. Our literal interest on the debt is so egregiously high. I think we're paying trillions in interest every year.
Yeah, but that's every president has increased the debt. No president has really given a shit about our deficit.
Every single time a Democrat president comes into office, we reduce the deficit.
Biden did not reduce the deficit.
Yes, he did.
No president. The deficit has gone up every president.
Can you tell me the difference between the debt and the deficit?
I just know the debt grows every year.
Yeah.
Every president.
And the amount that it grows is equal to the deficit. So if the deficit is reduced, the amount of debt that grows each year is less.
How does the debt go up then each president? If they increase the debt.
I don't know how. Here, I'll have to draw it out for you, man.
I guess, yeah. I mean,
all right, so we'll say that your rent is $3,500 and your income is $1,500, and now you have negative $2,000. That's your debt. Okay, now we can make your rent $4,000. That's just what Republicans do. Okay, now your debt is $2,500 each year. So
Okay.
1 year it's $2,000. The next year it's $2,500. Now you've got $4,500. When Biden comes into office, he reduces this, and maybe it's only $2,000. So the next year, instead of it being $6,000 or $7,000, it'll only be $6,000. You get it? So the debt increases, but the deficit is not the same.
Yeah, they have lower deficit spending, but they still increase the debt.
Yeah, you have to go all the way into you have to balance the deficit for us to stop adding debt. We'll never not add debt until we get like maybe 3 or 4 straight presidencies that aren't Republican.
I mean, I don't necessarily agree with that.
It's the literal truth. And again, here's a chart of how Republicans versus Democrats affect the deficit. So here's Bush came in, probably ran on reducing taxes because that's all some people listen to. You're stealing my money. Stop stealing my money. So we put ourselves into debt. And then Clinton came in, balanced it. Bush came in, increased the deficit, and then passed off this giant spending bill to Obama. And then Obama still reduced the deficit. And then Trump came in and just fucking exploded the deficit. This isn't the debt. Remember, this is a deficit. It's the amount of change each year. He fucking exploded it. And Biden came in and immediately reduced it.
I can only see up to 2017 there, but what bill did Bush give Obama that made him spend that much?
Bailing out banks.
So what about 2010 and 2011?
What about it?
Well, was that still Bush's bill?
The deficit is still there. If it's recurring, yes. Usually when you do a spending bill, it doesn't just go and spend all in one year. They usually spread it out over 10 or 15 years or something. So when the economy cooled down from the recession, he started figuring out ways to pay it back.
Well, I mean, I'm not an economist. I'm just telling you why I support the man. Like, he gave me a huge tax cut. He locked down the border. He's increasing our energy.
He's not increasing energy. First of all, Trump has made us more reliant on oil and fossil fuels because he has done away with alternative energies. So when we talk about things
he's investing huge into nuclear.
Yeah, I know, but we're talking about wind, solar, geothermal,
which rely on the weather.
Yeah, I know, but it's not that we're trying to do 100% all like alternative energy. We need a variety. We need diversification so that when like the Strait of Hormuz closes, we aren't hurt so bad.
Yeah, but we're hurt less than anybody else in the world because we're the leading producer of oil.
It's not true.
Yes, that is true. Everybody else is suffering way worse than we are.
There's an entire country that runs on wind. So no, it's not true.
Yeah, maybe a small country.
Yeah.
Which country is this?
Let me Google it.
Because we also have geopolitical reasons to want to be a producer of oil because
we are not trying
that
to
way
go
our
away from
allies buy their oil from us and they don't have to buy their oil from Russia or Iran or terrorist states.
Okay, so 99% of electricity from renewables. We have Albania, Bhutan, Nepal, Paraguay, Iceland, Ethiopia, and Congo, actually, and Costa Rica. So I'm just saying nobody. I think that the misinformation from the right is that we want to do away with all oil. We want to do away with oil at all. That's not true. So Biden ramped up oil production and did far more than Trump in his presidency. In fact, if he would have stopped drilling a year early, Biden would have drilled more than Trump. And Trump basically
Biden leased the least amount of oil leases since President Harry Truman at 0.17 like 1,000 acres or something like that.
There's thousands of oil leases that are just sitting there not being used. That's why. But he signed 6 times as many, I think, a year into his presidency.
Yes, those were Trump's leases.
Still, nobody was trying to stop oil from being drilled. Biden allowed oil to be drilled at a very high rate.
He did try to stop. He put a pause on all federal leases, and then he also put a pause on liquefied natural gas exports.
He did not put a pause on liquid natural gas. He made a higher tax for a certain amount of dollars or a certain amount of liquid LNG, but he didn't put a pause.
I'm pretty sure he did. Can you Google that? Did Biden pause LNG exports?
Paused an indefinite pause on approvals of new LNG export projects to countries without a free trade agreement. And that was the last year of his policy. That I asked last year, January 2024.
It just from the pausing of oil leases to the pausing, like just the like posture of the Biden administration was never like And even Kamala Harris had flipped so many times about, oh, we're going to stop fracking, we're going to stop drilling, and then when she got a bunch of flack, she changed her viewpoint. Like she flip flopped on so many positions throughout her campaign. It was like, well, who
This
is
is not a
lady?
serious critique of anybody, dude. Trump has flip flopped on so many things, including abortion. He's flipped flop on H-1B visas. He's flip flopped on America First. He's flip flopped on affordability. He's flip flopped on lowering grocery prices by putting literal taxes on everything. So if this is a serious critique from you, I got some news for you. You should check out Trump.
Sure. It just seems like those are just really big things to like completely reverse course on.
Like no new
I feel
wars.
like.
That's a pretty big deal, right? And from saying that you're going to make things affordable to calling affordability a democratic hoax. I think Trump has gone back on every single thing he ran for as president.
The affordability crisis has started from Biden's administration when inflation was a cumulative over 20%.
You guys are so bad at math when you talk about cumulative inflation, but Biden did not cause inflation. Unless you know something that the rest of us don't. Trump is what caused a lot of the gas prices to skyrocket. COVID is what caused and exacerbated a lot of like supply chains to shut down.
I think Biden did.
There's nothing worse than what Trump did with OPEC 2020. You know what that is?
Wait, what? He had to do that. It was COVID and all the oil went negative already. He had to do a deal like that.
But there's nothing worse than that, right?
There's nothing worse?
Yeah, there's nothing that had a bigger effect than that.
I don't understand. Explain what you're trying to say. I don't know.
Okay, reducing oil output from a whole country by 9.7 million barrels a day. If you're saying Joe Biden was playing patty cake with certain types of leases and LNG and shit, it literally has negligible price outcomes than stopping like a fourth of the world's oil to be produced.
Wait, but this was during COVID when nobody was using oil. And
I get what your excuses are. I get that. I get your.
It's not an excuse.
Why you forgive him?
It was bipartisan agreement that something crazy needed to be done.
No, this is Trump alone.
No, but every expert, Republican and Democrats, agreed that something needed to be done because
not for 2
oil
whole
was
years.
turning negative.
Not for 2 whole years.
Yeah, but
that's very unorthodox.
He had the clause wasn't reduce it by 9 million barrels throughout the entire 2 years. You understand that, right? It was a downstepping clause. So the next year it was only like 6 million, and then the second year was like reduce it by like 3 million. And actually in 2021 they canceled out Trump's negotiated. So his OPEC deal was canceled out in 2021, 1 year into the deal when Biden was president. And Biden went to Saudi Arabia and was like, "Hey, we need you to ramp up production." And they
told him to kick rocks.
Yeah, you know why they told him to kick rocks? Because Biden talked a bunch of shit about the Saudi Arabia prince, called him a pariah and a piece of shit. They pretty much calling him a piece of shit. And so
yeah, because they fucking killed one of our journalists, dude. And Trump didn't give a flying fuck.
Yeah, but Trump understands the bigger picture that you gotta have relationships with these people so that when you go and ask them to make a deal for oil, that they'll actually pick up the phone call. And Biden learned the hard way that you have to keep relationships even with crazy dictators, because you have to like have some type of purview to like create deals with these people because they have leverage as well.
Yeah, I know. I don't care how much you want to be in bed with the Saudis, even though they're horrible people.
You don't have to be in bed with them.
Trump is absolutely in bed with them. Do you deny that?
He's not in bed with them. I don't know.
He is how more in bed could you be than what Trump is with them? Getting $2 billion injected into his son's account, into his fucking
Trump does business deals. That's what he does.
That's
He's
called
not
being in bed. Yes, as a president, that is corruption.
It's a pretty loose way of saying that.
Okay, what could you do that would make you actually in bed?
So he's in bed with everyone.
Yes. What could you do to be it? What's the difference between what Trump does and being in bed? Can you tell me?
I mean, what? I guess what's your definition of being in bed? He creates deals that makes it better for the American people
And himself, mostly himself, and his son-in-law,
and himself. Yeah, absolutely. He makes sure that he profits a little bit.
a little bit.
If he makes the country grow and he puts tax cuts and he brings growth revenue to the country.
Thank you, Iris.
There's a lot of politicians that enrich themselves. Nancy Pelosi comes to mind.
Yeah, I know. You guys are obsessed with Nancy Pelosi.
Well, I'm just saying, if you don't want to talk about enriching yourself, like it's on both sides of the aisle. Like,
first of all, Trump's not the only person to think to have this brilliant idea to fucking invest in every single stock that has anything to do with his world trade decisions. This is just called corruption when you take action on it. Right?
Yeah,
like when Biden was like, hey, we're going to start investing in green energy. If Biden invested hundreds of millions of dollars into green energy before he sent a giant green energy bill, that is corruption. We could say to ourselves, hey, is green energy actually effective? Is it the right decision to make? Or is it just because Biden wants to get rich? This is what Trump is making us guess with NVIDIA, with Intel, with Dell, with all of these companies he's using for world trade and world peace, and especially oil companies and drone companies in the Middle East. You start to think, gee, I wonder if like perpetuating this war in Iran is really just because it's really hard to do diplomacy, or is it because Trump's a giant like failure who loves to get rich?
No, I think it has to do with them having a nuclear weapon, which is a bipartisan.
That is not bipartisan.
That they should not have a nuclear weapon is absolutely
no. The fact
bipartisan.
that they have a nuclear weapon, that's silly, right? Because Tulsi Gabbard came out and said we
they
destroyed all that.
Yet, but they were very close.
Didn't they destroy all that in November?
They set it back, yeah.
And they have not made any attempts to go forward with it since, right? They haven't even started to unbury it, right?
I don't know. I have no idea.
That's consensus. Also, like the director of counterterrorism agrees that there was no threat from Iran, no imminent threat at all, and he stepped down.
Well, there's people that disagree with him too. So
yeah, dumb MAGA chuds.
No, there's intelligence officers as well.
Like who?
I'd have to look it up, but the John
Trump
Kerry
is not interested in intelligent officers. He's not interested in anybody else's opinion on this.
Their aspiration is to get a nuclear weapon. I think that's
their aspiration is to trade and have these like these.
They are trying to arm themselves to the gills.
Well, they need to. They're the most attacked country on earth.
That's crazy, because almost every politician agrees that they are a terrorist state and that they should not have a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, and almost every politician who's brought up by Israel, I'm sure,
commit terrorist attacks.
Yeah, I know, and I'm sure that these terrorist attacks would totally have happened if we had never gone and fucked with them in the first place, or have armed Israel and used them as like a forward, military point, or a forward, like advancing point for our engagements in the Middle East.
I don't know. I think that's a stretch. I think you're stretching that out.
Do you understand what happened in 1953 in Iran?
That's when it was. No, I don't. You tell me. Is that? I was going to say the revolution, but that was what, 79?
Yeah. So us in Britain did a coup, and we installed the Shah. We installed an entire dictator, a brutal, horrible dictator in Iran.
Okay.
And that's when they started hating us. They hated our fucking guts. And I'm sure that you and I would both rise up and probably be part of a fucking militant group if Russia came and installed like a pro-Russia president that was here for 20 years. I'm sure you and I would have a lot of disagreements about that.
Well, the biggest thing I understand is that if they had a nuclear weapon, they would use it. And that
Again,
is
they don't
something
even
I
have a
think needs to
delivery
be
system.
stopped.
What are you talking about?
What?
They don't even have the whole reason they have enriched uranium in the first place is because of Trump. Do you
Okay,
agree?
but not really.
What do
I
you
think
mean
it's a
not
lot more
really?
complicated. Oh, I just think it's a lot more complicated than that.
I don't. I think it's just literally Trump being swayed by Netanyahu to a degree more than any other president can be swayed, because Trump is a fucking idiot and he can be bought. And his dirt can be leveraged. And he pulled us out of the JCPOA with no actual reason to do so.
Yeah, no, I felt like the JCPOA was a pretty bad agreement
Why?
because it went from us having total control of an embargo on Iran and having the veto power of the United Nations Safety Council to giving them a sunset clause, which is in 2030, they would be totally legitimized to have a nuclear enrichment all
That's
the way
not
to a
true.
nuclear warhead.
You could
That is true.
No, the
That's absolutely
2030
true.
deadline was just a date at which we could renew. We
No,
could just
there's
renew it.
no, there's no talks of renewing it. The whole idea, the only reason Iran agreed to the JCPOA is because they knew it would end in 2030 and that all they had to do was wait it out. That's the only
That's
reason
not
they
true.
agreed
They
to
would
it.
they would
That is
still
true.
they would be at 3.67% enriched uranium at 2030. Would they or would they
And,
not?
and Obama himself said once the deal lapses, it would take them weeks to get up to a nuclear warhead.
No, that's not true. What?
Obama said it himself. Look it
All right,
up.
that makes no sense though, because they would be required to stay beneath 3.67. So
No, once
they are
the
now at
once the
60%, like allegedly, because Trump let them or stepped away from it in 2018.
2030, they can go and enrich anything they want because the deal ends. It's not
Dude,
like, oh, we're just
you're
going to renew it.
yeah. And what would
They
be
had
the
no
starting
intention of
point in
renewing it.
2030? What would be their starting point? What percent?
3.6.
Yeah, and how many years does it take?
Okay, but go look at Obama. What he said. He said he admits that once the deal ends, they're going to be able to get a nuclear warhead in no time.
Okay, I don't care. Like, I don't know if you're just taking things out of context, but you and I both know with our own brains that we can think that it doesn't just take no time at all to go from 3.67 to 90 something percent.
Well, Obama would say differently, and so
Okay,
would John.
we don't do like. I'm sorry, but Obama's not a monolith. He's not just like this. He says everything correctly all the
I think
time.
he understands better than you and me.
I think that you're misunderstanding what he's saying.
No, I definitely was not.
Obama administration acknowledged that in 2015 it was designed to block Iran's path to nuclear power for over a decade. Some key restrictions would expire after 10 to 15 years, potentially allowing Iran to reduce its breakout time to almost nothing once those specific sunsets limit.
Almost nothing.
Reduce its breakout time to almost nothing.
Yeah, breakout time means having a nuclear warhead.
They don't even have a delivery system, dude.
What do you mean? The JCPOA didn't have anything about ICBMs, and they invested all the money and the billions and billions of dollars we gave them. They invested into ICBMs. That
the whole
delivers
$1.5 billion.
Bro, they got more than that.
How much?
They got billions and billions. Nah, it was more than that.
Dude, every time you hear about it, they say it's pallets of cash, and the truth is, it's $1.7 billion, dude. They're trying to fearmonger you. They're being dishonest.
And JCPOA had no restrictions on developing their ICBMs, which deliver nuclear warheads.
Nor should it have.
Okay, well, that's your delivery system that you're talking about. Then they're not.
Yeah, but they still don't have it.
They don't have. They definitely have ICBMs. They're using them right now.
They don't have a delivery system that would reach us.
Okay, but they will bomb. Yeah, I didn't say they would bomb us. They're going to bomb Israel, and they're going to cause a world war.
I think Israel is going to cause a world war before anything.
Yeah, but Israel has had a nuclear weapon for the longest time ever, and most people think Iran would definitely use a nuclear weapon if they had one.
Still, I think that literally what Trump is about to draw up right now is going to be like similar but worse to the JCPOA. Like we're gonna again have to trust them with oversight from the IAEA, saying, "Hey,
Yeah,
please promise
but
us that you'll let us surveil. We're
but
gonna do
this
the
time
same
there's
type
not
of
going to be a
surveillance."
sunset clause.
Sure. And then we're gonna have
That
$300 billion in funding from the Gulf states. Do you think that's more or less than the 1.7 billion Obama gave them?
well, it's better if they don't have a nuclear weapon, and it's not
It's not.
the American
It's the
the
same.
American. No, it's because the deal that they had legit it didn't prevent them from having a nuclear weapon. It just delayed them from having a nuclear weapon. That's the only thing it did. It just created a pathway for them to have it in 15 years, which is 4 years from now. So it's like I don't want my children to grow up in a world where Iran has a nuclear weapon.
Yeah, I still don't. I don't agree that this is what we're achieving. I don't think that any of this is looking good for us. We're going to give them even more money to probably develop even better Navy, even better ballistics. $300 billion, a lot of fucking money. And I think that we're sitting here paying the price. We're paying the price of Trump doing uncalculated forwards and wars that we're losing. We're losing. He started a war that we are losing, sadly, with the biggest military on earth against a country the size of Texas.
I don't think we're losing, and I don't think anybody that understands military tactics thinks we're losing. We're absolutely hammering them and destroying all their, like, all
Is that
their.
why we're trying to give them $300 billion? Is that what happens when you're winning?
When you can prevent them from having a nuclear weapon, I think that's not the most terrible idea.
Yeah,
It's,
that doesn't
yeah,
mean
it's,
wouldn't we
and we're
wouldn't we give
not
them
the ones giving them.
$0?
You understand that
We
we're not the
lost.
ones giving them the money. The American taxpayers aren't paying a dime.
Yeah, I know, and same thing with the Obama administration. But what I'm saying is they get that money.
That's fine. If they're prevented from having a nuclear weapon forever, fine.
I don't think so.
I
I
think the
think that
nuclear weapon is the big catalyst here. The thing that nobody understands. If they have a nuclear weapon, they're going to use it, and that's going to cause a world war.
I highly doubt it. I highly doubt it. Like Russia has nuclear weapons, North Korea has nuclear weapons. I think that the second they get a nuclear weapon, we'll leave them the fuck alone, and we'll just have to deal with it. We'll just have to say, hey, we can't bully Iran anymore.
No, I don't think that their whole fundamental ideology is that Israel shouldn't even exist as a country.
And Israel, I believe, thinks the same about Lebanon and Gaza, right?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, but we are behind them, and them killing, targeting children.
Yeah, it's not ideal. I don't agree with all that.
Yeah, I don't want anything to do with that.
Yeah, I mean the whole situation in the Middle East is so fucked. It's. I mean, me and you can both agree that there's almost no answer to.
There was an answer. So like I would much rather still be in the Obama nuclear deal, and I'd much rather them be enjoying all of the peace and the ability to trade for all of these years. I would much rather have that and say, hey, do you want to continue to do that for another 10 years? Sign another deal so the IAEA can continue monitoring your program. That's what I would have preferred. But Trump didn't want that.
Iran wants a nuclear weapon, and they agreed to the deal because they knew it would end. That is what happened.
I think that you don't have a case to make for that. Yes, of course they knew it was going to end because it was a 10 to 15-year deal.
Yeah.
But it was going to, but you can renew the deal, dude. It was like, hey, we're going to try this out for 10 years. If you do good, we'll do it again.
But we had no leverage to get them to do a deal because Russia and China were the ones that held the keys for that. And they didn't want them to be restricted either because they do a lot of arms trade with them, and they wanted to do arms trade with them. And
so the same thing could be said about staying in the JCPOA.
But I'm saying is Russia and China have both said that they would not agree to any more restrictions after the JCPOA ended. So we had no leverage to convince them to renew a deal.
Again, I have no confidence in this administration arguing and negotiating a deal that is any better than one of the most diplomatic leaders we've ever had, Obama. Trump, the guy who fucking posts memes, antagonistic memes, while we're negotiating with them, we have no hope of any sort of real certainty or any like genuine promise from them. I think that they're going to try to be as sneaky and disgusting as possible because of the nature of the way we've handled this conflict, especially if you're killing school children.
I think it remains to be seen.
I think you're
if
just
talking
being
about,
very generous and negligent or just obtuse.
it's hard to say how this is all going to end up. We could speculate all we want, but
Like Kobe is saying in the comments, right? Like the MOU's over. It's done.
It's over. They fired on civilian ships.
So
now we're bombing the shit out of them again.
We could have had an agreement months and like whatever a month ago if Israel didn't fucking continue to bomb Lebanon.
Yeah, but we don't have control over that.
Yeah, which is something that Trump should have known. Something that before going into this, at least had a fucking like mission in mind, like an objective. But I don't think he has one at all. I think we're just out there fucking around now, spending $1 billion a day.
Yeah, it's not cheap. It sucks, but neither way was gonna be looking pretty. Like JCPOA expiring and Iran just having legitimacy to enrich as much as they want and break out in a
How would that give them legitimacy? How would that give them legitimacy to break out?
Because they're no longer restricted from to being at 3.6%. The whole deal ends.
Yeah, the deal ends sooner if we just pulled out. So they started earlier.
And we bombed their centrifuges. So, I mean, even before the JCPOA.
Now Strait of Hormuz is
something
closed.
Had to be done either way.
Like, it's not true. We could have just stayed in it.
Because if we stay in it, they're just going to keep building up their ICBMs and all their delivery networks and they were already making arms agreements with China and Russia the day that it sunsetted to have all these delivery systems and all these advanced technology military missiles to be delivered the day it sunsetted. So they definitely had.
There's nothing in the IAEA that says they couldn't have like missiles. So there's nothing in the JCPOA that said like they absolutely have a right to have their own military.
It was like C-300s and all types of advanced like military technology they weren't allowed to have yet. And those sunsetted in like 2025 and 2027. And in 2018 or 19, they were already had agreements made with Russia and China that in 2025, 2027, all this disallowed technology they were going to have delivered the day it ended. So they definitely have the aspirations. They definitely had the intentions to.
Yeah, I would too if I was constantly attacked by fucking two terrorist countries, the United States and Israel, all the time. Yeah, I would too. Why can't they have that?
Okay, calling the United States a terrorist country is just crazy work because we are the leader of the free world. We're the spreader of democracy. Like
the spreader. It depends on who you're looking at. Like, do you think Cuba or do you think that Iranians or anybody of that nature looks at us and goes, "That's not a terrorist country. That's the good guys." When they see missiles flying towards schools.
Obviously, we didn't mean to hit a school. Was debatable. Yeah, well, we can speculate all you want. I don't believe that we ever tried to target a school.
I don't think we accidentally target anything when we're the most developed military on Earth.
We hit it 3 times.
Yeah, with tomahawks that have like literal cameras on them. They have satellite imagery. Like every second they're being flown and guided closer to their target. Like we have like instantaneous monitoring. There's no accidents. There's no whoopsie daisies, especially when you can see fucking like sidewalk chalk drawn on the fucking walls as the missiles are hitting. No, I don't think so, man.
Yeah. All right, bro. I've been on here too long, so you have a good night, man.
All right, dude. You too. What up, Infectious?
Hey, how's it going, man? I actually was going to jump in when you guys were talking about the JCPOA, the 1.7 billion.
Yeah.
It was a great deal because our treasury had direct control over any
Oh.
amount of money that was spent. It was great.
Oh.
Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Okay, what do you like? Are you over 18?
Yeah.
Was that a yes?
Yeah. Very well.
Are you on life support? Hello?
No. Yes, I do.
That got weirder as it went.
McConnell, is that you? Hello, is this a Trump supporter? Hello, is this a Trump supporter? Sorry, infectious. Is there anything else you want to say real quick?
Oh, no, man. Drop me down.
All right. Sorry, I was just trying to thumb through those people before they left. When there's too much of a lull in between debates, people start to go away. I'm going to turn the phone line one more time. If you guys want to debate, you're welcome to call this phone number. Are you okay with 13 plus? No, you have to be 18. You have to be 18. That is TikTok's terms of service. At Hummus Tonight Pickles Hooray, W. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Hey, Pickles, it's Cap, bro.
It's who?
Hello? How you been, man?
Doing good. Who is this?
This is Cap, bro. I have a question for you.
Okay.
Okay, so I've been in this political rabbit hole for like a month and a half, more or less. And I've been running into you guys all over the place, man. You and your crew, man. You guys do, like as far as the left progressive, if I'm getting that right, the left progressive side of point of view, I get a good perspective. So I'm just trying to figure out, like, I was talking to Erica about this, bro, and she was giving me a definition, but I've been doing fact checking on the computer, so I'm getting like mixed signals here or mixed information. As far as like moderated podcasters, do you consider them to be capitalist? I know we live in a capitalist society, but do you find that as being a capitalist if you're a moderated podcaster?
I don't know what moderated has to do with this, but sure, anybody that's on the internet making money is a capitalist. Is it at least participating in capitalism?
Okay, cool. So you gave me a different answer. I mean, everybody's giving me different. I'm getting mixed reviews all over the place. That's why I'm trying to get some, information from you too, because I know you always talk about capitalism, socialism. What's progressive?
Sorry, not capitalist. Sorry, Kobe. Yeah, they're participating in capitalism. What is a progressive? Somebody who believes in forward-thinking ideology. So instead of trying to keep things the same, doing something new, so growing with the times.
So that's like more or less the new terminology to use as opposed to socialism and capitalism and fascism.
I don't know how those three other words come into play, but no, I would say that there can be a mixture of those things. I'm a social democrat. I'm also progressive. So instead of thinking that old dumb ways that we practiced, I don't know, in the 60s or the 80s or 2000s still work today, I would say that's absolutely not a case. I don't think you can make a case for that. I think that we absolutely have to keep evolving to adapt to competing with the rest of the world and with new technology and new types of people and new types of problems. And I think that basically it's the opposite of the nostalgic thing that people try to always point to when doing conservatism, which is, I think, inherently a part of fascism.
Yeah, so you're pretty much on board with like the concept of DSA.
Yes.
I mean, it's never been done before, right? Like nobody can say if it's failed or if it's worked because it's never been attempted in the U.S. I mean,
You can say
correct me
not
if
in
I'm
the
wrong.
U.S., but it's all over the world. The most progressive, the most successful countries that rank the best in like happiness and social mobility and economic mobility. All of the countries that are like peak performers are all democratic socialist countries.
Wow. So as far as like hearing the communist aspect of it, don't buy into the communist aspect to it. Try to figure like more or less, like you say, the modern day age, like use of socialism, and you're saying it's flourishing right now.
Yeah, I would again like I think this is just I think it's just a boogeyman, right? I think they call people socialist and communists. It's a dirty word for people that aren't like them.
Okay. But as far as like the outcome of socialism, you're saying that it's doing okay as far as like around the world.
Yeah.
As of right now.
Mm-hmm.
Can you give me like a prime example, like
Denmark, Sweden, Finland, Norway, all top performers in every single way.
That's good examples, yeah. That's good. That's good example. I mean, they got, from what I understand, they have like the vote for all the seeds over there too, right? Like all the like, if the world hits the crap, or if the crap hits the fan, like all the seeds are over there. As far as like, that's what I hear, man. That area there is like protected, like hardcore over there, man. Like the collider and all that stuff over there. It's just like a lot of stuff's going over there, and if they're doing it right, and they're going by the socialism aspect of it.
I'm not saying socialism. I said democratic socialist. So they have high safety nets. They have like really good social safety nets. They're still capitalist countries, but they have like really good programs. Norway would have a few things that are socialized, like energy, but they're not socialist countries. So I think you need to be distinct. Democratic socialist countries are people that operate within capitalism, but have heavy social safety nets.
So when you say safety nets, you mean by like not relying on subsidies? Like, forgive my ignorance. I'm just trying to figure this
out. Yes, they have heavily subsidized welfare programs.
Oh, heavily?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought it'd be less.
No.
All right, man. No, I just wanted to pick your brain for a little while and try to figure this out, because I was just saying to myself, man, I hear a lot of guys complaining about capitalism, but they're all on podcasts, and I'm thinking to myself, well, are podcasters that are monetized capitalists? So like, I'm trying to figure this out without calling people hypocrites. I'm just trying to see it from both sides of the perspective here,
Cool, man. You could always use AI or Google, all right?
I'd rather use you guys. Thanks, man.
All right. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box or call the phone number on the screen. Cap is full of baloney. Yeah, I know. That guy was nice. I feel like he was being facetious. What we do isn't capitalism, and whose labor are we exploiting? What are you talking about, Erica? Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Hello. How you doing? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, are you a Trump supporter?
Sorry if my connection is weird, but if you can confirm you can hear me, that'd be awesome.
Cool. What do you like about Trump?
You know what I like about Trump is that he's doing things that are, like, he doesn't, I like that he doesn't really care, like, in some things. Like, he's got a sense of humor about things. He's okay trolling, and this is, that's just this personality. He reminds me of, like the good and bad of an old man, where it's like, okay, he's got some of that old school, but look at his energy. Look at, like, he's got a passion. He really wants to, I think, help this country. He always has. If you go back and watch the old clips, like, the guy call him what you will, but he's working hard. He's got a passion. He's got a drive. And this is pretty much everything that Biden didn't have, that Kamala wouldn't have,
So this is what I would say. I think that you guys are mostly inept when it comes to politics, and the silly personality of somebody who doesn't take this stuff serious might be entertaining. It might be the entry level thing that you need to start paying attention. But I think that when you start talking about the flaws that Trump has as a president, he's extremely divisive. So being unserious at a time like we're at war and he posts memes about a country we're trying to negotiate with, you can laugh at that and be a silly wiener. Or you can say, hey, that's not okay. That has stopped us from having a peace deal. That's stopped world peace so that you can fucking laugh. Or Trump making an enemy out of half of the country and pointing to and being dishonest about one half of the country, and their beliefs. I think that is extremely divisive. And I think JD Vance said it the best. It's cultural heroin. It's so you feel this great rush of fulfillment and fun when the other half of the country is finding doom and gloom, and we are more divided because of it, but it has given Trump more power.
Okay, so I give you that. I would say there's definitely times when I think he could have done that better. He could have communicated that better. Or why? I shake my head a lot of times. Why would he do that just to tick people off when there's ways to do it? Obama could do something super terrible, let's say, and then say it in such a way that everyone feels united and warm and fuzzy, But he's the opposite in that way. But
yeah, that's called being politically correct. So the opposite, the stark difference between the two is one causes violence, one causes people to be whipped up into a fury and outraged, and the other one is a president for all people.
Sure. So would you say that the people causing violence then would be the people laughing and you're saying being a silly wiener, or did you say the violence would come from the other side? They're all offended and got their stuff all tight, they're tight. Too tight, where's the violence coming from?
70% of the domestic terrorism comes from the right. 20% comes from the left. When we talk about people that denounce violence and don't have wet dreams about it, that would be all the political leaders on the left, and all the political leaders on the right absolutely want this. They absolutely want their Civil War. They want their 1776 moment. They want to justify their opinions with nostalgia and purity and all this other shit that is merely a pipe dream, not realistic.
I think that sounds maybe that's our algorithms are different, but I see a lot of peace and love on my side of things. I talk to people all the time. The people that seem the most upset, the ones that sound the most violent, are the ones that are we need to kill Trump. We need to upend the whole system. We gotta
you gotta be careful when saying that stuff, abbreviated or something. TikTok, that is not my opinion. I don't believe in violence. But no, I don't think that's the case. I think Trump talking about hanging 6 members of Congress because of things they said, that's very important when you talk about the president. But when it's just some everyday fool, there's people on both sides that say shit like that. But when we talk about people who we vote into power, those people make it very far high up in the ranks on the right, not on the left.
Okay. Well, again, I'm just not seeing that. I'm not seeing the violence that you're talking about.
Have you seen Trump talk about hanging 6 members of Congress?
Have you been to a Trump rally?
I've seen plenty of them on TV.
Okay. Have you been to a Black Lives Matter protest?
No.
Okay. So I have. And it's you walk around and it's the energy, just the energy. When I talk to people on the left versus the right, that's just my personal, impression. But let's talk about what I would really love to talk about is you're talking about all these awesome countries that, they're very small. They have kind of a monoculture, they're kind of let's pool all our money together and let's give everyone happiness and all this stuff, which is great. But do you really think that would work with a country like the United States? It's so much bigger, that has so many different cultures and stuff.
Yeah, there's nothing about having a lot of cultures that make this impossible. In fact, there are countries that are very diverse that have the same thing. Canada, very diverse country, has similar programs, and they're not homogenous. So
Let's talk about Canada, because that's where I'm from. I'm from Canada. I got family up there. And many people, like my view of Canada from the people I know, my family, is that people are trying to get the hell out of there. Like it is.
that's just, I think that's just rhetoric that you're saying. They're constantly
Okay.
ranked high on most lists.
I mean, there is so many Canadians that have come across the border that have like they're basically trying to they feel like they are getting squeezed because the policies and the laws and the everything. Even when I was just up there, I mean, you could say this is my personal experience.
Yeah, I know. I'm not really interested in that many anecdotes. Like, do you have any good metrics for me to look at? Because we have people leaving America at a very high rate too. 200,000 people have left America pretty recently in the last year and a half. So what's it look like for Canada?
Well, okay, that's a good point. You know, I could get some metrics on that.
Do you guys know, like, you guys are way better at, like, GDP per capita, so you guys have a stronger earning capability. You guys have way better health insurance or health programs. Your life expectancy, I believe, is, like, 4 years longer because of the presence of single-payer health insurance.
I mean, do you know anybody from there? Like, you talk to anybody from there?
I don't really deal in anecdotes, so I can
okay,
we can trade silly anecdotes. Like, you wouldn't give a flying fuck if I told you that I did have a friend. I have a friend that loves the healthcare system. They're doing so good. They love it. They would never trade for anything.
No,
Would you care?
That's what I'd be.
Would you care if I said that?
I would want to. No, honestly, I mean, if it feels like if you're denying like actual stories. I mean, okay, but I understand you want metrics and stuff. So how about this one? How about this? It's illegal to post anything on social media in Canada that has to do with the news. What about what do you think about that? You think we should do that here?
I think that we've already dropped to 63rd place in freedom of press, and Canada probably ranks higher. So I think it's a giant nothing burger. I think that, yes, we probably would have saved some lives if we didn't have some fucking dumb people posting like misinformation about COVID or voting or medicine. I think we would have saved countless lives if that were a thing here. I think it would be
okay.
fine.
But you want to talk about COVID? You think that all that misinformation caused so much problems and that all the stuff coming out right now is all fake news, basically, that COVID shot wasn't really good for us, that they lied to us and all that? Like, you think Fauci was like
I've been up here for
awesome
2 years asking people for actual science, asking people for actual studies, and they have nothing. People on the right have absolutely no idea what a medical study is or how to read one, and there's not a single study you can point to that agrees with the right in terms of vaccines or COVID or science or masking. There's not a single one.
Wow.
Not one.
Wow.
I've been asking for begging for it for 2 years, so you'd be the first if you had one.
Okay, awesome. I was under the impression that even just recently in the last couple months, there was studies coming out that were showing that they were proving without a doubt that the vaccine caused death.
No, that is untrue. And TikTok, that is not my opinion. That is not true.
Okay.
In fact, the FDA just passed up and did not publish a study that proved how effective it was. So no.
Okay. Well, I would love to. That one. I don't know. And again, have you talked to doctors? Like,
yes.
Do you have any friends that are doctors?
I have epidemiologists, virologists, immunologists.
Okay, cool. And so they all
people.
love the shot. They all gave it to their kids. They all love it.
Yes.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. I know that's also anecdotal, but I have just seen the complete opposite
Yeah, I think it's an algorithm thing.
Many.
But when the true test is just looking for medical studies, and that's where the proof is. So if you have an actual medical study, you're welcome to go find me one, but you don't. So
Okay, awesome. I would love to look that up for you. And like you said, the other guy, you can use ChatGPT and Google, and I'm sure you can find some studies there. There's definitely stuff out there that's against the official narrative that, oh, this shot was so good for us, but whatever.
there's really not. There's nothing. There's nothing but a few social media posts, mostly Russian bot farms, that perpetuated all this misinformation. Republicans died at a 15% higher rate. Most Republicans have turned completely anti-science and literally into flat earthers because their distrust in science goes that far now. So I just don't think that that's a narrative.
That's based on stats too. That everyone's flat earthers now.
2% of your party is flat Earth. Yes.
Can you say anything good about the right? Let me ask you that. Is there anything good about Trump?
I think he accidentally does a few good things every once in a while. He accelerated the use of psilocybin in medical studies. He downgraded the M drug from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. Both things I think anybody kind of could have done, but I think Trump is the biggest shit stain on our presidency or in our history since, I don't know, you name it. Andrew Garfield.
Yeah. Okay. That's cool. Like, I can kind of tell if somebody has like nothing good to say, that they're not like in good faith. Like I could say plenty of good things about everybody on either side. I think. Do you think? Let me ask you this. This is one thing I find with people on the left that like I feel that I really stoked, first of all, that you can like put yourself out there and like want to have a conversation, because I felt like everyone in the left from in my circles and stuff, they wouldn't have the hard conversation. So I just want to say like kudos to you and like respect to you for that, and your stuff, man. Like you're citing all these things and these percentages and whatever. So you're very smart. Like I love it. But let me ask you this, like, do you really think that, I think in your view of the world and that we can do better, right? Do you think that human nature can change? Like, do you think that's evolving? Because like part of the thing that draws me to like conservatism is like, this is the way people are, and we're not gonna change incentives that people have. For example, like you give people more money for free, they're gonna work less. Like you're gonna things like, what I'm saying? Like there's certain things about human nature, and I'm wondering, do you think that human nature has evolved over all these years and that we're different now, and that we have a better, like we can be more moral and all these things without religion, without law, without stuff? Like we don't need this stuff anymore. Like what's your view on that?
I think that, I don't know, kind of what you're alluding to is like maybe that we could go with more or less safety nets and that people will have better outcomes. I don't think there's any science to prove that. I think that people are just as malleable now as they used to be. I think that people are just as easily susceptible to propaganda or misinformation. As we were 5 years ago when the whole world was convinced, or half of the United States was convinced that COVID was even just like a conspiracy or some shit. There's nothing that you could point to me that demonstrates that to be true, but people absolutely can be fooled into thinking that, and possibly can't have their minds changed. And it's just as hard as convincing somebody that pigs can fly. But no, I don't think that we're going to be better off today now if we remove things like SNAP or Social Security or Medicare or Medicaid. There's nothing that says that is better. I think there's just some really rich billionaires that have every incentive in the world to get you to believe that, to get you to expand the class that's in poverty, or have more kids than you can afford so that they can exploit you even further, or I don't know, to cut education and to cut teen pregnancy or sex education programs so that people slip up and have children and then lock them into pregnancy with anti-abortion laws, so that they can have a worker class, so that these rich people can get richer. I think that's literally
Sure,
it's that simple. And when you start to dig
Like there
into
always
things,
will be rich. There always will be rich people. Would you agree?
yeah, sure, sure.
Okay, and there always will be people that want whatever they say. What they really want is power, and what they really want is to be on top. Like no matter what, even if we had this great socialist country, there's going to be a class of people that are corrupt, that are taking from the weak, that are getting more than everybody else. Right? There's not going to be a government where that is possible to have like total equal distribution of the wealth and everything else all perfect, right? Like we're going to have some kind of balance, right?
Yeah, but I also don't think that like you can tax someone who's so rich into not being rich. I don't think that's a thing. I don't think that we'll ever get to a point to where like you can start justifying ripping people off of healthcare or off of SNAP or off of benefits. I think that any person who's believing in that and is for that is just heavily propagandized.
Sure. So how about yourself? Do you think you're heavily propagandized at all?
No, I think that I don't have like a politician that I listen to. I don't even have a group of politicians that I listen to. I look up arguments, I look up statistics, I look up data that support my beliefs. I think that I'm fairly moderate politically when looked at on the world stage. In fact, I am conservative compared to most countries on the world stage, most countries that are more successful than us.
So, okay, so then what is your read on, like, let's talk about COVID again. This whole thing where they said, you know, they were trying to protect the children, and so they didn't let kids go to school. Like, when you research that, are you like, okay, that was oversight, that, you know, that we were wrong about that, there wasn't any data about that, that was stupid, we should have let the kids go to school? Or what do you think, like, for example, what do you think about that?
So I agree that I think that precautionary measures were taken and maybe were overdone when we talk about kids being vaccinated or kept out of school. I think the rates of mortality for kids to have these sicknesses was very low. But you're also talking about bringing kids to class to create super spreader events that when you brought them home, they got your grandparents sick to where they would die.
Right, but then they're like, those same people were like, you know, responsible for the death of all these people inside of old people homes, right? Like, they literally, like, that people were getting locked in there, and everybody in there is getting sick. I mean, those are the same people saying, "Don't kill your grandma." It's just kind of ironic.
Yeah, but if you got vaccinated, you're less likely to go to the hospital. I think you're 12 to 14 times less likely. And the fear mongering that took place, like I have a stepfather, he is going to literally die because he is so fear-mongered with the anti-vaccine rhetoric, because he needs a kidney transplant, and he will not be able to get a kidney transplant without getting the COVID vaccine still. He will just fucking die, and there's no science, there's no data that I can show him now that will make him unthink that.
Dude, I'm so sorry, man. That is a tough place. My wife had a head injury, and we had like all these things happening at once. We went into the hospital, and she was negative for COVID. We went in there, and within a day they're like, she has COVID. She's in the COVID ward. We're putting her on a respirator, and they basically, the nurse told her, you are going to die. Like at one point, she was so without hope, this nurse, and they wouldn't let us visit her. So that was my experience of COVID, and literally like they would give her drugs without talking to me. Like they were doing all kinds of stuff, and I was like fighting tooth and nail to keep her off the respirator, because what I was seeing was that this is killing people. This is like the straight, you know, you put that up there, and they're not getting off of it. And
the respirator?
So, yes.
Yeah, so dude, this is a double-edged sword. It just so happens that yes, if your fucking oxygen levels are 5 or 10%, you're gonna die with or without a respirator. And it just so happens that when you get on a respirator, you're very close to death, and you just are going to die. Probably, you might die. And taking that respirator off, you're going to die.
I mean, there's lots of different treatments, like putting them on their stomach and these kind of things that we discovered and we were researching. And I was fighting with the doctors. And of course, I'm telling them, hey, look, you're a doctor. I'm not. I know nothing. It's like when I'm talking to you. You know all these stats and all these things. But look, this is my wife. This is what I'd like. And then they were like, okay, this is a difficult person, but she went in there without COVID, and long story short, they wouldn't give her, like, the food they were feeding her was crap. They would not give her simple things like vitamin D. They would not give her simple, like,
I don't know. I trust
vitamins.
experts. I trust doctors, and I think that people made very bad decisions. Start trusting social media and wacky doctors. I think people with insane beliefs, like wacky doctors that were political hacks,
But who
their
are you to say what's a
misinformation.
wacky doctor?
People who go
I'm
against.
so curious about it.
Yeah, so people who go against the grain and go against what science has proven, their misinformation spreads 7 times faster than the truth.
Well, let me ask you this. What is it called when someone says, trust the science? And where science, the scientific method is naturally to have debate, naturally to show data on both sides to air it out. And then you have these people saying, trust, what do you call that when they're literally making people feel dumb for wanting to have conversations and for like wanting to debate? Like doctors, okay, one group of doctors, they're called the wacky ones, and these ones, they're all called the right ones. Like, what do you call that? Do you call that science?
One is pushing evidence-based science. The other one's pushing online presence, social media presence.
Okay, well, what I saw was that they were giving full, like, they're going to tell us what it is without the science before they even had any of the science or any of the data. They had a narrative. They were pushing it. That's what I saw. You know, it's like when all the governments and all the corporations and all the politicians are all saying the same thing, and they're like, there's no room for debate, there's no room for any of this. Like, that's not a red flag for you? Like, doesn't that sound like all the people in power or I mean, you can tell, man, like, that was a hard time that kind of made me feel like, oh my gosh, man, like,
again, yeah, like again, like I think the truth still lies in the numbers and the medical consensus and the scientific consensus, and the entire world. Not a single country has turned around and go, you know what, we really fucked up. Not a single country has done this. There's still conspiracies floating around with Dr. Fauci and all this other shit. I think it's all irrelevant. I think it's all noise. And I think when we look at the actual data, the people who were right are the people who survived. They're the people who eradicated COVID first, like New Zealand. They eradicated the absolute fuck out of COVID. They had like 3 cases a day while we were having a 9/11 every single day because they had a 96% vaccination rate. There's nothing you can say besides cast doubt. Right? There's no data you can show me that goes, well, there's an actual population of people who didn't get COVID vaccinated and who saw better results. You don't have that.
Well, I believe there was countries. I believe there was, and this has been so long ago, but I do believe there was countries that did not shut down. That did not, like, what was it? What's that start with a B? Like Burma or something? Like, they did not shut down. They let it pass through, and within a couple months, it's like everyone's over it. You know, so maybe this is something I could look at better, and
maybe you can go find a really good example and get well read on it and then come back. But yeah, I don't think that I've ever had anybody come to me and be like, listen, being hospitalized and dying and letting this virus eat away at your population and spread and mutate, by the way, because having more hosts and having a larger pathogen load allowed it to mutate faster. None of this points to like better outcomes. So,
well, I respect this conversation and that you're willing to you're willing to talk about things, and I just want to live in a world where like we can have conversations. You know, like I have not seen. I'll say it like this. A lot of division that I've seen has come from people saying things like this. Oh, I can't even talk to you. Like, I can't believe we're even having this conversation. And they'll say things like the wacky doctors or the whatever. And if I were to show a study or if I were to show us something, they would immediately just be like, you know what? Or let's say I started gaining a little ground or I had a good point, they would immediately shut it down. And, it was very rare in that time, and I think even still to have a conversation where people are open-minded and considering things. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I don't agree with I think we have different perspectives on a lot of things, but we have different life experiences. Like, do you have kids?
No.
Okay. So like sex education, when you say that, like you can understand that means something different to you than it does to me. Right?
Sure, and I think
Because
that left to the parents, we've seen the results, and we have the data for that. So, all the
so do you
Bible
think
Belt.
can data be like farmed, and we're gonna look at this data and ignore this data, kind of like how you said the FDA just like threw out this thing that was going to prove this. Like, do you think that happens regularly, or do you think that all the data you get is just awesome?
No, I think that when we look at the absence of anything conflicting with this data, I think that you'd have a hard case to make. But it makes sense to me that the Bible Belt, the people who don't want to teach teens about teen pregnancy or about sex ed, also just so happens to be the capital of teen pregnancy. Just makes total sense to me. Also, this perpetuates the narrative or the way that people sexually assault their children or family members. So I think it's like 35% of child sex abuse survivors have been bad touched by their close family members. And without an outside party intervening and saying, hey, this is a difference between good touch and bad touch, they don't know how to communicate that or how to conceptualize how that might be wrong. And it takes years or decades for that to come to fruition. We can easily see how teaching kids that early is better. Like age appropriate sex education, I think, is far better than letting some weird deviant parents who are indoctrinated into Mormonism or some weird fucking Christian sect to teach them their weird version of what sexuality is.
Okay, like I am a Christian, right? And I have like 3 daughters. And so like when they go to school to learn about sex education, and they go to learn about contraceptives and they go to learn all this stuff, like I beat the teachers to it because I'm like, I want to be the one to have these conversations because I care about my kids. I don't want them to like go out there. And so like when they're pushing certain books, when they're pushing certain policies, when they're saying certain things, like I'm going to be educating my kid, like to almost vaccinate, let's call it, to vaccinate them against certain ideas and certain things. And what do you think about that? Like, I'm a free citizen. I have the right to my own religion, right? So would you think, I mean, you could think I'm wrong, you could think I'm crazy, but do you have any disagreement with that? Like that a parent can
If you want to supplement your
kid?
child's sex health with some extra stuff, sure. But I think there should be a bare minimum that's learned at school, and it should not be optional. I think for the safety of your child, for the safety of everyone's children, I think it should not be optional. I think you're welcome to supplement your child's sex ed with whatever else. But
sure,
do I think that, in my head, learning like how humans might be made of clay and that we're all derived from 2 different humans, like that is all things that could confuse and would not reconcile with like the truth of science. So I think they should be given both ideas at the as early as possible, so that way they're not just extremely indoctrinated and have to decide one day to completely disbelieve science or completely disbelieve religion.
Right, like if it would probably cause some confusion too if I said, hey, you can be a different gender according to how you feel, but your sexual orientation, that's something you can't choose. That's something that you're born with. That's pretty confusing. Like,
I don't know.
I tell my kids, like, hey, you know what? If I said there's some people that struggle with all kinds of things, and this is the truth. You are born a female, and that's how God designed you, and God loves you, and you're perfectly and wonderfully made. And
cool.
So, we don't hate people. We're not going to frown on people. We're not going to judge people. But like, we're going to love everybody, but this is who you are. This is the truth.
Cool. So we have nothing but data that shows that people who are hard forced, like, hey, you are this, have repressed feelings, and they grow up to be maladapted, and they're not they're kind of discouraged from discovering themselves or expressing themselves. And I would much rather say, hey, you are whatever the fuck, whatever, you know, like if you feel this way, it's not a bad thing. It's not good, bad, right, or wrong.
Yeah,
I think
you
that's
think
fine.
you think you're a cat. That's fine.
That's
Like
not something.
I'm a teacher, right? I'm a teacher, so I had a student come in licking her paws and meowing, and so hey, that's what you feel like. That's fine, and like that's what you are. And now you're a cat. Now I'm gonna feed you cat food. Now is that what we're gonna do?
No, that's
That's
silly.
ridiculous.
That's a misnomer.
Right.
So, for the same instance, I don't think I want my children thinking that talking snakes are real, and you know all of that. There's no science that shows there's a healthy like outcome for like clinical lycanthropy, like what you're talking about. But I would say that there are healthy outcomes for people knowing what gender is. Like usually your kid, a person knows their gender or starts identifying their gender between ages 3 and 7. And that is truth. But for you to prescribe them like, hey, you're a straight female and be like, oh, the boys are going to.
said that. That's not what I said.
I bet you do say, hey, the kids, you're going to be a heartbreaker one day. Some boy is going to be very lucky and you're going to fall in love one day. And putting that pressure on somebody who might not be straight, I feel is harmful.
I mean, when kids, before kids are even like teenagers, they don't, you think they can decide that? Like, I like to put this in that hole, and you know what I'm saying? Like,
I don't think
like,
they sexualize
when
it
they're
until
kids,
puberty, but they can actually have a fondness of it, or a desire to be a certain gender. So I think what you're doing is hypersexualizing hetero.
I mean, I think kids
behaviors.
just like a kid wants to, like, we're playing house and I'll be the mom or I'll be the dad. Like, I don't think we need to read into that. Like, they're playing, they're kids. It's like they're like, just like saying, I'm a cat, I'm a dog, I'm saying, the mom. Like,
so see what you did there? Like you're totally fine with them playing house and one being a mom and dad, and you don't think of like holes and like phallic objects when you talk about that, but you do think about sex when it comes to like homosexual nature?
No. I think if they said, like if I said, oh, do you like girls? Like you're 6 years old. Oh, you're lesbian? Like, oh, okay.
Oh, you're
like
straight?
girls.
Do you like boys?
Oh, I mean, like,
how is it different?
I think it's okay to have a social norm that, like, our human race, it keeps reproducing. It's not like once in a while our human race, like, just goes man on man and woman on woman, and like,
so
and we just
you do have a
out.
bias that leans towards straightness.
I for sure have a bias, right? I mean, just like every animal.
That's what causes people to be repressed. So, like, if one of your daughters does come out to be gay, they would be less likely to tell you. In fact, they're probably more likely to be homeless if they did tell you.
Okay, well, I'm sure you have all the stats for that. But my girls can, you know, like I tell them all the time, you know what? Like there's a categorization, like all the rules and all the laws and all the everything. It doesn't matter as much as loving each other and being there for each other, right? So it's like, you know, we can have disagreements about things, and I want you to know you can bring anything to me, just like we can have a hard conversation about this, right?
And it's
like,
beautiful and all, but
like,
I don't think they'll believe you if you have an actual bias towards gay people.
Okay, well, you can choose to not believe me. That's fine, and you can, you know, that's your right. But the conversations that I have with my kids are like super open, super loving, and like I'll check and I'll say, hey, you know I'm serious, right? And like you know this, right? So I mean, and again, I might find out that this all blows up in my face, but let me tell you what, man, I've grown up with a lot of I grew up in the musical theater. My mom was in the musical theater. I was around all these people. I lived in many liberal areas. I have many gay friends. I have many I've grown up with a lot of and seen lots of people and I could tell you all my anecdotes that you don't care about. But what I found is that people that have confusion over their sex or their gender or their sexuality, like these people have had like horrendous things happen to them when they're little. They were unprotected. They were unloved.
That's not true either, man.
You know,
in fact, I think the number one place that you would almost certainly see horrendous things happen would be church. I think 12% of all kids who experience SA see it from a member of the church. and then the, 35%
terrible.
more members of your family, and 67% of all child SA victims are by Republicans, and I think it's 12% by Democrats. So I think that you casting a worldview on them without their input will most likely give them some sort of maladapted life direction, and will
Yeah.
ultimately come out to be some sort of repressed person when they're
Right, but that's okay.
unfearful of exploring that side and then easily going, nah, not for me. I think it's far better.
I just wish you could meet my kids, you know, like, or have some anecdotes, you know, like hang around some families and kind of like the parents who say like, oh, my kid is trans and their kid is like 7, like, I'm sorry, but like nobody likes those parents. And they're like, are you sure, dude? And everyone is cringing and going, oh, okay, cool. And we're all trying to be loving and accepting. But then inside we're going like, dude, what the hell are they doing
And
to that kid?
30 years ago, having a kid and admitting that they're gay is also something that people look down on. And we're slowly undoing that stigma, and we're maturing as a society. But the science all points to the fact that that could very well possibly be the case, that kids between 3 and 7 can absolutely have gender dysphoria to a point where they kill themselves.
So, okay. Well, we're talking two different things, like sexuality and gender, right? I mean, it's easy to lump them together now, but like, do you have gay friends? I assume you do.
Sure.
Okay. Ask them what they think about the whole transgender thing. Ask them what they think about all this other stuff. And like, they're totally different issues, right? Like, these people are not all the same. It's not a monolith. Like, you know, all this stuff. Like, we lump them all together and we're like, oh yeah, da da da. But like, the truth is everybody has struggles. Everybody has opinions. Everybody has things. Like, lesbians and gays don't get along. Like, this is a stereotype, of course, but like, you know, my gay friends would be like, oh, she's such a dyke or whatever. Like, I don't want her around, you know.
You can't say
It's
that.
like,
I
can't say any of that. Okay.
No, I got TikTok, they're talking about the tool that you cut wires with. Don't be the tool that you cut wires with, chat. You can find those in the TikTok shop. Guys, YouTube, I understand that Fossabot is going crazy. If anybody wants to DM me on Discord and tell me how to turn off Fossabot, because I have no idea how to do that shit. If anybody knows how to turn off Fossabot, please tell me. I don't know how to do it. The person who set it all up is gone. TikTok shop is amazing. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter, you want to debate, hop in the box. Come tell me why you like Trump.
Hey, I sent you an info on like several different methods to turn it off.
Okay.
If you wanted to go over that, I have never set it up before, but I'm sure I can try to help you walk through it.
If I made you like a manager on my YouTube, would you be able to do it?
Potentially, yeah. Maybe, yeah. Hold on, give me a second. Let me get to my computer. Let me just run down the stairs here really quickly.
There's a person.
Okay, let me see here. On YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a second. I'm gonna mute so you guys don't hear me typing.
Guys, when Fossabot gets turned off, you're going to have to go into overtime with moderation. It's going to be wild. So I apologize in advance if you're a YouTube moderator. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Anytime, Taff. Thank you for the donations. And I'm so sorry, guys. I do have to have a really hard time focusing and like acknowledging donations that are asking me to do other stuff, my brain breaks. I'm very fragile in that sense.
I am over in your live right now. Let me do you need me to comment?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Let me. There we go. Okay.
Boom. Okay. Moderator. Managing. Change chat modes. Also capability standard moderators. Okay, we're going to give you a managing moderator role. And DM me your... is it a Gmail address you usually use?
Yes. I can DM it to you as well. Yeah.
Awesome. I'm going to add you to like a managing position.
Okay, give me
Just
1 second.
promise not to...
I'm not gonna do anything to your stuff.
I know.
Yeah, let me. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Let me pull this up really quick.
The Missouri farmer guy got exposed by Matt Nemo earlier. The guy that says that you can't grape your wife. Oof.
Let me make sure this is. Does it need to be the Gmail that's attached to this account?
Probably not. It not even. It honestly can be any email account.
Okay, that's the. I just sent it to you.
Studio permissions.
Okay, yeah, I have it. Managing moderator for the channel.
Studio. Dude. Guys, we are growing. Our YouTube's almost at 20K. If you haven't followed me on YouTube, please do. We're so close. Community? Let me go back. Navigate to settings, permissions, and click invite. Settings, permissions, boop, boop. We're going to invite, boop, and gotcha. All right, boop, and you're gonna get manager access. Save. Continue when you confirm it's you.
Yep, working on it. Just give me 2 seconds here.
Oh, it's talking about me. One sec. Joey Raid, welcome, Joey Raiders. I love you, Joey Raiders. Guys, if I have any people that are real big into like health and nutrition in regards to working out, especially if you're a doctor, hit me up in my DMs. I think Doug is. Doug would be a good resource. All right, I got you.
Okay. Let me check my email. Got it right here. Oh yeah, now that I think about it, I think I was actually a manager for Miss Kinsey for a while. I just forgot it for her YouTube channels. Let me go. Let me go on mute and work on this real quick for you.
Okay, you're the best. Thank you.
Yep, I'm gonna try what I can do. Okay. All right, love you too. I'm just gonna stay on mute just in case I have a question.
Okay. What up, Infectious?
Hey, Pickles, if you want to talk to Doug, I'm mod for him.
Yes. And Tickles,
Yeah. Next time he goes online, next time Doug goes online, I'll chat him up and tell him to hit you up.
Yeah, tell him to hit me up. I might even just ping him too. I should have thought about that earlier. But yeah,
You probably follow him already, don't you?
Yeah, I do. We're Michis.
Yeah. He'd be able to give you some good pointers and stuff like that. So
Awesome. Yeah, I am sciencing the absolute fuck out of my fitness and my health. And I just need some extra guidance.
he can definitely help you out with that. I mean, it's literally what he debates a lot of times. He loves the seed oils debates.
Hell yeah. Hell
So,
yeah.
He's pretty knowledgeable on that kind of stuff, being able to tell you how to get a good balance and, how to count your calories up just right and all that fun stuff. Oh, by the way, I was going to do a little mod announcement, what I was thinking about a minute ago while these guys play around with this. Make sure you guys that are down in the comments, make sure you are checking out Pickles has fucking video content finally. He has short form content. This is fantastic. We have videos to watch and to like and to share and repost. So make sure you're checking out all of his new stuff.
W. Shout out to, I don't know if they want attention, but shout out to my social media manager. And I'm making some content myself too. In fact, my highest performing clip already is mine. The only one. But yeah, I appreciate you guys. If you guys want to go and just simply looking at the content and liking it doesn't do good unless you actually watch the content all the way through. So let the video lapse if you're really trying to help. No pressure. But yeah, watch the whole video.
Yeah, let it start on the second playthrough before you flip past it. Just to give it a nice full watch. That gives him the most exposure. It actually brings more people in when he goes live. He's more likely to go on the FYP, so that video content's going to come in and be really important in the TikTok world.
The one I made was the Grand Platinum one, and the subtitles are too low on the screen, so next time I know better. But that's the only video I've made.
I gotta say, I've been really, really impressed with Oscar. He put a good team together really fast and started putting out a lot of content right away.
Yeah.
So I've gotten him a lot of good exposure.
I'd love to know, like, if I could afford that, honestly. But I don't know what he's doing in that regards, but anyway. All right, y'all. The only other person in the requests is seemingly somebody who is from like Gaza or something. So I'm just gonna turn the phone line on, and if you guys want to call in to debate, if you're on YouTube, call the phone number. I'm just gonna get glazed every time I hear his name. It's true. Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Oh, lifelong old school 90s Democrat.
Oh, so definitely not.
Lifelong Democrat who's completely sickened by the state of the Democratic Party.
I would say you have double standards or something.
Well, I mean, Title IX is a big issue.
What is? Oh,
Title IX.
Israel's
attack? Title IX is a huge issue, and Democrats don't give a fuck about it.
You're talking about the border anymore. Title IX?
No, I'm talking about women's rights. Title IX.
I'm thinking of Title VIII. Women's rights.
The right for women to not be segregated based on sex.
Okay, and what are Democrats doing in that regard?
Changing it to include gender identity, which isn't even a real thing.
I think gender identity is objectively
no,
real.
It's not. No,
I mean,
it's not.
It's a social construct, so I mean, just like money is not a real thing.
Reducing the concept of a man and a woman down to a social construct is incredibly sexist. I'm saying this as a gay man.
Cool. Sure. Tell me how this is helpful and how this doesn't take away from the freedoms of like cis women when we talk about adding things like the checking of genitalia or chromosomes. Every time we've done this in history.
No one's gonna be checking anyone's genitalia. You check your doctor's records or do a fucking hair test. It's that simple.
Okay, and adding things to gatekeep like cisgender or trans women out of cisgender spaces, I think it does more harm
We're
to
not.
trans people.
Those spaces are segregated by sex, not gender. Trans women are male, not female.
I understand that, and I agree with you. Nobody disagrees with that. But I'm saying that the people who need protecting are trans men, trans women. Those are the people who need protecting. Do you agree?
Trans men don't present a threat physically to males the way trans women
It's not what I'm
present a threat to
asking you.
females.
Who's more likely to be sexually assaulted or just straight up assaulted? Trans women or men versus cis men or women? Who's more likely?
That's irrelevant. Allowing males in the female spaces is not going to win us an election.
Again,
plus
if
it's
you're just
incredibly
thinking about
sexist and
politics,
detailed.
I'm thinking about outcomes. Who needs protecting? What are you ultimately trying to do by giving people their own spaces? You're trying to protect them, right?
I'm trying to protect women's private spaces.
Right. And what you're doing is causing harm to people.
No, I'm not. Okay, I'm diagnosed with severe OCD and Asperger's. I treat my mental health disorders as my personal issue. I do my absolute best to live my life so that my personal issues don't affect other people's lives negatively. Why is gender dysphoria the only mental health issue where it gives someone the privilege to oppress others' rights?
You'd have to give me the negative outcomes, right? Like, I don't think that's a thing. I don't think that it's happening on a wider scale than the people who are hurt from this type of rhetoric.
It is happening. Fucking Tim Walz is housing males in female prisons right now.
And can you tell me?
Swept the high school track meet last month in California.
So you have one track meet, an outlier, versus the countless. You know, let me finish. Let me finish.
Hundreds of girls.
Let me finish.
No, it's not just a one-to-one. It's not just a one-to-one displacement. She displaced hundreds of female competitors.
Again, you're not gonna sell me on this, right? Because when we talk about trans people, they're 1% of our.
Women's rights don't matter.
Listen,
what you're saying is women's rights don't matter.
You're gonna let me finish, okay? 1% of our population is trans.
It does.
Right?
It takes away their right to fair competition.
Are the people affected less than 1%?
Why are you using this disingenuous fear-mongering tactic?
I think it's you, right? The only
That's never gonna happen.
I think you just pivoted again.
Cheek swab. You do a fucking cheek swab.
I think
you're
pivoting again. Are they winning more than 1% of these championships? Are they even winning 1%?
The women that it's doing harm to? Why don't they matter?
I think you're running from the question. Are they winning more or less than 1%?
So then why are you defending males and female sports? Why are you defending males and female spaces?
I missed it. Did you answer my question or no?
Trans women are male.
Trans women are men. Have you answered my question yet?
Trans women are men.
If you're OCD, you'd have to answer that question, right? It's like unfinished business, right?
What was the question about OCD?
Are trans women or men taking more than 1% of the gold medals?
Trans women are men.
I think that you're just. I think you have transgender syndrome. Can you answer my question? Hello?
Yes. But by allowing males in the female spaces, you are not offering protection to the females.
Who needs protection? The people who are like 6 times more likely to be assaulted, or the people who you can't point out events of them being assaulted?
So Tish Hyman being assaulted in the male's locker room at Gold's Gym a couple of months ago. That didn't happen, huh?
Is it happening?
How about
Is it happening
how
at a
about-
disproportional rate?
Or how about all the high school girls that reported Becky Pepper Jackson assaulting them in their changing room in middle school?
Is it happening at a disproportional rate, or are you just finding outliers?
The problem, the point is that it shouldn't be happening at all, and it's only happening because we're allowing males and female spaces. The point is that it should not be happening at all, and we have gatekeeping laws in place to prevent it from happening. Gatekeeping laws.
What do you think the outcomes would be of a trans woman being in a male locker room with all of the gender affirming care in the world that made them look like a voluptuous trans woman? Do you think that would go well in a men's locker room?
It's her personal issue. It's on her to deal with that. It's not on the women.
So you don't care. So you don't care about trans people.
So all the women have to be made to feel uncomfortable because of her personal life choice. So because someone made a life choice, everyone else around
it's
her.
life-saving care. It's not really just a life choice.
How you choose to deal with your mental health is a life choice.
Yeah, I think that going towards things that reduces your suicidality is not necessarily a life choice. Someone paid to kick you.
Having mental health issue.
W April in the chat for the kick. Goodbye. W. W April. We'll take the next caller. Guys, I'm sorry, that was below the belt when I made fun of OCD, but I don't feel like that's a stigma that people.
Hello, I am back. Okay, so I was able to demod Fossabot, so it should stop doing whatever it was doing. But if you want to officially remove it completely, you're gonna have to do one of two things. You're gonna have to go into fossabot.com and log in. I don't know if you have access to that information. The other one would be to remove it from your Google account that is associated with your YouTube channel. Those are the other two ways to do that.
Basically revoke its permissions.
You revoke its permissions through Google.
Okay.
But it stopped doing anything now, so I think you're good.
Perfect. Awesome. All right. Yeah. Beware, YouTube. We have unfettered modding or unfettered chatting.
You're welcome, Taffy Pod.
The Taffy Bot super chatted $5. Thank you, Artemis. Heart emoji.
Thank you, Taffy.
You're welcome, Taffy. I'm gonna hop down. I'm glad I could help.
Hey, thank you, Artie. Love you.
Yeah, of course. Love you too.
So it should stop doing whatever.
Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
I'm sorry?
Hi, is this a Trump supporter?
Yes.
All right.
I'm sorry, I just been watching and if I'm not mistaken, y'all were just talking to a gentleman that had Asperger's and whatnot.
Sure.
I was just making sure I had the right channel.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't even think that's an acceptable term anymore, so I don't know why they use that.
I don't know Asperger. What is another term for it?
I think it's just a form of autism.
Yeah, autism. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I think both of them are medically valid, but I understand how one they kind of beget the other. It's kind of confusing.
Yeah.
So it should stop doing
like
whatever
that.
it was doing.
Sorry. I'm turning this. I've been watching you debate, for example, the dad, right?
Mm-hmm.
I guess you're really asking about Trump. So let's start with Trump. Do I have all the statistical facts about some things he's done, some things he hasn't done? I'm really more interested in what objective proof do you have that would actually be that he would be, if I'm not mistaken, it says Trump sucks debate.
Mm-hmm.
But do you think have the presidency went to Harris, would it be better or would it be worse? Would it be?
I think it would be a bajillion times better. Yeah, I think infinitely times better. Yeah.
Even though, for the most part, even in her own party, she was bottom of the totem pole.
I think that's a not really meaningful thing to say. I think her policies were great. I think that her character was much better than Trump's. I don't think like the whole world, for instance, would hate us. I don't think she would have put tariffs on the whole world and ruined our trade
Ooh.
relationship with the whole world. We
Well,
wouldn't be
I mean,
fractured from NATO. We wouldn't be strangling Cuba. We wouldn't be attacking Iran. You name it.
well,
We wouldn't be in the middle of a recession almost.
okay. Well, let's try to do each one. As for the Iranian thing, I don't think attacking ships. I think they were attacking Israel. I mean, we watched Israel's dome. The United States didn't attack Iran first 7 months ago. They attacked Saudi Arabia at one point. They've attacked Israel a whole shitload, where we all watched the Iron Dome have to go to work for months on end. Well, for about a month or so before we really decided. We didn't really decide to get involved until they try to blockade the Strait of Hormuz.
At Joanna Van
And
Dickley super
it's
chatted
always been,
$10.98. Why
whether
can't
it's Saudi
everyone in the
Arabia
world live
telling
by a
us,
few good
look,
mottos like
whether it's
live and let live?
Israel,
If you don't have anything nice
most
to
of the
say,
countries
don't
on the
say
planet
anything at
do
all.
not want
And
Thank you, John.
don't
them to
worry, be
grab
happy.
nuclear capabilities, because they believe they're most certainly a terrorist country, right? They support Hamas, they support Hezbollah, they support Gaza.
Yeah, I think there's
And
context to all that. That's very important. But I want to stop you real quick. So
absolutely.
we have Iran struck Israel directly with drones and missiles on April 14th. But this was in response to a suspected Israeli strike on an Iranian consular building in Damascus, Syria, earlier that month. So they've been going tit for tat for a long time. And I think the most damning part of it is Israel is absolutely indiscriminately killing people in the Gaza region, in the West Bank region, in Lebanon, and that is going to cause militant groups to rise up. People who are sympathetic
Absolutely.
to the innocent children being targeted. Literally, they're putting bombs in the shapes of soccer balls out there. I think Israel is absolutely fucking disgusting, and I wouldn't. If I were president, I would cut them off entirely. But
Trump certainly had a problem with them. I mean, even days before he tried to get. I understand you're not a fan. I mean, all of it's mute now because Iran decided to shoot at some people again. But it was also, but I was telling my dad, I think they're getting too big for their britches. Israel, they're getting too big for their britches. They think that the United States is going to back them for everything they do, and I'm right with you as far as Israel getting out of hand. Even Trump said they had got out of hand.
I feel like this was a big problem in the 2024 election where half of us were kind of aware of this, and the other half, more conservatives, were just all gung-ho for supporting Israel. And I think they weaponized the sympathy for Palestine almost. But yeah, I think that every president for the last few decades has been pressured by Netanyahu to attack Iran, and Trump is the only one to give in. And his, son-in-law is very close to Netanyahu. He also seemingly has tons of relationships, and he's in bed with a lot of people in the Middle East. So it doesn't seem like he's doing this for the best of U.S. political interest. It seems like he has a lot of monetary interest in doing this.
The Israel-Iran conflict is I think it's in some ways a lot more nuanced. I understand that after World War II, and I've even argued with my dad, how do you just, the powers to be decide that, hey, we're all of a sudden going to take this land that nobody had anything to do with World War II, but now we're sticking all these people here, and we're going to call it Israel, and we're going to give them borders. And at first, all the Middle Eastern countries were like, yeah, fudge monkeys. You don't do that stuff around here. And Iran has certainly been the topic of the last, 50 years, the stuff that happened in the 70s. And Israel has given and given and given parts of their land over and over and over again to try to keep some kind of peace with Iran. And Iran does exactly what they did a couple of days ago. They just take it too far. They take the mandate, they
Joanna
take the
Van
peace
Berkeley
treaty,
super chatted
and they completely violate it.
$5.49.
Do I
Benjamin
think
Netanyahu should be convicted
Israel
as a
should
war
be
criminal.
there
Thank you, Johanna.
in the begin with? No, but I mean, that's not the world we live in. We live in the world where Israel exists, and most of the Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Yemen, they're pretty cool with it. They're done fighting with Israel. I'm sorry, they're done fighting with Israel, and they're okay at this point. Iran is the only one that's quite bent out of shape still to this day, and I think a large part of it may be religious on Israel's side, not Israel, sorry, Iranian side. But I mean, sometimes you got to give up the ghost. But the Middle East has never done anything but make ghosts.
Agreed. I just don't think Trump is in any way qualified to handle any of this. I think he's profoundly stupid. I think he's the least diplomatic person that's ever ran the country. I think he has no interest in saying what would cause peace or swallowing his pride and doing what's right. He'd be the very last person to do it.
Yeah, he has bartered against India and Pakistan and stopped that.
That's not true. He made a tweet. He made a tweet, and one side promised that it had nothing to do with the outcome.
Okay. My understanding is there's a little bit more into it than that.
India said it had nothing to do with the peace deal that they made. That Trump had nothing to do with it. Trump lied.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's fine. I don't know that Biden ever did any. Biden really never. Like the issue here, as far as I don't know what Kamala Harris would have done.
So Biden had years in foreign affair committees in the Senate. He can point to these countries on a map. He can tell you about their politics. He can tell you about their leaders. He can tell you about the ambassadors. Trump is a game show host who's known for conning people and making money in very gray areas. I don't think that Trump is any better equipped, especially his fucking son-in-law, to go negotiate on our behalf. That's who's doing all this. His son-in-law. I don't think that that's the person I would choose to barter world peace. I think Trump, also being somebody who's constantly agitating people on the world stage, like Italy's prime minister, like constantly causing we can easily see he has no interest in world peace. He just wants to be the loudest person. He demands Nobel Peace Prizes.
He didn't demand it. One of the gentlemen in South America said to give him a Nobel Peace Prize.
But
it
before
was a
that,
meme. We all know it was a meme, and him wearing the king's hat and everything. That was suggested by a South
that causes
American
unrest, though. That doesn't cause peace. Him demanding Nobel Peace Prizes.
That he didn't cause that. The South American person that said he should have been awarded.
Again, no, that's unrelated. I think it was at the very end, yes, that he got a award, or that was forwarded his Peace Prize, but Trump demanding this for years, and I mean years, himself tweeting this, truthing it, saying that he needs a Nobel Peace Prize, and that the Nobel Peace Laureates are crooked and corrupt. And then getting one from FIFA, and then creating his own board of peace that's pretty much consistent of only dictators, brutal dictators, I don't think speaks well to him being peaceful. Trump, you know, doing mass incarceration of people here domestically and sending them into slave trade throughout the world doesn't scream peace to me. I think he has no interest in pacifying the left of this country. He's only memed on them, make fun of them, antagonized them, demonized us.
So as far as the, I mean, you changed subjects sort of on me, but as far as the immigration thing is can you have a country without borders?
Nobody wants a country without borders.
Hey, does every other country pretty much adopt the same class?
Absolutely
as far
not.
as
we are by far
I
the
just
most.
Googled it. Everyone has pretty much. A matter of fact, it's not even considered a country by country. It's considered sort of a national.
Can you tell me a politician
international-
that doesn't want borders? I've never heard of that. I think this is just something Trump has always said, and you just assume that's what we want?
No, it was just something my dad said. My dad said, "You name it. Can you have a country without borders?" And everybody
Yeah.
knows the answer is no.
Nobody wants to do
Right.
no borders. So
Everybody knows the answer is no, right?
yeah, I know nobody wants that. So that's kind of a
So
silly thing to
when
say.
you come over into it was something I was trying to get my point across, is when you have, no matter where they come from, right? Because most of them, a good amount are coming from Mexico, Honduras, Venezuela, a lot of them from El Salvador. There's China. They're coming through the Mexican border, and they're coming into this country.
They're coming the legal way, right?
Illegally.
No, they're coming mostly legal. We don't have an illegal immigrant
So
problem.
if
We have
you
an asylum
if you-
process problem.
So, okay, there's a difference between seeking asylum and then a refugee. The laws are different.
Yeah, refugees are invited over.
Right, but they have due process over in their country before they're allowed to be picked up.
Right,
Now,
and
a
asylees
person,
are allowed to come and claim
Correct.
asylum within 1 year of showing up.
Correct.
They can cross any point of the border.
Yes.
It's US 8 USC 1158.
Yes, but
That's all
the
legal.
problem is they have to be an imminent threat of death. Okay, if you look up, so all you have to do is look it up. I got it right here in front of me. The two main criteria for seeking asylum: one, your country and your life is at immediate danger. In other words, most countries do not actually qualify for seeking asylum. In other words, if this was, a Hutu.
It's definitely not
And,
just death, by the way, and it's not imminent. If you are being threatened because of a protected trait, including race, religion, sexuality,
you have to prove that.
yeah, and you have to do that in court. So we have to adjudicate
So how
that,
many
right?
people do you think? So you get millions of, well, I don't know exactly how many people, but let's just say you got 1 million. I would agree to the fact that it's over that many, but let's just say 1 million people trying to get into this country from all over walks of countries in life. None of the South American countries, although I argue Venezuela is kind of approaching it, but none of them really make that criteria.
It's not true.
For
There's plenty of
asylum.
countries on the TPS list that meet that criteria.
So what TPS list?
Yeah, temporary protective status. It's not asylum, but when Trump left office his first time, I think it was 2
So the
days or
only
1 day
one is
before.
El Salvador, Lebanon, Somalia, Sudan, Syria, and the Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
That's not Mexico. That's not.
But
Belize
that would be
or-
TPS. And then there's also just the fact that you could come from a country where you are being like in Argentina, for instance, if you are far left and they hate you and they threaten you, or if you're in El Salvador and they're trying to turn your sister and your mother into prostitutes, I think that you should be granted asylum.
Yeah, I just don't think the asylum necessarily covers ifs and what ifs and could happen.
Yes, it does. If you prove that you're in threat of your
What is
of
the
your
requirement
safety.
for asylum?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It absolutely
you
does
must
include
be a
that.
It says well-founded fears and against race, religion, nationality,
sexuality,
and political opinions,
yeah,
or membership of a particular
protected
social
trait.
group.
Yeah,
but a process has to be determined.
Exactly, and
right?
that's our
You
asylum
still gotta go
process.
through the process.
And the asylum
So-
process takes place while you're waiting here in America.
Right, except for when the first, if I may, I'm not saying this is good or bad. I'm simply just
You talking about the first
assuring
country
that
rule?
well, when Trump said stay in your country until you're processed.
Yeah, absolutely horrible.
That's okay. I don't see necessarily. I can understand the problems with it. Absolutely.
It
But,
doesn't help
man,
anybody.
what do you
It doesn't
do?
hurt. Like, we don't get anything out of that. In fact, we benefit when these people come. We benefit. Our economy grows. We're in population decline. This is just, the weird effect of nativism and Trump doing his anti-immigration propaganda for 10 years. People just have a knee-jerk reaction to seeing people come to our border. But it is extremely dangerous. Out of the 70,000 people that were affected by Remain in Mexico, I think nearly 5,000 of them were victim of rape, sex trafficking, murder. Like, that is a huge rate of, like...
No, that's absolutely true. I mean, the problem is that there's crime inside that process, right?
Yeah, but when they come here,
the
they're much
coyotes.
safer. So...
Right. Yeah. I apologize. I was thinking in the assumption that they made it here because of that, and then the country kind of saved them from that. You understand what I'm saying?
Maybe. Yeah, I don't think that like Mexico should be housing our asylees. That's weird. I don't think they would agree to that anymore. In fact, they said they wouldn't. So.
No. Well, Russia, or I'm sorry, Trump has said, I don't care at this point. I'm going to send them somewhere, and that's where they're going to be.
Yeah, I think that's disgusting. I think it's human rights.
Yeah.
I think we've lost the plot when he's trying to maximize cruelty as a deterrence. We've lost the plot.
So, how about? I can tell you that I for the immigration thing, as far as illegal immigration, I think there's
sure. Like, even if you look at the far left countries in the world, they all also have border laws. They have strong borders. Like, nobody on the left.
They have similar borders.
I don't know how they convinced the right that the left doesn't want borders. I think it's crazy. I think it's silly. We tried to pass a border law when Biden was in office. We tried to. That would have actually directly addressed this permanently. Instead of using cruelty, instead of building giant warehouses and trying to send people to fucking Libya and Sudan and Rwanda and Uganda, we literally could have just had regular ass border laws that were somewhat civil, that didn't, put us on watch lists around the world.
Oh, just as a little side, we're still talking about immigration, but we're also talking about the influence of Trump, maybe the influence of the United States. And possibly the problem, and I can completely understand if you don't want to. I'm diverging here, and I don't know what necessarily. It's a little bit of a point, but the European is seeing a large problem with immigration as well, in that they're literally changing the foundation of, for example, London. Now, London has a huge, England, sorry, England is pushing back to the point where they managed to get their prime minister to resign.
Yeah, I think that propaganda is running pretty strong in Europe right now. I don't think there's any good case you can make or any good fix that they've even proposed. Things like Brexit had a net negative effect. And we're not even close to that, right? We have a 4% population of undocumented migrants. Some of these countries have like a 20% presence. We're
That's
not
because
there.
their population is low.
And
right, per capita, per capita it's way up because they don't have 250 million people or 350 million people in the country.
Yeah, so we're pretty much almost immune to it. And the people that are coming are mostly from south of the border who are fucking Judeo-Christian people. Like, so they're not like the Muslims that they're crying about over there. And I think they're trying to recycle the Islamophobia talking points here. Unironically, it's working.
By the way, I happen to be an oddball in this. I'm center leaning. I tend to lean right, but as far as God nonsense, I don't get it. I don't know how a supreme being would want to create a hell to make himself feel loved by his create. Look, dude, why do you need that shit? Why do you need these little less beings praising you till?
I agree. I think it's incoherent. I think it's silly as fuck too. And 80% of your party or 80% of the right is Christian or religious. And I think that it does heavily influence and take away from their ability to critically think.
I do believe, again, I'm on the right. I'm a gun guy. I like to hunt. I like to fish. I feel sorry for, like, for example, one of the ladies that grew up across the street, right? Their entire family's from northern Mexico. And they came over here, and they came over here before I was born. Anyways, the point is they even had a child named after me, right? The kids were U.S. born, but the parents weren't. And luckily, nothing happened to them. But when you think about, like, these people have been here for the better part of 30 years, for God's sakes, right? Their entire life. I can only imagine what would happen if ICE grabbed a hold of them.
Yeah, I think people need to realize that supporting MAGA in any way removes your ability to say that you're a centrist at all. MAGA is as far right as you can possibly go politically. I always challenge people to tell me one policy that would move MAGA further right. There's not one without like just mass unaliving people.
Nope, I do believe that Trump is. I kind of already know your view because I've been watching. Because, for example, one of the things. Now, I've looked it up. Trump has indeed brought thousands of jobs, tens of thousands.
That's very
hundreds
little.
of thousands of jobs.
Very, very little.
One of the things in my particular realm is he fought and actually won. Well, I guess, okay, so was he directly responsible? No, but then in this big, huge thing, who's really responsible? But anyways, one of the problems that he had a hand, whatever hand you want to call it, is the John Deere problem. You know anything about the John Deere problem?
They threatened to move to Mexico or China?
No. So they patent all that electronical.
The right to repair stuff?
I have very expensive equipment. The small equipment doesn't have GPS, doesn't have all these things. And the only way to work on, just keep in mind, I bought it. It's mine. I paid $500,600 for it. So I own the tractor, but up until about 2 years ago, I couldn't work on it. I'd have to call John Deere for them to sometimes just come in and reset the computer. And the problem we have as farmers is we only have sometimes 3 days to pull up hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of wheat or soybeans or corn. We can't be sitting there with our combine not working and waiting for some jackoff to come down from it. Did I mess up?
I think that the left is the one who wants to do that stuff, right? Like right to repair.
Yeah, it's well. I can tell you, most farmers. It didn't matter where you sat. Most farmers say, "Hey, I bought this equipment, and I can't work on it." I mean, that's the fundamental. Like, we're farmers. We work on our equipment. We try to make it work. We go out and we harvest the food, and we bust our overloving asses off. And now we're being held to these little things that it can stop us from even getting in our own equipment and making a livelihood, right?
Listen, I get that. That sounds like a nice, that's very bipartisan. I just Googled it. Like, I think both sides very overwhelmingly
I think you're
argue
correct. I think,
for right to repair. But the truth is, like, Trump has fucked up. Farming bankruptcies are up, skyrocketing. I think they're up like 47% since Trump has taken office. His wars with tariffs, his trade wars, have completely fucked y'all over, and we're constantly trying to bail y'all out, which I guess that's fine. That's fine. But I just feel like it's so shitty that farmers continue to vote right against their own interests. I think it's so silly. They don't realize, ironically, y'all are the most subsidized industry like ever, and blue states, blue cities have to pay that bill.
Subsidized. We've been subsidized before. We were subsidized in the 80s.
Yeah, I know. But
I lived in Alvin. We worked for Rice Tech.
Yeah.
We were given hundreds of thousands of dollars not to make rice, and this is year 1989.
Yeah, I get that, but listen,
Yeah,
who's
so
the party of sending subsidies? Who's the party of actually making the United States more fluent, like more solvent? It's the left. The right has bankrupted the absolute piss out of our country. They're fucked up the relationship with trade with every single country on earth. There's no reason, especially if you just look at the economy. The right cannot do the economy at all. They're ideologues, and they can't get past their feelings when making economic decisions, and they fuck it up. They fuck up the economy every single time. You can play around with ChatGPT all you want right now. I know you're doing it, and ask who's better at the economy, the left or the right. They'll just straight up tell you it's the left. It's the left. There's no argument to be made.
Who is better at the U.S. economy, the left or right? Because I didn't actually do it. So now, since you insisted that I was, now I will.
Yeah.
So, says for the left, supporters of the left Democratic point from the economic policy issues showing that average annual GDP growth has historically been higher during Democratic administration, alongside faster job creation and a tendency to learn from economic crisis. They typically prioritize. Sorry, I do have a little dyslexia.
You're good.
Investing in the middle class, supporting small businesses, and using government spending to stimulate recovery.
Yep.
Yeah. So I'm I try to be.
It's like not even close. It's not
fair.
even close. ChatGPT and AI models try to be as like bipartisan or not politically leaning as possible, but it will even go to try to give them a point and say, oh, some will say that the left creates a little bit more what's it called, inflation. That's about it. And
It's
the only argument to be
it's
really had there, there's nuance there. You can ask to break down the causes of inflation, and a lot of it's from
yeah.
right-leaning policy that just lags into left-wing administrations. It's if you just cut through all the noise, cut through all the bullshit, you vote left for a better economy. And just so happens that also gives people more consumer protections. It gives people more civil rights. People who follow the Constitution more closely. People who don't try to undo constitutional amendments with fucking executive orders. People who don't pick fights with our allies like Greenland and Canada and Panama. We're better in every single way. I just don't. I'm so tired of hearing about all these like silly things like right to repair. Like that's on both sides, man. That's on both sides. Look at the real stuff. Look at the fucking meat and potatoes, because that is nothing.
It does say, however, many economists would argue that that the whole thing has nothing to do with the president of the United States.
Yeah, but the policy driven,
Yeah.
like think about how you have your hands tied behind your back when you're a conservative, right? You're pigeonholed into literally just doing nothing but deregulation and tax cuts. That's all they will do. Everything else is demons. Everything else is socialism, communism. Ooh, you know, they have no tools in their toolbox.
There are issues. I mean, we all know medically, I happen to have a congenital heart defect. But I also know that countries that have socialistic healthcare, which is a lot of them outside of the United States, they often die because they can't get into the doctor because they're so booked that even preventative medicine.
I think that is super naive. There's millions of Americans who just die because they never get an appointment. Like I haven't had insurance in 12 years. I'm one of those people.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue, because I was a kid when Biden. I say a kid. I was your age when Biden came out with the Obama health care. Originally was going to force anyone from the age 18 up to pay a penalty if they didn't get at least
that would make it
Obamacare.
solvent. Yeah, you got to make it solvent. Every single country that has in the top 50, we are 50th place in medicine. Every single country above us, 49th through first place, have a single-payer healthcare system. The number one, which is Sweden, has heavily subsidized, like nonprofits running these things, and they have tons of innovation. They're number one in like every single metric. We are nowhere close. So all of these silly outliers that you're talking about.
Heart transplants in the world.
Heart transplants?
Yeah, it's the United States specifically.
Cool. We should subsidize it. We should make it to where everyone gets one that needs one.
Well, it doesn't necessarily work quite that easily. You have to have a compatible heart.
Okay, well, still, I think that is one of very like 1,000 issues where you might say, oh, we are specialists in one area, but there are other countries who have nothing to do with the United States and its shitty health system that specialize in other things.
System in the world.
We pay twice as much, and we get half as good of the outcomes.
Houston is the second. Taiwan, for some reason, Taiwan is up there, but Houston has the second best medical care on the planet. The medical facility in Houston is
for hearts,
almost for every just medical care, trauma care, burn care.
Cool. If you can afford it, I'm sure it's great.
Well, that's the thing. If you can afford it, you get seen and you get cured.
That's horrible.
If you live in a substance, I guess, and again, it's I'm trading apples for oranges, and I'm gonna
Can you
at least
imagine all of the
concede to
things that
that.
come alongside having a single payer healthcare system? We'd immediately see things like poverty decrease. We would see people who live under bridges with mental health problems decrease. We would see people who 63% of all bankruptcies are because of medical debt. And then we talk about people who just fucking kill themselves because they're in such big financial trouble. That's also one of the leading causes. But all of those things would go away.
Well, to play at least, let's. I'm going to play a little bit of more thought experiment or what would happen because I don't really know, but I have an understanding of the history behind what happened as far as why there's private health care. It started with Blue Cross Blue Shield as a hospital. They perked their. This is like 1901. They perked their employees with health care, and the whole thing exploded. That's just to make the sort of the basis of why the entire, then they realized they could do it to just anybody and everybody, and then you have Humana and healthcare. All the branches are the companies that make out private healthcare. But imagine tomorrow, and I don't know exactly what this would look like. I don't think either one of us know, but I can think of some problems. If you were to go to straight socialistic healthcare, I'm not saying that socialistic healthcare is bad or good. I'm just talking about the logistics of changing it. Everybody in the insurance field, which is, I don't know, I think it's somewhere around 300,000 people. Well, they no longer have a job. They don't have a job.
Let me dismantle that really quick. We would start with the oldest, and we slowly roll it out to younger and younger groups as years go by.
Okay, so hey, yeah, absolutely. I was curious to what it would look like. It would be a slow transition.
Mm-hmm.
And what do you project the amount of time it would take?
10, 15 years.
Yes, and given that it's a socialistic healthcare, one of the issues that doctors and nurses have is now they're not being paid nearly as much as they used to be. Right. For example, my doctor for one of my heart transplant, or one of my, it was called Fontan revision, big open heart surgery, is about $600,000. Now the insurance paid most of that, but in a socialistic environment, he would not get near that much money.
Yeah, but he would have
He
2 or
just
3 times
leave-
more patients, so it would come out in the wash.
Wouldn't that suggest that he would be overworked and not be able to? Because you can only do so many 15-hour.
Then there would be a bigger market for doctors.
Yes, but not all. This is the beauty of this. Is something I absolutely know. Not all doctors are the same.
Sure, but what you're
When
talking about
the
is demand being displaced from insurance companies to, like, and then you're saying, oh no, all these doctors are going to need all this extra help. Well, I don't know, 1 + 1 = 2, right? Like, these people able to laterally move to somewhere else in the medical industry, do patient intakes, help do transitional periods for these doctors' offices who get 1 or 2 or 3 or 4, like 6, $500,000 heart transplants a year, to having double or triple that and being able to manage that.
Yes, but Dr. Frank Fraser did my last heart surgery. He's world renowned. The man is Mozart. There are few people. Matter of fact, he actually came up with the surgery and is now teaching people at Baylor. He's in his mid 70s now. He is Beethoven. He's Mozart.
Cool.
He's the guy. There isn't. You see what I'm saying? You can only have so many professional basketball players because you can't teach talent.
Cool. So he could be that one guy that
We can't. He's
that.
growing old and he's
All right, so
in
this
his
is not even worth
low
talking
70s.
about. So he's gonna die, and there's no more Mozart, so we're good.
Well, I'm not saying that you. What I'm saying is there's. You said there'd be more. You said it'd be a wash. Said there'd be more patients.
Mm-hmm.
Well, again, there's still huge honking surgeries. I mean, some of the surgery, like my heart transplant surgery, is heart and liver transplant. I was born with congenital heart defect called the transposition of the great vessels. I only have half a heart. I have a ventricle and an atrial valve. Technically, the two ventricles have been made into one. And this particular surgery is going to be a 20-hour surgery. Well, that's not even 365 surgeries.
Cool. Again, the people who are good will stay booked. The people who are good will never have a lapse.
That's not necessarily how it works in a socialistic medic.
Well, I'm sorry to say, but when we do collective collective bargaining, we get far better outcomes for half the price. So, for instance, if this doctor gets only 1 or 2 patients and only half of the insurance companies are in his network, versus another doctor who of the same skill would get twice as many patients because they have twice as many people in their network, these two doctors see the same amount of profit. They see the same amount of revenue, and there's an equilibrium there. So there still is a market. It's not exactly socialist in that sense. It's just like I used to be a roofing contractor. I used to go and I would be able to...
I do medical insurance.
I'm sorry?
I work for DST, Diagnostic Services of Texas, which
Cool.
is a private company that does medical insurance.
Cool.
I work for hospitals,
Cool.
private.
I used to be a
So I have a little
license.
bit,
I used to be a license adjuster. I used to be able to negotiate with insurance companies and get them to pay as much as I possibly could for a like roof replacement. And the truth of it is,
it works in the medical field.
what you can negotiate, right, with the insurance company,
No.
say, hey,
So what happens in the medical field is if I'm a doctor and I want Humana, okay, so Humana does negotiate, but it's finite.
All right, then we're talking
In
the same
other
thing.
words-
Same thing.
No, it's not individually. It's finite. For the time that Humana is going to cover that particular doctor. Not only that, it's also regulated by, sorry, my dyslexic head is getting in the way. I have it.
I think let me finish my example before you start jumping into
Absolutely.
conclusions. Okay.
No problem.
So
No problem.
There's 18,000 roofing companies in the DFW, and they all get paid similar from what the insurance company pays out. So they don't pay you based on whether you're the best insurance or the best roofing contractor. They just pay you what it costs to replace your roof.
Mm-hmm.
Are there better roofing companies out there than some others? Yes. Do they stay busy? They are constantly having to expand. Some insurance companies are leveraged harder by certain roofing companies or whatever, but the market is insane. The market is insane, and you can basically, we're milking the teat of what basically would be this like a parallel to the government handing out money for heart transplants or medical surgeries or whatever, medicine. Companies have to compete and be more efficient and do roof replacements better than the next, and it creates competition. It creates a scenario where more people get their roofs replaced.
So the problem here is the person. The person goes to get Humana. Now, the doctor doesn't have to have Humana. The person's going to pay Humana regardless. And then whatever company you have, Medicare ultimately determines what all of them, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Medicare, all
There's
the
just a baseline
insurance.
on the payout.
Exactly.
So
Because
again, that's also based on people who don't pay too, right? So there's like people who don't, like hospitals who have to do emergency care and they don't get paid, and Medicare has to pay those out too through EMTALA, right?
Right.
So that's also rolled into the price that they offer these people for procedures. That would go away, right?
That's for catastrophic. That's for catastrophic surgery. You know, if I get in a car accident and I break my leg,
It's
and I
not
don't
just
have
surgery
insurance.
though. Like it could be anything, any sort of intervention to stop somebody from dying or bleeding out or whatever.
Yeah. But my point is that it has to be emergency medical care. It can't be I skin my knee or I cut my hand, and if it's not life threatening, then you have to pay out of your pocket. Right? It's sort of like the socialistic, like it's a socialistic thing. No matter who you are in the United States, if your life is in danger, nobody cares. They're going to do the necessary thing in order to keep
I
you
guess neither
alive.
here nor there. We're talking about like how prices are negotiated, right? And what costs are absorbed into those prices that are negotiated.
As a contractor, and I'm going to do somebody's roof, my uncle, it's what he did for a living. All right, he's going to get them an estimate, and another company is going to give them an estimate on how to do it. Now, they may go with the cheapest, they may go with the midline, they may go with the guy that was most recommended because of his work. But the insurance adjustment has little to do. It has to do with the amount of money that they may pay the owner of the house back, but the owners can still pay a much better roofing company more money than the insurance is willing to pay for the same roof.
Sure, and there's and every country that you want to point to that where you can say they have socialized medicine, they have supplemental healthcare policies, right? Same thing.
In healthcare, if let's say this particular, so not most healthcare isn't catastrophic. Almost 90% of it. So we have Woodland Sports Medicine. Okay, Woodland Sports Medicine is mostly orthopedic doctors. There's 15 of them. This is just one of the contracts we have. They have their insurance companies that they're contracted with, and the patient doesn't pay the doctor. Patient pays the insurance company. The insurance company decides, hey, I'm going to pay, for example, this is exactly what it is, 99213, which is a regular office visit under 15 minutes, and that's universal throughout. This is Texas, so the insurance kind of does matter where you are, but it's all basically the same. But it's a finite deal. It's only going to pay $362 from the insurance company. That's it. That's all they're going to get, no matter what insurance, because Medicare decided that's all they're going to pay, and because they set the precedent on what can be paid or what will be paid.
Yeah, same thing with roofing.
Insurance companies. So what happens is when a doctor does back surgery and says, okay, this back surgery was $12,000. You know how much they get from the insurance company? $1,500.
All right.
Because they were pre-contracted to only pay, and the patient is only out their deductible.
I get it. And same thing with the insurance with roofing, right? So there's a program called Xactimate, and they take the market value of the labor and materials involved in the replacement of your roof, and you get that. That's it. So same thing. Somebody paid to have you kicked, and you're welcome to come back some other time. All right, you can come back as soon as tomorrow. Okay, but I appreciate talking to you.
I appreciate it too, and I think it was a good conversation. I don't know how you felt, but I certainly didn't mean to offend or anyone. I hope I didn't do that.
No, you're fine.
And stayed within the guidelines of just being a decent human being.
Good convo, man.
I appreciate it.
I hope you have a good night.
Thank you.
Alrighty, bye-bye.
Bye.
W Jennifer in the chat. Jennifer paid over and above what it cost to kick. Love you, Jennifer. Thank you for the $50. Big, huge W's to Jennifer.
W Jennifer, thank you. That was painful. He just kept going and going.
Yeah. Anyways, we're gonna keep going. We've only been live for like 3.5 hours. Chat, if you guys want to kick somebody, or if you just want to donate to the stream and buy me a cup of coffee, or if you want to buy pickles, treats, I have pay-ups in my bio, and a little bit goes a long way. Also, consider becoming a subscriber on YouTube or on TikTok. It's $10 on TikTok, and there's like 3 different tiers on YouTube you can get, and it helps me like pay my bills. It helps me have some like financial security, so I don't have to wonder, you know, how much how much is in there each month. So, anyways, we're gonna go to the next guest. I'm gonna open up the phone line. We have the guy who owns an alligator farm calling in. That should be interesting if he tries again. Praise Jennifer, you're doing the Lord's work. So true. So true. What's up, Hanson? What's up, chat? Guys, today's my first, this is my 3rd day of not going to the gym since I started working out. This is my 3rd rest day. So I've been working out 6 days a week, and I am fucking restless. I want to fucking run through drywall right now. How is my favorite alligator farmer?
Hey, buddy, I'm coming straight up as a normal person this time.
And look at you. Look at you.
Do you want to know who I really am?
Who are you?
Normal guy, like you.
Sound like a normal inebriated guy.
No, I've been just eating chicken wings.
How many cups of chocolate milk have you had?
No, I had chicken wings tonight. I'm not particularly inebriated, but I'm willing to talk to you about who I really am tonight for the first time. So it's up to you if you want to take this opportunity.
Hey, if you want to come out to me, I'd be honored.
Okay, so let's talk. I want to learn about you. I mean, honestly, you're on this show, and I see your tattoos, and you're from Texas, and you seem like a nice guy. And tell us about you. What's your personal life? You know, your wife, kids. What's going on with you? You know, I want to tell you about myself, but you know, it seems like you're not telling us about you.
Well, I'm
Who are you really?
I'm
Who
six.
are you really?
I'm 6'4". I watch anime. I
Wow,
work
you're
out.
a tough guy. You're big. You look small on the screen. Probably kicked my ass.
I work out a lot. I ride a scooter. And I'm awesome as fuck. I don't know.
You ever play basketball? How old are you? You mind me asking?
I'm 37.
Damn, you're much younger than me, dude. No, I look good. If you see me in person, I look really good. And I'm like way older than you. You know, I respect you. All that. understand. When I was your age, I was riding 20-foot waves. So now I'm going to give you a little bit about me. Good wave surfer. Can't do it so much anymore. Used to ride 20-foot waves, you know, buddy.
Yeah.
Now I'm older. I'm almost twice your age, honestly. I do respect you.
Well, thank you.
That's why I called in your show. And I'm actually a liberal thinking type of guy. But I can't do it here. I can't do it where I live. I'm running a business in a very conservative. Maybe we should keep the name and nom in that. That's why I'm Zerlonius. I'm running a business in a very conservative state. If people knew how liberal I was, I think my business would probably tank overnight. Do you understand this?
I don't know.
Again, and my friend, I live in a very conservative state. If people knew how liberal I really was, my business would probably tank overnight.
I know. You never know. You should try it.
No, buddy. It's a business, not a political entity. They told us, here's the thing, my friend. I was super liberal, and I'm not anymore. We're all, like I told you before, you heard it in the thing. Liberals are losers. I don't want to be a loser anymore. That's it. Period.
Well, hey man, I don't mean to say this in a mean way, but you sound like you might need some water and some sleep, all right? So I'm gonna let the next caller call in, okay?
No, you just don't want to engage. It's too complicated for you. Sorry, buddy.
You got me.
No.
You got me.
It's too complicated for you. You lose so many of these arguments for some reason and give up on them all the time. I hope your channel is doing good, but you're just a giver-upper.
I'll take the L here, man. I'll take the L here.
I'm telling you the real truth. I'm telling you the real truth.
Listen,
if you live in a deep red state,
that was me 2.5 years ago, chat. Blackout drunk on a Wednesday. Come a long way, y'all.
What?
And flirting with strangers online. That's what
Oh my god. Yeah, that was a get to know you sesh. That's all. He needs a friend. That poor guy just needs a friend.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I can relate. I used to drink pretty heavy back in high school, but there was about 3 months worth of blacking out pretty much all the time, and I just kind of said, nope, I'm done.
My gosh, I'm back, y'all. I was modding over on YouTube for 30 minutes. That's a whole different beast over there.
Oh, yeah.
Heidi Artemis.
Hi. I sent Pickles an interesting article about the candidate running against Abbott. She wants to give every Texan $1,500 from the rainy day fund. In case people don't know this, Texas has a savings account. Problem is, somebody's been hoarding the wealth like a dragon. Name starts with an A, ends with a T. We have like $24 billion in our rainy day savings account.
The hell?
That we're just like not using. So she wants to give it back to the taxpayers. Like a good portion of that money.
Yeah. Give me some of that.
Yeah, it's just a wild that it's that much money. I was kind of taken aback. So I sent you that article so you could read up on it because I didn't know it was at 24 billion at this point.
Wow.
Did you guys hear about Spain today?
About
What
what?
did Spain do?
Trump can't. No joke. Trump announced today that we are ending all trade with Spain currently because he's pissed about NATO not helping. I mean, originally there was no reason. It took almost another hour after the announcement for him to actually say, "Oh yeah, it's because NATO isn't helping us out." The dude has lost his fucking mind at this
I
point.
thought he wanted to leave NATO. Can he pick?
Oh,
Yeah, the
that's the
Islamic
funniest
Republic
part.
of Japan. There's
That the I said that one to my wife and she lost her mind. But no,
Japan's confused.
the whole funny thing about us not being able to leave NATO, when the Defense Authorization Act was renewed recently, the last time it was renewed, they added a provision stating that we need the majority of Congress to pull out of NATO. And the most hilarious part is, guess who funded that effort? Guess who forefronted that effort?
Trump?
Mark fucking Rubio.
Oh.
Jesus.
Love that.
Rubio spearheaded the focus on requiring congressional approval to leave NATO.
Trump's gonna take back those shoes he gave him.
Yeah, but also, isn't Nicki Minaj doing a wonderful job?
Truly.
Did y'all hear? Yeah, Nicki Minaj is, doing a great job as well in her job in government that no one knew that she had.
Love that. Love that.
It's just every day I wake up and I'm like, what new hell am I going to experience today? And that's what it is. I sent my friend who lives in the UK like a video of a summary of today's events, and they were like, I'm so exhausted. I was like, you're exhausted. We're all unaliving over here, man. You're welcome, Taffy Bot. I don't know how you handle it over there. People are spicy.
Oh, hey, real quick, Pickles, did you get that DM I sent you?
I did. What was it about again?
It was about somebody staying out of drama.
Do I need to know about it? I don't want to know about it.
You don't want to know about it now.
Did you send it to my main account?
Yeah, I sent it to your. Did I send it to this one or the other account? I think it was this one.
Oh. Oh, okay. Radstorm, thank you for the $2. Says calling Zelensky President Putin repeatedly. And MAGA will still unironically come up here and tell us how much of a buffoon like Biden was when he spoke. Dude, Trump.
I think I figured out one of the problems that we've run into in a lot of these debate spaces when people bring up, I saw someone the other day say, what a Bideism, because it's always like, what aboutism, but with Biden. I actually agree with that. But I think what the problem is that Biden did a lot of things and then didn't do press conferences or announce he was doing these things. He just did them, and then you could read about them in the news. He was just doing his job, right? But with Trump, he has to, he announce it. He has to announce every fucking thing he does. And it's always, he always has to be front and center. He's a showman. And so it's like, that's why a bunch of MAGA is super confused about Biden doing anything, because Biden didn't every day wake up and tweet about it or go in front of a bunch of cameras
And
or
jerk
do anything
himself
like
off
that.
about it. Yeah.
Yeah. I think that's why they're so confused.
If Biden came out and said, I did the best thing ever, and it's the best state of the United States it's ever been, ever. We have the best economy in the world, while the economy's fucking in the shitter. We might have a bunch of sycophantic, weird people on the left, but it's not the case.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I was going to tell you about
Go ahead.
I was going to tell you really quickly about an immigration case I heard about. Do you know our attorney Martinez here on TikTok, Pickles? I'll put a pin in that.
Hello, is this a Trump supporter?
Hi, how you doing, man? I agree with him more the first term. The second term's a little bit different, but yeah.
Okay. So did you vote for Trump this time?
This year around, I did.
Do you regret it?
It was the first time I ever voted. In the moment, I voted with the best knowledge that I had. There's certain things I do regret, but I mean, I feel like whenever you make a vote, you can't necessarily foresee everything that's going to happen, no matter who it is, especially with like a two-party system.
Sure. I don't know. I would say that it was an open book test. I think where Trump got a lot of people is his rhetoric was very loud and bombastic. I don't think he had actual policy that he ran on, and I think it was more problematic than any president in our lifetime. So I don't know. I don't give people that much grace when they say that. Not with all respect. But yeah, Trump is a prolific liar, and yeah, coming back on all of his promises. I don't know. I feel like we could have told you that, or at least told you that was happening.
I mean, I do think he's very prolific. He really did change up the whole game with politics. I'm pretty young. I'm about to be 22, so it's not like I'm 100% keen on the politics of like the 70s, 80s, 90s, like firsthand. I do truly think that there is certain things that Trump has done that is good. Again, his first term, I agreed with him a lot more. I did not vote that election at all.
I don't think, the thing is he
second
didn't
term-
really do much on his first term though, right? Did like some tax cuts, that's it.
I mean, I would argue the best things he's done so far, and the strongest like argument for him is the stuff he's done with immigration, even though there is certain things that, again, can't be done perfectly and you can't foresee everything, but
I think there's a difference between doing imperfect work and doing extremely controversial, horrible work, like having watchdogs organizations come out and say, hey, you're violating people's human rights, and basically
as far as what?
making the country really polarized and dog whistling to white supremacy for 10 years.
I mean, I'd like to stick to like the immigration stuff instead of talking about like the dog whistling of white power, because I feel like that's a whole other conversation that has to talk about so many other things,
I don't know, man. I really don't think you can talk about one without the other. I think that his alarmist position on people coming into the country absolutely has everything to do with like nativism, xenophobia, and ultimately white power,
coming into the country as far
white
as
supremacy.
what? Illegal people coming in.
Yeah, so
or
if
coming in fully like the right way.
It would probably take me an hour and a half to educate each and every Trump supporter that comes to my door on immigration and how Trump has completely misled them to think that all of the people that came through during Biden were just all illegal immigrants, as opposed to people who literally did come legally, came through. Biden had a border patrol that encountered these people at a very high rate, who rejected these people at a higher rate than Trump did. Who tried to pass law that was going to like objectively help us reduce this permanently for the foreseeable future, rather than Trump just slapping band-aids on it and ruling by executive order like a dictator.
I mean, like, what do you think he's done as a dictator towards immigration specifically?
Yeah, so he sent a group, a plane of people to one of the world's most famous prisons that's meant for, like, terrorists.
Yeah, in El Salvador?
Yeah, CCOT. 90% of these people didn't even have a criminal conviction.
But were they United States citizens?
They don't need to be. See, this is another part of the brainwashing, I think, is he's convinced people that these people don't get due process.
I believe they should get due process, but
it's not really belief. It's just the Fifth Amendment.
Do you agree or disagree of like the difference between a U.S. citizen and everybody else when we're talking about people in the United States.
There's not really a distinct difference when we talk about who gets due process. If you're being sent to a prison, whether you're a citizen or not, I want you to have some sort of due process.
Is there any chance these people were El Salvadorian and maybe their own local laws in El Salvador, whenever we're deporting them, would also have them in the same jail, despite what America was doing in that certain situation?
No, I've never even heard this argument before, but no, there's not a crime that you can't, like,
Are you
without
familiar
conviction,
with El Salvadorian
being
politics at all?
yeah, a little bit. And I'm sorry, but there's not a single case you could make to me that without conviction, especially a crime as little as crossing our border, should land you in a terrorist prison, CCOT.
Okay, but specifically, I like that you bring up this argument because I'm very interested in El Salvadorian politics. I have many friends and I plan on traveling there pretty soon, actually. So it's one of these things where that country had severe problems with gang members and crime.
This
Like,
doesn't
very
address
severe
any of
problems.
that. I understand, but this doesn't address any of that.
Okay, but no, specifically with that case that you're talking about, they started locking up people for as simple as like tattoos and whatnot. Like for like you were not getting out of prison because you had some sort of tattoo that was associated with the gang.
I don't care. Why are we putting people
I'm
in America
saying-
in that prison?
They're people that are here on our soil. They're not Americans necessarily. If they were Americans, if you could name one American citizen deported, I would love to hear it.
I don't care if they're American or not. If you're here and there's a certain type of person who doesn't get due process, then no one gets due process because I can just say you're MS-13 and send you to CCOT for the rest of your life.
I mean, I totally agree with you. These people need to have due process. But do you literally think these people were thrown on like a boat and like shipped off, or thrown on a plane and shipped off? Like,
Yes, actually. And the Supreme Court 9-0 agrees with me.
I mean, do you know how like long these people have to be detained? Like after they're actually initially contacted by any sort of government agency and they're planned on being deported? Because I guarantee you it's more than you think.
Whatever it was less than what the Constitution says, and Trump went against the Supreme Court ruling.
What is the Constitution for?
The Constitution's for everybody, not just citizens. Anybody within the jurisdiction of the United States, anybody within our borders is subject to the jurisdiction of the United States Constitution.
And I agree with you for that. But what is the Constitution for?
Do you want to get to your point? I don't know. That's the most general question I've ever heard.
Document that's supposed to be a basis of our thoughts and beliefs as a collective society altogether that keeps us together and keeps the nation functioning. So
yeah, and Trump
feel
goes
as if-
against that, and that would be part of the criteria that makes him a dictator.
Are you for like totally open borders?
No, I think that's also like fascist talk. It's like anybody who has any sort of scrutiny for Trump's insane lawlessness on the border and deportation is somehow for open borders. No, none of us want open borders.
See, look, so I haven't listened to you much. I listened to you very briefly a couple days ago, and I do think you're a very well-spoken speaker, and I think you're very educated and you're good at debate. But I haven't heard too many like very specific ideals that you have. So like something as far as like your thoughts and beliefs on like how the border should be operated, I'd love to know. Because
fund the absolute piss out of the border. Fund like the living fuck out of it. Put as many people there as you want. That makes sense. But when we start talking about diminishing returns, when we start talking about like $1 trillion for mass deportation, I think it's fucking dumb. I think it's the fucking dumbest position to have in the world, right? We could do so many things with $1 trillion, and for you to obsess about like a check mark next to somebody's like immigration status, and spending $1 trillion on it is dumb. We don't have the crime.
I mean, I'm not gonna
we don't have the
lie.
bad outcomes
I
to justify
think
it.
we can both
Nothing.
agree that the government spends money extremely irresponsibly. I think everybody can agree on that.
Not to this
But the
degree.
whole-
Not to this degree. I think that's a very broad brush paint. Like the amount we spend on ICE is more than any country on earth for their fucking military. besides China, and this is a domestic military.
We have the greatest military to ever exist in the entire history of the known world.
Yeah, and we have an even bigger military than any other country. Still, when we talk about people policing, we're in a military state, effectively, right? That's what that would be called.
Do you know what a military state is?
I just kind of told you, right?
You said America has a super strong military. I don't think you know what a military state is.
Okay, when we're in a country where the president controls a secret military who has almost absolute immunity, who has covered up investigations for killing United States citizens, and it just simply does what the president says without any sort of checks and balances, I think that would be a military state, right?
I mean, I haven't heard of anything like that. Of like, again, I'm not saying there isn't like crime that military officers commit, like, and they are like very high positions, like whatnot, like that crap does happen. But as far as like some systematic things, I have not seen one thing connected to the military and Trump where he's ordering people around and forcing people to do anything.
Okay, hello, Minnesota. Alex Preddy, Renee Good.
Would you consider ICE the military?
What are they if they're not military or law enforcement?
Do you know any? You're changing your words. You're changing your parameters. Military or law enforcement, which again, they're technically not either. And my biggest gripe, I'm not gonna lie, with Trump is I think Trump should be more outspoken about certain things with ICE. I think certain situations, not specifically the Alex Peretti situation, because that's the one that I can sympathize with the most, 100%. But I can't remember her name, but like the one girl that like she got ran over, I can't remember her name. If you can, that would be amazing. And again, it's tragic that anyone's dying in a situation like that.
It is systemic. As soon as you cover up an investigation, it is now systemic, right?
Did they cover up the situation? From what I understand, they released all the video and it cleared the officer.
That's not true.
In that specific situation.
They
And
moved
again,
the
Alex
officer.
Peretti,
They
I
shuffled him
remember
into a
seeing
different
so many
sex.
videos.
The officer has not been convicted of anything. Absolutely not. No. This was not litigated in trial.
How long ago was this? You're talking about convictions. Do you know how slow the fucking law moves?
Again, Trump, first of all of the evidence is gone almost, right? Like all of it's gone.
For what?
For the federal investigation. If none of the crime scene was not preserved, we have basically ICE officers haven't changed a single policy. They haven't done anything and retraining, nothing.
Sorry,
The
what was
officer
that?
was reassigned. That's it. They were not relieved of duty. There was no retraining. There was nothing, right? Business as usual.
I mean, as far as that specific officer and whatnot, I'm really not in on that specific. Like, I've not looked into it that much, especially in the last like months and months.
All right, but you're just making a case for me. Like, you don't have any like rebuttal to the fact that Trump is using this in a very dictatorial way. He is using a police force that he can send
Again,
into
I would love
cities
for you to name
that
one
he doesn't
United
politically
States
align with.
citizen deported under Trump.
Why would I even say Trump
Or
has
under
talked
any
about
other
doing
United
this,
States
right?
president.
Why is this your threshold that he has to deport a citizen? Trump has thrown around that idea, by the way, but I don't even have to have that. He has done it.
So do you think all people that are currently standing on United States soil should just be given United States citizenship, and then we should move on from there with like immigration policy?
No, I think that's also straw man. I think there's a million things you can do between giving everyone amnesty and deporting everyone, right? One would be the cheapest, one would be the most expensive. There's a sweet spot, right? Like there's a place where we can give people like a 10-year probationary period and a higher tax rate. And there's a million things we can do before spending $1 trillion hunting these people down like animals.
Well, can I tell you one of my biggest gripes? And this honestly threw me off from almost this entire second term. And it threw me off very quickly. Like his first term was very different. I feel like from the second term is a lot different. He initially went with immigration. He ran on the policy of, we're going to start off with the people that are coming in right now. We're going to figure out what's going on with people that have been here for 20 years, 25 years, 30 years, and have been working like the entire time. They haven't committed a crime or anything like that. But for me, I have very little sympathy. And again, I work with these people. I live with these people. I'm friends with these people, okay? I have very little sympathy for someone that did come here illegally and they get caught up by something stupid as far as like they get pulled over for speeding and then they happen to not be documented properly and then they eventually go through the system, because I feel like that is the game they play. And I don't know how many of these people you actually talk to, but that's exactly how it is. The border's gotten a lot different, but I've talked to older people that have gone back and forth over the border illegally before like 2000, and people were able literally to like illegally hop over the border for somebody's quinceañera and then come back like the next week.
Again, I think it's so benign. I think it's stupid for you to get caught up in your feelings about it, right? There's a million different crimes people break all day, every day.
Do I sound caught up in my feelings?
Yes, I'm saying that if this bothers you for some silly arbitrary reason, you should hear about all the people who speed all the time that end up killing people. You should hear about the people who are selling shrugs or selling,
If my family member was murdered or accidentally killed in a car accident and it happened to be an illegal immigrant, my first thought after all the sympathy that I had for losing my close family members would be like, wow, it's crazy. This person was here illegally. They shouldn't even be here, and they murdered my family member.
Shouldn't even be here is kind of just a silly add-on, right? Like 48,000 people die every year due to car wrecks. And then it especially hurts if you find out that if they're undocumented. But would it make sense at all for us to focus our resources on specifically just undocumented people? No, it wouldn't. It would save way fewer lives. Hold on. It would save way fewer lives if you were to just generally go into, like, invest into enforcing speed limits. It is just a bigoted stance.
A bigoted stance is what? Us not wanting to have people that didn't come through legally and go
Yes.
through all the legal processes to be a United States citizen?
Yes, because 40% of them are just visa overstays, and even more of them are people
Is
who...
that wrong or right, just because the visa overstay?
I say it's benign. It's benign. It's not like these people like snuck in and you were like snickering, you know, like we're going to do an evil thing and get away with something.
Okay, so I'm very much so, honestly, now, like, I'm very much so, it is benign. But if they get pulled over or something like that and they get deported, whose fault is that?
I don't know. It's still, I think it's a waste of resources, right? There's so many things that they do for our economy.
I'm talking about a totally natural circumstance.
Yeah, I know. And there's sanctuary cities where they don't do that. So
white girl, it could be a 58-year-old black guy.
And there's just as many cities.
Asian man.
There's cities that don't do that at all. If they catch you speeding, and by the way, officers don't really have the means to check your.
I want to start racing.
You can't even check somebody's immigration status as a regular police officer, and you get pulled over for speeding. So it's kind of unlikely.
Okay, you get pulled over. You don't have an ID. Cop tries to run your name. Doesn't come up.
Mm-hmm.
What do? They take you down to the station.
Correct.
Further instances
There's
happen.
plenty of states where you can get an ID even though you're undocumented.
I know, and I don't necessarily agree with that 100%.
Well, that's where bigotry comes into play. I would say that is a bigoted stance, right? Because there are so many positive outcomes for
Can you name
having.
one other country that has that policy or no?
I would assume there's like probably 30.
There's probably maybe 2.
All right, but again, that's neither here nor there. The best outcomes would be allowing these people to have driver's licenses, because that would allow them to drive insured. That would stop them from doing hit and runs. That would allow people who are victims of car incidents to be covered by insurance. It would put more legal drivers on the road. So unless you're just trying to be mean to them, I think it's the right thing to do to allow them to have driver's licenses.
I think when you're talking about national security, talking about being nice or mean is very all over the place.
Yeah, but when
You
we talk
know?
about national security, you're gonna have to actually give me a good stance on this, because I'm very well versed in how much crime these people commit yearly in every metric. And there's not a good case for you to make for national security. In fact, it's laughable.
Okay, so I don't know where you live. I have a lot of people that are undocumented, illegal, whatever you want to call them, right around me. Many of them, a majority of them are very, very nice, and that's not a problem at all. You know, I love so many people. I love people all over the place, all different personalities, everything. But at the same time, we've had a crazy problem with MS-13.
No, we
From
don't.
a personal situation that I know more than 3 people that have had their limbs chopped off and have been separated all over the island that I live on. Like,
Okay,
personally.
so MS-13 is
And I don't want to get into the anecdotal at all. But the whole
and you're
thing
right.
is
That is
that
anecdotal.
any crime like that, if it's done by a United States citizen, at least you have the conscious thought of like, there's nothing that the government could have done to prevent this.
That's
This guy's
false
crazy,
too.
and
There's
I could
plenty of
possibly
things
get
that government can
close
stop
enough.
U.S.
But if
citizens
you're
from
talking
doing
as
these
far
things.
as like this happens, you have many people that you know that
Again,
are personally attacked.
this is silly.
And you also
Anecdotal.
have other things.
It's silly. 23 people have been murdered in the last year by undocumented migrants. That is fucking laughable. For you to spend $1 trillion
that's
on
one of those
stopping
things where one is too
23
many.
people from being murdered, I'm going to make fun of you. 17,000 murders
Okay.
happen every year. And if you're going to try to
How
make the
many
case
murders
that there's
are
no way to stop those 17,000 murders, I'm going to laugh at you even more.
Okay, so if you're familiar with that, you know a very small percentage of people commit murders in general, right?
Yeah.
If these people are illegal and they're not documented at all, they get away with a crime. It's an unsolved case. How would that be documented in your stats at all? It would not.
Again, that
It's a
that doesn't
useless
mean
statistic.
like you think that
useless.
all undocumented people are like Jason Bourne, and they're not, dude. Like they have driver's licenses, they
How
live in a
many undocumented
home.
people do you know?
I live in
I know
Texas,
so
dude.
many
What
of
do you
them.
think?
Huh?
I live in Texas.
Honestly, I'd argue. I mean, this is totally disconnected from what we're talking about, but I'd argue, low-key, probably the border security is probably better off for you. You probably have a lot of people over there just because their family's over there, because they're close by, they have legal family members and whatnot. I live in New York, shit's crazy.
So like almost no undocumented besides visa overstays? Like you really think people are crossing the border coming all the way to New York?
No, they come here illegally through either the southern border or visa overstays. And again, what makes a visa overstay different? You're here illegally.
Yeah, but they have your fingerprint, they have your photo. You're not Jason Bourne, dude.
Okay, but it doesn't matter at all.
It does matter. It completely wipes away your whole thing that they are unknown and you can't find them if they murder somebody.
They
Like
signed
that's
a
not
visa.
a thing.
Have you ever signed a visa?
No, I'm an American citizen.
Okay, so what happens when you sign a visa is it's literally a contract essentially. I will be here for this many years. I will be doing this. I will be doing XYZ. I will be living here. So you lie on the contract and you stay here illegally. Like most people, I don't know if you understand this or not, these undocumented people, they're just like me and you. Most of them don't commit crime. But also, if they do, that's horrible. And if they're doing it here, and there's no reason for them to be doing it here, why are they here? Why are we okay with it?
Again,
Why
that's
are
just
you
that's
okay
your
with it?
feelings are extra hurt, right? Like your feelings are just extra hurt by these 20 people that have committed crimes. When
Yo, you're
there's
trying
17,
hard.
there's 17,000 other people who have died. When we can just as easily take resources like the trillion fucking goddamn dollars that Trump is going to take, and say, hey, we can make it to where, I don't know, women don't, we have more cameras and women don't walk
If you're trying
without
to just
surveillance
go
at
off the
night.
basis of we're spending too much money, I feel like that's a stupid argument. Because
Absolutely
if we
not. We
gave
have
the government
finite amount of
10 trillion more dollars,
resources.
they wouldn't do shit with it.
We have a finite amount of resources, and we can take these resources and stop crime, prevent crime, and make people's lives better. The last thing I want to do is make a secret police force for our president to go around and fuck up our economy and add a $350 billion deficit each year, reduce our GDP by $1 trillion at the hopes that 23 less people die. I think that's fucking dumb.
Again, we've been in debt for so long. I feel like talking about the financial side of the government is almost useless. I'm not gonna lie.
It is after Trump, I guess, but without Trump, we would have 25% less of our
Joe
debt.
Biden and Barack Obama and every other president.
All these
before
people
him,
very fiscally
since
responsible.
Before the gold standard or after the gold standard.
Gold standard is
they
also
all had
silly and
to do that.
incoherent.
What?
Gold standard is silly and incoherent.
Okay, at the time, it was a super solid system, and the government was not in debt. That was my point, and I don't know why you're trying to go up on that.
Anybody who talks about the gold standard as if they wish they could have it back, I will happily slam dunk on you. If you want to go down that
I
road.
used it as a time period statement. At that time, the government was doing a lot better financially. Yes or no?
Debatably, no. When you went into a recession with the gold standard, you were fucking stuck like Chuck. You're done. You're fucking cooked.
I don't know when that happened.
Well, there's not enough gold in the world to amount to the GDP we have as a country right now. So if we went back to a gold standard, we would immediately be in debt again.
It's impossible, I know.
Yeah, it's literally it's the dumbest idea ever. Don't tell people this.
I never brought up the idea of bringing it today and implementing it today. I was talking about the state of the government financially at that time period was a lot better than today. Every single president in your lifetime, in my lifetime, has added a significant amount to the debt.
No.
Significant.
Trump is 25% of this entire country's debt. Trump himself, just him.
Do you know the percentage of Obama, 8-year president?
Yeah, Obama reduced the
Joe
deficit
Biden,
like a
4-year
son of a
president?
bitch. Joe Biden reduced the deficit like a son of a bitch.
Do you have numbers?
Yes, Biden spent $4.3 trillion. Trump spent 8.6. 4.4 of that 8.6 was non-COVID. Trump fucking just hemorrhages money. Half of Biden's spending, 2.2, was non-COVID. He spent literally nothing and reduced the deficit. Trump just fucking hemorrhages money.
I don't think so. I feel like that's a really bad argument, especially when you're bringing up COVID and everything.
Biden had COVID for 3-4 years. Trump had it for a year.
Yes, but I'd also argue too, the amount of spending right at the start of the pandemic, I'm sure was crazy.
Well, Biden
Again,
came up with
you're
ways to bring
going
in
through
revenue.
deep
Trump
on
just
issues that
shits
I
money.
told
He
you
just
I don't care about, and you're skipping over the fact of like the actual immigration part that I was genuinely talking about.
Again, Trump is shitting and hemorrhaging money right now with mass deportation, something that I have a lot of criticisms over. And for your party, and for you especially, to make the case that it doesn't matter, just makes my point for me. Y'all don't really
You say you're a
care.
party. I just voted for Trump, sir.
You voted for Trump, right?
Yeah.
Your party has no regard for the debt budget, has no regard for the deficit, don't really care. I think you just have like very emotional takes on how you want to spend money. There's going to be little to no like benefits to doing all of this.
I mean, you obviously care way different about illegal immigration than I do, and I feel a statistically significant amount of Americans do, you know?
Again, yeah, I think there's like pragmatic deportations, there's pragmatic border policy, and there's like literal fascist border policy. That's what Trump does.
See, I feel as if these conversations would be way better and way more interesting for your YouTube compared to getting into the individual like numbers and whatnot. If you're talking about your actual like thoughts and your genuine like ideals for America, I feel like that like creates like a better conversation. I'm not gonna lie, because I just feel as if illegal immigrants they should not be looked down upon or anything like that. Like, they should not be second-class citizens. But at the same time, they simply should not have the exact same rights and privileges that United States citizens have.
I don't wake up every day thinking that we should spend trillions of dollars on that. I think that if these people want to come and contribute to society and start families and add to our economy and add to literally every economic metric that you can think of, then so be it. It doesn't hurt my fifis. Just the same way that people who speed also
as far as everyone
could be arrested.
You know that you're talking about poor people, rich people, everyone in between. So it's literally just adding more of a burden on our system that wasn't there before.
Say that again.
Whenever we're talking about illegal immigrants, it's the same thing as bringing in anybody else in any other part of the world. There are poor people, there are rich people, there's everybody in between. There's like gang member killers, there's like lawyer doctors, you know?
Debatably, they're the safest, least burdensome group of people on Earth. They're the safest population of people on Earth.
Wrong.
No, okay. Out of 15 million people, 23 committed murder last year. Tell me how they're not the safest group of people on Earth.
15 million people is such a small sample size when you're talking about billions of people.
Yeah, I know.
I literally don't care about those statistics.
Yeah, no, I'm saying the people here is what I'm talking about. 15 million undocumented migrants is what's here. And then
you think
20.
only 15 million illegal immigrants.
I
are in
know
the
that that's the
United
case.
States of America?
Yes. There's no primary resource that you could show me that says otherwise.
There's no way that you can show me a primary source that says that.
Yes, I can.
The numbers
DHS.
are up in the air because they're undocumented.
That's
why
not.
that's the name.
You guys have no idea what undocumented means. But no, that's not true. DHS counts this. They do make estimates every year. They make them every month. They even have estimates from how many people are here from 10 years ago. Yes, and you just saying 30 million or 50 million is not even an estimate.
Did I
that
say
is
a
just.
number? Did I say a number, or are you putting words in my mouth?
I'm saying that if you're balking at 15 million, then you're silly because that is literally the agreed on number.
Know the number. I don't know the number. It's impossible to know. I would love if I knew everyone in the country, but that's impossible due to certain border policies that we've had over the last 100 years.
You don't have a good estimate. This is literally what our national security says. Okay? If you want to say it's more, then go have fun with saying there's more. It helps my case. All right, if there's 30 million undocumented migrants here and they only committed 23 murders last year, it is the safest group of people on Earth.
But do we care about last year or do we care about the last decade?
Let's go with the last decade. In fact, when Trump started saying this in 2017, that these people are rapists and murderers, we have 3 documented fucking goddamn it murders. 3.
Okay, how about sexual assault and rapes?
It's somewhere in the 1,500 a year, roughly, out of 15 million. We have 400 to 600,000 of those a year. Still the safest group of people on Earth.
Would you or would you not agree? Or rape and murder are one of those crimes where one is simply too many.
That's bigoted.
Or it's bigoted to think that
one is too many? Yes. What you're doing is you're allocating far more resources to the people you especially hate and disregarding the other victims and the other families.
To prevent murder and a rape, and you're against that.
Yes, I am against you ignoring the 17,000 other people and their families who are murdered for the 20 people you especially hate.
Do you think these people don't have police looking out and trying to figure out these cases and agents looking up for weeks on end trying to figure these out? They do.
Yeah, and we could allocate resources to prevent these things at a far more higher rate than 20 a year to 3 a year. I think it's silly.
I would love to know where you're getting these numbers from. I'm not gonna lie. And also, what you were talking about in as far as actual numbers. If you want to say it is 23, let's give you that number and say that's 100% true.
At Lord Tomoyoshi super chatted $10.
Sort of
First time viewer, keep up the good fight for the truth. Caller is big emotional. Not surprised with MAGA.
I know
Thank you
for
so
a
much.
fact in the last 3 or 4 months, there's been at least 10 shootings in Manhattan
At Lord
specifically,
Tomoyoshi super
from
chatted
illegal
$10.
immigrants in the
First
United
time
States.
viewer.
Whether or not they've killed people in those shootings are horrible events that should not happen, especially by somebody that shouldn't even be here.
Again, by quote unquote somebody who shouldn't even be here is where you're getting emotional. That's not a thing. You can't reverse time.
You keep saying I'm
There's
getting emotional. I feel like I'm
like
not getting emotional at all. I'm
that
talking
that
very clear.
that you're
You
adding
keep
like
trying
this
to put
extra
words
layer
in
of emotion to it.
false
That is
feelings
absolutely
now.
emotional. So there's like in one day, the Uvalde shooting that killed 19 people. We could have undone that. We could have undone that with one piece of legislation for free. You guys don't give a flying fuck
What
about
was that piece
actual
of
violence.
legislation that would have stopped you all day?
We could have done a red flag laws or 5-day holds
How do you
on
think a red
people,
flag
or you
law
have to be
stops
21 and older to buy an AR-15.
Again, how does that stop anything?
All three of those criteria would have stopped that person from getting pew pew.
I mean, I truly don't think so. When you're talking about people overstaying their visas, how would people overstay their visas if they said they weren't gonna like stay in America after 4 years? It's one of those things where laws are simply just not followed. We can do every single thing in the world to prevent murder and rape. It's still gonna happen. I'd
So you
much
don't.
rather
So
try
you.
to lower those numbers.
Yeah, I think that you're not being truthful to yourself and anyone else here when saying that
As far
if
as
we would
what?
have stopped that person from buying a pew pew at the ripe age of 18 or 19, we would have made you wait till 21 to get a high capacity, high velocity, high mag rifle.
What does the difference of gun mean? It doesn't mean anything.
It means that fucking 300 officers aren't going to stand outside for 72 minutes too scared to push into a room with a kid with that kind of weapon.
The police were not scared of the weapon. They were simply incompetent.
All right, this is...
I can murder you with a knife the same way I can murder you with a pistol, the same way I can murder you with a freaking BB gun.
I doubt it.
One of those things. Let me shoot you with a BB gun in the eye or like in the throat, get you in the neck. You would die.
Wouldn't... Absolutely not.
Of a simple like $70 BB gun.
Absolutely not. If I had a BB gun, I would get immediately charged by the first officer with a real like 40 cal or even 9mm. I would get charged instantly.
I'm saying as far as like if you want to kill someone and you're some sick crazy fuck that would shoot up a school, I don't think the 3 years between 18 and 21 are going to make a difference or anything in between like that. I think the whole school shooting thing is definitely a mental health thing.
Then stop gutting mental health. Like we could take part of this $1 trillion that we're spending on deporting migrants and spend it on mental health. How about that?
I mean, I feel like we spend more money on mental health than any other nation in the world.
No, we don't. We're like last.
I mean, including private sales from people, we have to be very close to number one, I guarantee it.
Dude, we could have universal health care, which would give everybody mental health. Like, if you're talking about per capita, we spend the most, but we have the least better outcome. We have the least outcomes.
I don't want to jump around topics because I really like going in with one topic with you.
Okay. Here's my case. You guys are taking trillions of dollars, and I could literally save 21 people. Like, I could save 3 times that amount with $2 million. I could literally, with $2 million, I could do state-funded.
I truly don't want to talk about the money aspect, and you keep talking about it. I feel like there's no.
Do you think we could just have infinite money?
Essentially, America has as close as you can get to infinite money as possible.
Absolutely not.
And it's one of those things, again, where every single president in the past has added on to this debt.
That's again, you're not being honest here, right? Like I could say that stepping in a puddle of water with my socks and stepping in a bear trap are both inconvenient, and that's about as honest as you're being right now.
I don't think so.
I do.
It's one of those things where, like, the financial aspect of things, if we bust down and break down every single thing in the government, we are talking about billions of dollars of overspending in certain aspects. And there's so many other things that we could cut costs on other than immigration. So
Absolutely.
I feel like
There's not much like with Doge, right? Can you name one instance of actual fraud they found or waste?
Doge was a thing that operated for like 4 months.
And did they find anything?
What do you think about Minnesota with fucking what's that guy's name on YouTube?
Nick Shirley?
Yeah, Nick Shirley.
I think Nick Shirley is clinically stupid, and
do you think he exposed genuine fraud or no?
No. Have they made any arrests?
There's been arrests with Minnesota fraud with specific centers that he went to in that one video that went really popular.
Have they actually made convictions or indictments?
Again, I had this conversation with you earlier where the law moves very slow, and we're talking about something that happened a couple months ago.
Again, Nick Shirley is somebody who's going for YouTube clicks. I think you have to be very gullible.
I mean, everyone on YouTube is looking for YouTube clicks. You agree, right? Like,
yeah, but
you're
not
on
as
YouTube
stupid
right
as
now.
Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley, my favorite thing about Nick Shirley is the content he did in Ukraine, where he went out there and he's like, where is the war in Ukraine? Where's all our money going? And he's like visiting parts of Kiev that are unaffected by the war. And he's like trying to basically allude to the fact that there was no war in Ukraine. When there absolutely was. There's people that have died in Ukraine. There are territories of Ukraine that have been invaded by Russia. And he's trying to convince people who are fucking dumb enough that there's no war out there.
I mean, look, I'm not a fan of him. I have watched a handful of his videos, specifically with like the city. He's done some interesting stuff on Canal Street, and I watched the major video that like went super viral, whatever, with Minnesota. My whole opinion with him is like I just like that he's an actual journalist that's like going to places and doing stuff. A lot of people don't do that nowadays.
So again, yeah, I think that what he did was he's caused more harm than anything, but he's not. I don't think he's an actual journalist, and I think he's very stupid. He's very dangerous. He's very stupid. Like, just listen to the way he talks. He's very stupid, dude.
I mean, I feel like people do this all the time whenever they're talking about some very, even I've had this happen with people that are very in the middle, I feel like, where people try to target them and say it's like they're just divisive and stupid. And it's one of those things where it's like certain things people can have their opinions on and they can speak in a certain way. And again, this isn't anything towards anything Nick Shirley said. I'm not a fan of him. I'm truly not. I couldn't even think of his freaking name. But it's one of those things where I have a lot of respect for somebody actually going to a location and trying to like figure out a story, especially in the day where people do not do that. How many people do that?
A ton. There's
Name one
There's
other
plenty of investigative journalists who just don't meet the criteria of being so negligent that it causes outrage.
Can you name one?
Yeah, there's literally it's called investigative journalism. It's literally a genre, dude.
Pickles, just so you know.
But that wasn't what I asked. But that's what I'm saying. That doesn't happen often, and when it does happen, it's connected to these major organizations. It's very rarely like an independent organization, like a true independent organization. So that's one of the things that I do have respect about. I argue more journalists on every side. I want to see crazy journalists that have crazy opinions out, like investigating and talking about stuff.
I think most investigative, I think it's something like 90-something% of all journalists are left-leaning, because when you become an investigative journalist, you tend to see the bullshit on the right.
The fraudsters in Minnesota were arrested in 2023.
I mean, again, I would love for you to name a journalist.
Yeah, Glenn Glenn Greenwald, widely recognized independent reporter, commentator known for civil liberties, surveillance, his original reporting on Edward Snowden, NSA leaks. Matt Taibbi, Rolling Stone investigative journalist who transitioned to an independent model.
I
He
mean, it
covers
sounds
media,
like you're
politics,
reading a
government.
Google search.
I'm sorry?
It sounds like you're reading a Google search.
Yeah, I am. I couldn't come up with them on the top of my head. A historian, independent journalist who commands a massive audience, breaking down political and historical, nothing like real journalism sometimes isn't sexy. It isn't like the bombastic claims that Nick Shirley tried to come out with.
Investigative journalism, I would argue the definition is like actually genuinely investigating and doing more in-person stuff than just talking or writing words.
Yeah.
So I see very little of that.
I think it's just not as interesting until you're as dumb as Nick Shirley and you look into a daycare that's like a nighttime daycare and you're in the daytime and you're like, oh, where are all the kids? This daycare must be fraud. And then you just don't know the existence of fucking daycares that operate during the night.
In that specific, if you want to talk about this, that specific video, do you not think the video had a weird undertone of like, he couldn't even like request a document to like put his kid in a daycare or something like that?
Yeah, if you're a fucking weirdo poking around with a camera, doing investigating, like, yeah, I don't want you to try to be some weirdo to put a plant of a fake kid into my daycare.
But don't you think it's weird that not one place would even hand him a document about putting his child into a daycare?
Because he looks like a creep.
That he literally went to.
Yeah, you can deny service to anybody. If you're famously online for being a disgusting journalist,
you can deny service to anybody. Yeah, this is America. But I'm saying, don't you think that it's weird that not one out of however many places he went to, maybe like 20-something places, not one place would even like think about letting him enroll a child into their daycare?
A 23-year-old kid who talks slower than somebody with a TBI?
I don't know. I know multiple people that are younger than 23 that have a child. So I don't know what that point is.
Yeah, I don't know. I think that his motives were clear. I think his motives were clear, and if you knew anything about Nick Shirley and you had him call in to randomly try to enroll a kid into your daycare, I would deny him service too.
I mean, you're talking about somebody that you don't, especially if they're calling in. I honestly don't remember that from the video. I just remember him going up in person, which, again, I understand the perspective of, like, this is some random guy pulling up to the daycare with a camera. So I would assume that, like, a daycare professional would think of that situation different than some random guy pulling up by himself.
Yeah.
I do agree with you with that.
I don't know. I think that his methods were dishonest. I think his methods were bad. I think that if you truly tried to do this in a way that kept yourself anonymous and allowed them to like think you were a regular person actually seeking services instead of just like rattling their cage with a camera without an appointment, I think you probably would have got some sort of appointment.
Okay, so I have a question. Are you familiar with Steven Crowder?
With who?
Steven Crowder.
Yeah.
What do you think about his investigative journalism? Like, do you consider him an investigative journalist when he's not being like a comedian and he's not being like a political commentator?
No, I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. I see posts about that he makes all the time I'm on Facebook still because I have family. And I think he's disgusting.
Again, I'm not talking about him as a person, but you can look on certain things that he's done with an objective view, I would hope, and look at some of the investigations he's done and been impressed by the research and actual real hands-on journalism he's doing from an independent company that he built up. Because, again, most of these journalists that are quote-unquote investigative journalists, they're from these major companies, and they have a specific agenda.
You don't think Steven Crowder has a specific agenda?
I agree that he does, and I don't think
Is he
there's
a
anything wrong
Christian
with a
nationalist?
journalist having an agenda.
Yeah, I think Steven
You
Crowder.
having an agenda with your YouTube channel, is that a negative thing? No, you should voice your opinion.
Right, but I don't claim to be a quote unquote like investigative journalist, and I'm not dishonest about what I'm talking about. Like when Steven Crowder
Steven Crowder would say
says,
the same thing. You would
well,
disagree with that. So that
we
doesn't
can
really mean
see
anything.
Steven Crowder's viewpoints on J6. Very dishonest, very fucking disgusting, very misleading.
With what?
J6.
Oh, January 6th.
Yes, very fucking disgusting. He's also just a
I
Trump
honestly don't
sycophant,
know
and
his
he
specific
walks
deal,
he
if
walks
you wanna tell
in
me.
lockstep with the Trump administration.
I mean, I think January 6th was a crazy thing, and I feel like all the people that were actually inside the Capitol and stuff like that, like they obviously should be charged. Like I would not enter the Capitol in that manner and like not expect to be charged.
He perpetuated the big lie, right?
I
He
do think it
perpetuated
was blown up.
the fact that the
I
election
think
was
that's a
stolen.
I think okay. I do think Trump did say that. I thought you were going to go with the fact of he incited a riot, because a lot of people say that, and I'm against that.
I think that if you watched the January 6th documentary on Netflix,
I haven't watched the documentary, but I just was around and watching the news and everything around the time.
yeah, I think you should watch it. But anybody who started
is it on?
perpetuating the lie that the election was stolen, absolutely, I would consider as domestic terrorist.
I can see your angle, I guess, but I think it's a very loose argument.
You don't think people get upset when you lie to them and tell them that the election was stolen?
I mean, I think every single election, again, over the last 100 years or so plus, has been tampered with in one way or another by some sort of party, domestic or foreign.
I think that's.
I think
first of all, TikTok. I don't agree with that sentiment. I don't think you have any evidence.
TikTok, what?
I'm on TikTok as well.
I never said anything about TikTok. What are you talking about TikTok?
I'm talking to TikTok right now.
Okay.
TikTok. I do not agree with that sentiment. There is no evidence that shows there was any amount of fraud that could have changed the outcome of any of the elections in recent years. Not even close.
I never said that.
And
again,
Trump
that's
has done a
what
good
we
job
don't
to change that opinion for tens of millions, debatably 100 million people here in the United States to not believe in the democratic processes that we do here as a country. I think that is the most dangerous thing ever. I think that it is setting the stage for a coup. I think that Trump tried to do a coup with fake slates of electors. I think that Trump's inaction on January 6th is just as damning as the actions that took place. I think that the harm that he caused the Capitol Police and the disrespect that he has for our government is unforgivable.
Can I pause you for 1 second?
Mm-hmm.
What's your TikTok?
It's dark_pickles.
I'm adding you right now. I never go on TikTok. I partially agree with some of the stuff you said. The biggest thing that I disagree with is I truly like the clip that was ran on many like major media news organizations of him talking about people congregating and whatever and going to the Capitol. Like that specific clip, I feel like being cut up and then played on all of these news organizations is way more damning than any words or him talking about election interference and whatnot than anything. because it's the actual news and it's from many, many organizations. So every single news source was posting this video that was cut up and spliced in a certain way to make it sound more negative than it was.
Trump absolutely did whip up a fury of outrage over the course of 4 months, especially the day after the election, with no investigation, with no process, tried to get his own DOJ to sign a letter swearing that they found election fraud when they still today have none. They have nothing, no evidence at all. That alone is damning enough for him to say, yes, it is his fault that people were led to believe this, that they acted the way that they did, that they felt that they needed to, quote unquote, save their country. I don't care if he said fight like hell or not. I don't care. I think that what he did was antagonize the public for months and months, and he brought it to a head, and he neglected to call the proper authorities to give them help, like National Guard, and he blamed it on Nancy Pelosi. You know that he would do that, and that's a thing he would do. He did do that. And if you watch the January 6 videos, if you watch the fucking how the Capitol Police had to hold, like the movie 300 had to hold the line and were pushed back many times. And for him to say it was a beautiful, peaceful thing is disgusting. And I hope he gets tried by The Hague. I hope he gets tried by somebody. I hope we have Nuremberg trials for this. But I think it is fucking the biggest shit stain on our country's history that you can point to.
I feel as if comparing Donald Trump to Nazis is, again, horrible rhetoric as far as like what you're saying. It's the same crap. You're doing it.
Absolutely not. I think Trump has championed, and there's so many parallels that tie Trump to fascism. Indisputable. I think he literally studied it. I think that most people who cry about us calling the right fascists just don't know it. They just don't. They're not aware how fascist they are, and I think that's maybe part of the programming that he did.
People that are more left-leaning are a little bit scared by some sort of nationalism at all, and I feel like having no concept of nationalism is a very dystopian thing, despite any country you're from. Like, I feel like you should have pride and care and desire to keep the country that you were born in and raised in, like, going. I think that's a natural feeling, and I feel like...
I don't think it's just nationalism. I think that you're, like, strawmanning a little bit, because we're talking about ultra-nationalism. We're talking about people who've got, like, 300 flags. Like people who have like 300 flags and Trump tattoos and Trump coins and watches and shoes and cologne and tequila and like $12,000 coins and
the president is a famous person, especially today in the age of social media. There's people with Barack Obama, Joe Biden's tattoos like the same way.
It's not even close. It's not even close. Not even close. Trump can turn the whole world upside down, and people still say he's the greatest president on earth.
But would you agree all these people are probably real losers? Everyone. They're all losers.
And you can't just chalk it up for them being losers. They are victims to Trump's sycophantic, fascistic rhetoric.
No, but I'm saying anybody that is going to get like a tattoo of a political candidate or fly a flag outside of their house for years and years, I feel like it's literally stupid, despite the candidate you're like desiring.
You can't duck the heat though for the fact that this shows up mostly in fascist societies, fascist countries. So like when people love
but
Hitler,
you understand you're talking about a very small percentage of society that's actually
we're talking about
like
30%.
That, right?
Talking about 30% people with the Trump boat flag parades.
You think 30% of people that voted for Trump,
30% of 30% of our country are diehard Trumpers. Trump could literally do no wrong. He could fuck up the entire world's economy, and they still say he's the best president ever, and they don't know why. I'm just talking about roughly how many people voted for him. What?
You were just pulling that from your head, or?
That's the amount of people in our country that voted for him.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
30 million people in America voted for Donald Trump in any of the elections that he's won or lost?
I said 30%.
Because it's simply untrue.
30%.
Again, that's simply just not true.
Okay, 25.
Very little people vote not Republican or Democrat. I don't know what you're talking about.
How many people voted
30%.
for Trump this last time?
I think it was like 120 something million, or was like some crap like that.
I mean, that would easily give me more than 30%, but no, it's like 77 million.
I think he won by like the actual final election last year. I think Kamala had like 48 and Trump had like 50, like 1 or 52.
No, Trump had a 1.7% lead. He won by he had 77 million votes this last time. So, and that just means that not all registered MAGA voted, but that
There's
roughly
no MAGA
is.
party. So that's not.
That's roughly 30% of all eligible voters.
But again, I feel like to name anybody like that, like, I don't know, I've been talking to you, I feel like I haven't said anything crazy or like said any political views that are like too wild at all. And I mean, I would like to think that like I can operate in the society with you, and I would hope you would feel the same way. I voted for Trump last year, and I have gripes about certain things.
I mean, okay, a couple of my deal breakers.
Gripes about certain things.
A couple of my deal breakers would be like you being kind of wishy-washy about elections working, and then also saying we have infinite money and that deportations.
I have full faith in elections. And I didn't say we have infinite money, but the government spends money like it. It's as close as possible.
To have no nuance is also just killing me. But yeah.
What do you mean?
Like, what's the difference between us spending $1 trillion on hunting a certain type of person down versus, I don't know, like educating people or making this country safer or feeding people?
I think if you break down all the spending, we can gather trillions of dollars from all these different sectors, from things you aren't even thinking about in your head. And I can almost guarantee you, like we buy like nails that are worth like $200. You can go to Home Depot right now and buy the greatest set of nails, and it's like $18.
And I get that, and I almost agree with you. I hate the military-industrial complex. I think there's plenty of like
I agree with you.
Stuff we can do there, but I'm talking about like if we were to take this money and instead of like pointing at things we don't agree with, because even those nails are approved and done the right way. I'm talking about things that we can't prevent, things that there's almost nothing. There's like we have inspector generals, we have auditors, we have budgetary departments. They look at this shit every single day.
Like stuff like that, I feel like is like a key.
And by the way, mass deportation to the tune of $1 trillion is also costing more money than the $1 trillion. It is adding to our deficit. It is fucking up our economy. Fucking it up.
Again, I would argue there's better things to pull funding from than illegal immigration. Illegal immigration has been one of the biggest political topics for the last 2-3 decades. Would you agree with me or not?
I think that we have gone very far right? Like, so Reagan in the 80s gave everyone an amnesty. And then we had Bush Sr. talking about how we don't need to separate these children and bastardize them and alienate them and not let them come to school with us. And then we have Trump calling them rapists, criminals, saying they're poisoning the blood of the country, calling them vermin, saying they have bad genetics.
Okay,
We've
again,
come a long
that's
way, and you guys are
another thing,
way more forgiving than I would be feel
Did
comfortable
he
with.
not say some of them are murderers and rapists, or did he say all of them are murderers and rapists?
He said some might be good people. And the day he said that, there were 3 whole murderers out of a fucking a population of 12 million, man. 3.
Again, I would totally, like, it's one of those things where if the person that's murdered or raped is somebody that you know, even if it's not somebody that's like a family
Just appealing
member,
to
someone
emotion.
you care about, if it could be someone you hate, you view it very differently, and
Yeah,
it's one of those
called
things
bias.
where I feel it is a little biased as far as that, but it's one of those things where it's like I have sympathy with somebody murdered or dead, whatever, raped in any situation. Maybe a little bit more if it's an illegal immigrant that shouldn't have been here in the first place.
Again,
In New York, we have certain laws where these people are essentially allowed to commit crime, like minor petty crime.
What?
And these people get arrested, they get booked, and they're let out on no bail right away. We have people that are arrested that are undocumented immigrants. They're arrested maybe 30, 40, 50, 60, up to like 400
Dude,
times.
you're speaking
in
out of your
lifetime.
butt, dude. That's not a thing.
I'm not.
Yeah, first of
Look
all,
up no
no.
bail in New York.
Yeah, I know. Do you get cash-free bail? Do you get a cashless bail if you do a violent crime?
It depends what you consider violent.
No. The answer's fucking no, dude.
Yeah, I think it does. If
No,
I
the
started
answer's no.
yelling
Name a
straight
thing that
at
you consider
threatening
violent
you
that
on
there's
the street,
cashless bail.
if I showed up to you on the street, you don't know me, it's the middle of the night, I start yelling, screaming, threatening you, telling you that I have a weapon. Would you be scared? Would you be intimidated? Is that like a situation you're okay with going on in
That's
every
still
country?
that's a threat. You would not get cashless bail for that, dude.
You 100% would.
Absolutely not.
We have no battery laws in New York, so you can do everything as long as you don't punch someone in the face. And it is not a violent crime. Look it up. There's no battery law in New York.
Okay,
You
and,
have to
and so
physically
what you're
assault
saying
someone.
is there's not even a law for them to have cashless bail?
I'm saying in that specific circumstance, that is what I would consider a violent situation that is totally being unavoided, where if you are an illegal immigrant and you get arrested even 5 times because you were yelling, berating people, whatever.
Can you give me an instance of this? Is this an actual thing where you get, like, you just said that there's no law, but yet they're getting arrested for it?
There's certain things where it falls under multiple crimes, obviously, where they can try to throw it under some sort of, I think it's called aggravation or whatever. Where
Aggravated assault?
No. You're essentially just being that. It's like disorderly conduct, like shit like that. Like there's multiple things like that these people can get arrested for and get booked for.
So that's
Again,
called
I can-
menacing, and that's you're charged with menacing to the 3rd degree. It's Class B misdemeanor, carries up to 90 days in jail. Let's see if there's cashless bail for that. Is there cashless bail for menacing in New York?
Check your Discord, Pickles. I sent you an article.
Most menacing charges in New York are subject to cashless bail. Under New York's bail reform law, judges generally require you to release defendants on their own, recognizing non-monetary conditions and misdemeanor charges without menacing. Detailed breakdown. So I don't know. I don't think I care too much about people getting out of jail, but they have to show up eventually, right, for trial?
I mean, if they get released on no bail, it's one of those things where, again, the law takes forever, so it's set back months, and you have somebody where specifically in New York, most of the time it's a drug or mental illness issue. And these people are simply just let back onto the streets and
So you would rather us pay $300 a day,
more-
$400 a day to hold somebody for yelling in public?
No, I'd much rather, if they're an illegal immigrant, they get deported. And if they're not an illegal immigrant, we help them.
Again,
How would you feel about that?
I think that, when it comes to an actual violent crime, I'm for deportations. But do I think we should call ICE and spend thousands and thousands of dollars on deporting somebody for yelling? No.
Again, I was just kind of using that as a circumstance where there's so many things that won't get put into the system as like an assault or something like that. And it is a crazy, scary experience that somebody might only have once in their lifetime. And if you're a tourist and you see somebody like that and they press you, whatever, they try to rob you, or even if like they just like do some crazy shit and they swing on you, try to push you onto the train tracks or whatever.
Dude,
you
first of
are
all, that's like
totally
attempted
put off.
murder. That's attempted murder. Dude, absolutely not. You should get deported for that. And nobody finds that controversial.
Well,
and I
no,
think that
again,
you guys
I'm
have
not
to be
saying that's
absolutely
something
like
that people are getting away with.
you have
I'm
to
not
be
saying that's what people
super
are getting away
hyperbolic.
with. I'm just saying that's what, again, all the illegal immigrants. I was talking about just mentally ill drug addicts in New York in general.
Cool. Stop defunding fucking mental health stuff. Republicans are kings at that. They fucking don't give a flying fuck their constituents. They would rather pay less taxes and watch them run rampant.
I mean, most people fall under like Medicaid, Medicare. You can get a therapist through that. That's, I feel like, a lot better than other places that have like the same type of economic system that we have.
Stop yanking people
We
off of
don't have, like,
Medicaid and
true
Medicare.
socialism.
Stop scaring people into enrolling into Medicaid and Medicare. Trump's going around trying to fucking get Medicare records.
Most people don't have money to pay for that shit. So a lot, like, that's one of the things.
So which way is it, dude? Do most people have it, or do most people not have money to pay for it?
Most people don't have money to pay for it.
Okay, well, there
so
you go.
they're
Stop
on
fucking making it
Medicaid,
out of
Medicare.
reach. Stop fucking with our...
Do you know what Medicaid, Medicare is?
Do I know what taxes?
It's not just taxes. It's how many Americans, millions of Americans, get any sort of health care. It was one of the great things that Obama did. You remember?
Uh, 68.9 people are currently enrolled on Medicare. That's not even close. We have 350 million people in this country.
68.9.
Yeah, and then we have
million
74 million people on Medicaid. So that still doesn't even make up half of the country. That leaves a
So that's
giant,
close to,
giant
like,
hole.
I'm not good at math, but what is that, like 180 million people?
350 million minus 60 or 70 people, 70,000 or 70 million. It's still in the 280.
But you said Medicaid and Medicare. One was like 60 and one was like 70 something, right?
Yeah, so that's a 130 million people. So 350 minus 130 million.
So what is that, like 1/3 of the country?
Yeah.
So is that or is that not statistically significant?
It's not most people. That's
That's
quite literally less than
statistically
most.
significant.
It's less than 50%, right? That's a third.
We're talking about 1/3 of the nation is on that crap.
Yeah,
And I don't
that's not
understand what
enough.
you're trying to get at.
It needs to be 100%. Like every other developed country on earth has 100%, right?
Every other developed country relies on our military and other things that America does.
Not
You
really.
could talk about, I remember actually, I watched your stream for like 2 minutes before I called. But I heard you say something about NATO. One of the biggest gripes with NATO is they never followed the contract that they signed. All these people weren't providing the amount of money that they need to provide.
I don't know how Trump has convinced y'all all that we're spending more money when they don't meet their threshold. I don't know how he did it, but it's like magic.
They simply said they were going to pay a certain number, and almost every country did not pay that certain number. But America
What is the only country that has ever invoked Article 5 in history?
Tell me.
Us, the United States.
Okay, and what does that have to do with shit?
That means we are the only ones who have taken advantage of the countries that pay into NATO.
Do we or do we not contribute the most to NATO? And we contributed exactly what we said we would contribute.
That is no. That doesn't mean anything, right? So if
We
hold
all
on,
signed a
let me explain to you.
contract As first world countries, you should agree to it.
Doesn't do
and
anything.
follow through.
Doesn't do anything. First of all, like if
It's
Sweden,
worth it just trying to take advantage of American taxpayers.
that does not do anything. How does it take advantage of American taxpayers? How does it do that?
NATO is
Yeah.
way more safe with America in it than out of it. Yes or no?
Yeah, we're way more safe than with them in it, right?
Yes, we are collectively more safe. That's why we're in it. But is Europe safer or less safe with America in it? Yes or no?
Yes. Would we not be in it if...
So if we contribute what we said we were going to contribute, and it's supposed to be a deal that makes us all safe, and they're not contributing what they agreed to contribute, where does that put us? Should America just like let anybody invade anyone in NATO and like
No,
not care?
that makes it less safe. Trump saying that makes it far less safe.
No, but I'm saying I honestly have not heard word of Trump actually saying that. But I'm saying that as like a circumstantial thing where it's like it's literally they signed a contract, they have the money to pay for it, and they're deciding to give their citizens certain things that they don't necessarily need.
We're the only country who literally lets our people starve and die and kills people with missiles. We would rather spend money on killing people than saving our own citizens.
I would disagree. And there's certain things that the government doesn't leave to the government. I don't want to rely on the government for anything. I don't know if you've ever been to like the DMV or anything like that. It sucks and takes forever. Anything that the government runs literally sucks.
I think it's just a cop-out. I think that the government is far more efficient and will always be far more efficient than any capitalist model when we talk about certain things.
One branch or one individual sector of the government that is. You
SNAP.
can never.
Nutritional assistance.
SNAP is a horrible example.
How?
SNAP is a horrible example because there's so much waste in it. It's
Well, how
supposed
much
to be-
waste is there?
What does SNAP stand for?
Supplemental Nutritional Assistance Program.
Okay. So we're talking about like nutrition and whatnot, right? We should be talking about bare minimums to survive, and also we have very readily available assistance from many food pantries that are independent and not government owned, which I trust way more. SNAP is
Yeah,
something
food
that-
pantries are bare right now because of the way Trump has gutted SNAPs. Food pantries are limping.
Well, have you ever been to a food pantry in your life?
Yeah.
When was the last time?
I don't know, 10 years ago.
Okay. So who are you to say they're bare?
You can just Google this, dude.
I've been in them. You haven't. So you're talking about Google.
You're talking about anecdotes. I'm talking about data.
I do agree that data is more important than anecdotal, but do you see how you're switching back and forth from those exact premises?
No, I'm saying that objectively, food pantries are becoming bare because of Trump's policy, and you're sitting here championing them, saying that they function better. No, they don't.
What has Trump done to SNAP specifically?
He gutted 3.4 million people off of SNAP, and the Supreme Court had to, or a federal court had to reverse it. Thank God. But he is constantly fighting for yanking people off of these systems, and they are proven to be economically advantageous. They are, for every dollar that we spend in SNAP, we make $1.50 in economic activity. If we were to double it, that'd still be great.
Okay, can I tell you my perspective? I feel as if it's one of those things where the government as a whole, not Republicans or Democrats or independents, whatever, that specific concept, all it does is it sends money directly to these major corporations. Where at these supermarkets, and I disagree with these major corporations pretty much just getting funds straight from the American government for stuff that...
Then you're definitely not a Republican,
harming our
because
citizens
Republicans
in
are
the
the
long term.
champions of welfare for giant corporations. At least people get to fucking eat with this type of welfare. It doesn't hurt my feelings so much that some dude who figured out how to make money off of feeding people gets money. I'm totally fine with that.
But how would you feel if they did some adjustment to SNAP and it was like everybody that's currently on SNAP is going to get a little bit more money, but like you have to buy chicken and ground beef and you have to buy like water and tea and coffee and you have to buy like pasta.
You know what?
and
I don't
rice.
care. Do it. But if you want to start scrutinizing SNAP before we scrutinize missiles, $1 million missiles, I think something's fucking wrong with you, dude.
I mean, I think war is a whole different thing, and I never was arguing for war and missiles and whatever. I mean, I am very thankful, and I think the entire world's very thankful that we have the strongest military ever. I do think that. Do I think we probably spend more than we need to? Yeah. Like I said, the financial crap that goes on in this country is ridiculous, and I've said it over and over again. But at the end of the day, when you're talking about SNAP versus, like, preventing illegal immigrants like living in communities and like something like that, where you're talking about totally preventable crime, murder, rape, robbery, assault, like berating, crap like that going on.
I think
But again, I know you're against this
that is a
but
that is
they're
a
literally not
that is a
supposed to be here
falsehood.
by definition.
There is no correlation between undocumented migrants and crime. That is the least efficient way to dwindle that down, to work on those numbers. And it is very
If
advantageous
one
for
person,
rich
the
people, for
government-
politicians
the
to have you
government
look
should
at
be
these
able to
people.
Stop these people.
There's no correlation. It is sad that you guys are stuck on this. There's none. And Trump has committed more fucking crimes than all of people that committed murder last year who are undocumented. Trump has more felonies than all people who've committed murder last year that were undocumented.
Again, every single president over the last 100 years has committed crazy crimes. They've murdered hundreds of millions of people, probably.
Yeah, but Trump's the only one who's had flagrant disregard for the law and has done so much so that this society has become fractured.
Again, I feel like there's certain things that Trump's done, especially recently in this second term, that are extremely distasteful. But at the end of the day, it's one of those things where it's all over the place. It truly is. And it's one of those things where it's just a disagreement on the basis of, like, you truly do, I feel like, think these people should be here. Like, they have a right. Like, everybody has a right.
Yes,
or
I
they
do.
don't.
Literally
I
look
think
at
you think
look at
everybody has
look at
a
the
right to
economy.
be in
Look at
America
population
just because it's
decline.
America.
There's not
I
a
feel like
single
that's the
case
first
you can make.
concept one other country in history has ever had that concept in their head.
Literally, they are a net benefit in every way. If you can get past your feelings, we could capture this. We can capture this and be more prosperous.
Can I tell you one way that they're specifically not a net benefit?
You can try.
Do you know how many of these illegal immigrants, if they were able to come here legally, they'd be able to get way better paying jobs? Almost every single illegal immigrant that I've met personally, hand on hand, they're like an engineer, they're a nurse, they're a doctor in their home country. Those are the people that I desire to have here, but it's also one of those type of things where you can't come here illegally and follow out that profession. So these are the people that need to be doing it legally. And having people come in.
You think they just forgot to do it legally? Do you think that they had a choice if they've ditched that type of profession to come here and clean houses or something? You think they just forgot?
Almost every single illegal immigrant that I met, they were not in a specific dire circumstance where they were seeking refugee status or something like that.
Yeah, I think that's just another anecdote, man. Like, really? Do you really think that a doctor came here to clean houses because, I don't know, they forgot to do the whole legal thing?
It's one of those things where you can work over here and work like hard and do some bullshit job like that and make good money and send it home.
Again,
That's
you're just
100%
finding ways to be mad. First of all, sending home money doesn't hurt our economy. It's good for us still.
I never said that hurts our economy, but them coming
And why
in
mention it?
affects the economy overall.
Doesn't affect our. I mean, it makes the dollar more powerful.
I mean, again, there are good aspects and bad aspects.
There's
but
no
they're
bad
not supposed
aspects
be
to
here
them
because
sending
of-
money home.
Did I say to sending money home, or I'm talking in general?
It helps the economy. Like, again, you haven't really given me a bad way, like a net negative. You're just saying that,
A
oh,
net negative is murder and rape, robbery, assault from people
So-
that aren't supposed to be in the country at all.
I know
Again,
that's
it's
not
one
a
of those things
thing.
that if it happens
That's not a
once,
thing.
It's a whole
So
problem.
what you're doing is making crime rates worse by deporting people who are non-violent and basically making it more dense of people who are more likely to commit crimes.
Again, it's one of those things where I do have more sympathy for somebody that has committed no crime, obviously, and has been like a contributing citizen for a long time.
Which is 99.999%.
You're super familiar with the fact that we've had programs for people that are here illegally to like become citizens, right?
Yeah,
That's been a thing
and it costs
from
tens of thousands of
Obama.
dollars, and it takes 10 to 15 years. I know. And Trump is making it
you'd
very
rather
terrifying
see
for those people to
illegal
even
and
do
not
that.
give them documentation, because all of these people, despite their immigration status, they desire to be American citizens,
Yeah, I know.
and that's amazing. Do it legally, like.
Yeah, again, that is a
You have sympathy
that is a
for,
privilege.
like, the person from Ecuador or from El Salvador that is a doctor that wants to come here illegally and wants to work in America as a doctor to get paid crazy money.
You're not going to sell to me that
and
you feel
he's
sympathetic
not
for
able
these
to come
people.
here because of the strict immigration laws that we have, because of the amount of illegal immigration that we've had over the last 3 decades.
It doesn't. I think that like this is all relative.
Do you
We
not
have
sympathy?
so little undocumented migrants here compared to other countries that no matter what presence they had here, you would still have this jaw-dropping, insane, fucking like privileged view of this. You'd be
I
like,
think
oh, even if it
outside
is
of
just
Europe, because
1%.
Europe has like open borders essentially. There's not one place in the world even close to us. We let in more immigrants than anyone.
Yeah,
we let in more
still,
legal
still,
immigrants than
we're
any
a
other country.
huge country. For you to be like, oh no, they're taking our jobs, or I feel bad for this person who could have been a
never said they're
doctor.
taking our jobs.
Hold on. I feel so bad for this person who could have been a doctor. We need to kidnap him and send him back to his country and let him trek all the way here again. That's the best thing for this person.
I think what they should do is they would go back to their homeland and then like come here legally.
Exactly.
That would be the best thing.
That
for
is
any
not the
illegal
best thing. Like literally the best thing for both parties would be to like give them a pathway to citizenship. It would cost us less money. It would cost them less
I mean,
money.
we have given illegal immigrants pathway to citizenship over the last 30 years. It's a real thing. You know this.
Yeah, it's
Like, I
not
don't
for
think they're
everybody.
cheap. They're
It's
very
not
much
free.
right.
It's not cheap.
So what? They're working just like me and you.
Yeah, I know. And you just get extra
not cheap
mad
for me
when one
either.
of them like steps out of line and you're like, let's get all of them out of here. It's wild, dude.
I mean, it's one of those things where I think you either believe in having a border or not. Because if you don't believe in having a border,
That's a silly
even if
concept.
it's just like,
Nobody doesn't believe we shouldn't have a border. You guys are wild, dude. When you say this, like I get furious. We all
but
believe in
letting
borders.
people come in willy-nilly and you are totally okay with it.
No,
as long
you
as
guys
they
just
are
don't
not a
know how they
murderer
came
or a
in.
rapist.
You think they all just like snuck in like a sneaky little dude. Like no.
Again, I know many of these people personally.
I don't care about your anecdotes, dude. Welcome,
I'm
Danielle
saying,
Raiders.
like,
welcome,
real
welcome,
world
welcome. Thank you guys so much
circumstance,
for
I
the
know
raid,
some of
Danielle.
these people personally.
Yeah. So our asylum code, USC 1158, says that if you come over here and you claim asylum, you get due process. That is literally the majority of the people who came here. And somehow, Trump
Isn't
and
that
Fox
amazing?
News, hold on, Fox News, OEN, and Trump have all convinced you that every single one of these people are illegal and undocumented, and there's no telling you otherwise. It's so fucking crazy. Even when they get on a bus by Greg Abbott and sent to Chicago and Martha's Vineyard in New York, you're like, how those are illegals. All of them are illegals. No, they're not fucking illegal. They're all asylum seekers, dude. Every single one of them.
Don't you think it's amazing that we're letting these people in our country?
Because
That's
it's
like a
the
great
law.
thing.
It's been the same law since 1952.
Could you name another country with that law, or is it just
Yes, 33 other countries have the same exact law. We
That
are
they can
signatories of a
synthesize?
giant pact of countries that do this.
What are those 32 other countries? Are they all European countries that have open borders between them all?
No, I'm talking about every single country connected to us by land.
There's 2 countries connected to us by land.
You're thinking continents.
No, America's connected to 2 countries.
Okay, I'm not talking direct border countries. I'm talking everything that you can drive through with a car.
So all of South America traveling to America is okay because you can travel in between every single country. That's exactly why Trump implemented in his first term the policy where you have to be seeking asylum from Mexico or Canada, or I'm pretty sure he extended it to the countries that border Mexico as well.
No, you're
Because
just
people were coming
misremembering
from,
things. That's not a thing.
100% I'm not.
Yeah, you
That's
are.
a real thing, but because they were calling them caravans. I don't know why they were calling them caravans.
Fear-mongering.
But you had people traveling from deep in South America, passing through many countries that were safe and fully eligible to live in and like work in and whatnot. And these people would travel thousands of miles to the border to seek asylum based on war or like gang stuff, whatnot. And it's a vulnerable aspect of America, and I don't understand how you don't think
again,
that's not a vulnerable spot.
I think that there was a perfect answer to this, and it was like hiring more judges to adjudicate these asylum claims so that people didn't think they were going to get a 6-year stay waiting for a court date. It would have turned to 6 months. And Trump stopped it. He crushed it.
I don't think we should let people in after just looking at them for 6 months. The actual immigration process is a long process. And you can be
what do you think there
illegally
is to
during
find
that
out
process.
in 6 months? What do you fucking think there is to find? We have the largest like connection with like Interpol and being able to tap these other countries for criminal records. As long as they're not a country like a weird country like Venezuela or something, we could do this in like a fucking minute. What do you need in 6 years?
Do we? Okay, here's another like dividing point. Do you or do you not think everyone deserves to have life in America?
Yes,
Like,
I literally think that is as easy as if you're a decent person and you're wanting to work and you love America, you should come all the way in. You should be given the best permanent type of residency ever. I'm not xenophobic, so I'm totally for it.
People to come in illegally or legally?
Legally, we should make it so easy to come in legally. It should be the fucking easiest thing in the world.
But do you or do you not disagree or agree that illegal immigration affects legal immigrants? Because
No.
it does.
No.
I
think that
you're crazy for saying that, because it's one of those things where it literally takes up a spot for somebody that could be a legal immigrant in America. We slow
That's not a
down
thing.
legal immigrants because of illegal
that doesn't happen.
immigration.
Can you tell me the process that happens when an undocumented migrant sneaks into the country? Who gets pushed back in line? How does that happen?
They get pushed back in line theoretically. It's not like
So not
there's
really.
like 2,000 people that are let in and we document the people running across the border. And you know that. You and me both know that.
Yeah, I know. I
It's
got to
one of
stop
those
you from
things
lying.
where the government takes in the idea of, okay, we have a financial strain on our system. We have whatever burden our system is causing because of these illegal immigrants. So we can't let in all of these other
Again,
people
the only thing
necessarily.
that stops it and slows it down are conservatives, like white nationalists, weirdos like Stephen Miller and Trump and Tom Homan, and like the panel of like 6 judges that determine
I
how
only know
many
who Donald Trump
asylum
is
or
on the left,
refugees we take in each year.
you know?
That's about it.
But my whole thing is like, I severely disagree that having a true border and knowing who's coming in and coming out and
These things aren't
knowing
mutually
when and when
exclusive.
they're not allowed to stay here is like a valuable thing to have a country.
Okay, so if we could make it to where we accepted like 10 million people each year and it was all super legal and we found out who exactly where they were and they're all awesome people, would you be for it?
I would 110% be for it.
Okay, but
No, truly, I would 110% be for it. I want everyone to come in legally. I mean, maybe not 10 million people every year forever, but like if it was one of those things where we had less illegal immigrants around and we were able to get like that more corralled and we were more in the know about what was truly going on in our country as far as these people being undocumented. And again, I know a lot of these people, you're saying they have the fingerprints in the database and everything like that. We have their name and whatnot through visas. But again, I feel like it's one of those things where they're still here illegally. They signed a visa. They know exactly.
It's the strangest hang up, dude. It's like, I don't know what to tell you.
No, but
like, it's just, it's the
you got a
strangest hang
visa
up I've
to a
ever
country
heard.
and you overstayed your visa and you got deported.
Oh
I don't know
no!
why you would.
Do we need to
be
spend a
upset about
bajillion dollars? Like somebody mowing a lawn down the street who's like 12 years old, who's being paid $5 to do it. That's child labor. Should we spend out a special
Yeah, and
task
illegal
force?
immigration lets people take advantage of people
Hold on.
financially.
Should
all the
we
time.
start a special task force and spend $1 trillion to stop kids from fucking mowing lawns? No. Am I going to sit here and harp on you and be like, oh, you love child labor? No. I just fucking think it's so benign. And for you to
Are
go
you
hunt
arguing for
down...
child labor right now?
That's what you
I
would
feel
say to me,
like-
right? Do you really think that that's an issue, having a 12-year-old mow your lawn for $5?
No, not in that
Okay.
specific
All right.
circumstance, but a circumstance where it's like.
But it's child
I own a
like
company
you see
and
how
I employ
hardliner you are?
exclusively
This is
10-year-olds
what I feel like
to
I'm
mow
talking
lawns,
to. This is
and
who I feel like
pay
I'm
them
talking
$5
to.
an hour.
This is who I feel like I'm talking to. Somebody who just won't shut the fuck up about something as stupid as that. It's so dumb.
About what though? I feel like I've been very respectful. I don't know why. Like,
Listen, that was I'm trying to illustrate to you how silly this is. It's illegal. It's illegal.
but we have laws for a reason, right? Yes
Yeah,
or
we have
no?
child labor laws for a reason, right?
Yeah, so I think it should be illegal to employ children to work for your company. I think paying 10-year-olds $5 an hour, if I had 10 10-year-olds and I was paying them all $5 an hour to mow lawns, I think I'd be a sick criminal.
Yeah, I know. And I agree with you that like maybe one in
But
a
you're just
million.
arguing for that.
I agree with you that like if someone started a whole company and their company structure was to hire explicitly like underage kids to mow lawns, that motherfucker needs to go to jail. But do we need to go and start a task force that's masked and to jam up cities to the tunes of tens of thousands of soldiers to find kids that are mowing lawns and make sure that they're not doing it for money and that they must be doing it for free?
I mean, listen.
Who are we helping?
You're arguing with the wrong guy. I don't know what side of right wing you think I am, but I'm truly like way more libertarian than anything. I think the government should not have any issues with.
Dude,
us doing anything.
libertarians believe in
I'm
free
from New
open
York.
borders.
What?
Libertarians believe in freedom of movement.
I said I lean way more libertarian.
I think it's the most incoherent
do-
political stance ever, libertarians, but
I lean more that way because I think the government should be involved in our life a lot less, and I feel like everyone would be way better off. I think Trump should have less power over your life. Like,
Trump is the most power. He's the biggest government we could possibly have.
but I think he should have less power. I think Joe Biden should have had less
Yeah,
power.
I
I
think
Barack
Hitler
Obama
should have
had less
killed less
power.
people. That's not a thing.
I think Hitler should have killed less people too. Who are you arguing with, man?
For you to be as naive as to say that Trump is somebody who you think is going to have less power eventually is silly.
I mean, I'm not saying Trump specifically. I'm saying my political opinion as a whole. Which, again, I feel like if you break it into two candidates, which I think you and me both agree on from the start of the conversation like a while ago, it's the two-party system in of itself kind of sets you up for bad things because, like, you've assumed I'm on the, like, right wing, like, multiple times in the conversation where
If you're for mass deportation, you're as far right as you go.
Would you consider mass deportation getting rid of illegal immigrants that are currently in the country that, like, we catch? Like,
yes. Somebody who's especially attuned to only the crimes that undocumented migrants commit.
If we spend no money on ICE, because I know you love the money aspect, and we just arrested and deported every single
The economic
person,
rebounds would still be insanely bad.
so you think the economic policy is more important than if we regularly, like, pull up on an illegal immigrant committing a murder, rape, or assault, and they arrest them, and they end up getting deported?
That's already a thing. So that's not anything outside of what we already do.
And you're arguing against that, though, are you not?
No,
'Cause I just said
deport
if we
people who are
defunded
harsh
ICE,
criminals
there's no
all
such
day.
thing as ICE.
All day. Deport people who are harsh criminals. That's already a thing. Nobody in the world would disagree with you on that. I think it's silly for you to think those people even exist.
Who?
The people that don't want to deport like undocumented migrants that commit violent crimes. Every single person I've ever talked to,
No,
left
not
or right,
necessarily
would
violent
be for
crimes,
that.
but I'm saying if there was no actual, like, government agency or government aided service that was, like, looking for people, if we weren't actively looking for illegal immigrants and spending taxpayer dollars on that, but just through regular interactions, as far as, like, police interactions go, like, you are doing something sketchy and they try to ID you, or they pull you over because you're speeding.
You're starting into big government, right? Talking out both sides of your mouth.
I'm saying, I think even in big government or small government, I think everybody wants to have police. Are you defunding the police? Like, is that your idea? Like,
No, I don't think the police should try to find more crimes that you're committing in a regular, like, traffic stop.
okay, but today's society, you're speeding. You're going 85 in a 55. You're going to get pulled over maybe, right? There's like a 50% chance, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the person speeding happened to be an illegal immigrant and they committed that traffic infraction and then that led to them getting deported, I have little
Cool.
to no
That's
sympathy
passive.
for that
That's cool.
situation.
That's fine. Do I think that's
From what I
worth it?
understand,
No.
you're
Like, I think it's
don't
horrible
care
that
about
would lead to that.
You don't think it's worth it at all.
No, like, no, I don't think that you should start a task force to find people who are just going to their fucking birthday parties or picking fucking fruit in a field. I don't feel like that's worth it. And that's what you're doing.
Again, ICE is one of the biggest things, like the way that they've operated with specific instances. I've disagreed with them most, and that's been one of my biggest gripes in modern day politics that I've had. Because I do think some of it's crazy. It is truly crazy. I don't like masked people running around doing anything in the name of the government. I don't. So it's one of those things where I think that's really bad, but at the same time, if you are an illegal immigrant and you get caught up, even if some stupid shit, you like threw some bubble gum on the ground and a cop stopped you and ID'd you because you were littering, and then you happen to be an illegal immigrant, if you end up getting deported from that, I have little to no sympathy.
I think that's wild. I don't think so. I think that we should protect people who are doing benign things like that. I think that if like you're here and you overwhelmingly contribute far more than the stupid incident of the fucking gum spitting incident. Like if you're fucking paying local taxes, if you're creating,
like
hold on,
if a person
hold on.
commits a crime,
If
gets
you're
caught.
hold on, stop. If you're sitting
I'm
here
older.
and you're committing and creating demand for the local subway and the gas stations, and you're renting a home, and your presence is adding value far more than the stupid fucking grievance you have about spitting out gum, I think you should be stopped from deporting that person. I think the second you break an actual crime, then yes, maybe you can go get deported.
Do you or do you not think that kind of like dissolves the idea of like United States citizenship, though? If
No.
you're allowed to come here and commit petty crimes,
No one's allowed to commit crimes, right?
petty crimes though keep society
You can
like
get
like
you can
the
get punished for petty
engagement.
crimes. I don't think you should be deported.
I think if you are an illegal immigrant, not saying you 100% need to be deported, like I don't want these people in my town or anything like that, but if you are deported on some stupid shit like that, at the end of the day, you came into the country illegally, and you know that these people know what they did.
That
They
doesn't
know
make
that
it
they're not
just.
illegal.
Still doesn't make it just. Still doesn't like the outcome doesn't. It doesn't justify.
But
Like
again,
you're
at
not
that
making anyone
point,
safe. I feel like
why
you're
wouldn't?
simply just casting your like vengeance on them.
But I feel as if you don't care that, like you say, obviously nobody wants an open border, and I don't want you to go into the whole thing of it's like, oh, like Trump convinced you guys, like everyone wants an open border. I don't think that's the case, but it dissolves the fact of even having a border if you can just come here and be like not like a murderer, and like you are just good to live in our society.
Yes, if you're a person that the worst you do is you jaywalk, then I would love 1 million of them. I want 20 million of them.
I mean, if tomorrow we could put 100 million immigrants into our country, like I would disagree with that just as a whole premise. Immigration should be like a slow process for
So
actually
you take
coming
back
in,
the question I gave you earlier.
learning the nation.
So I think it's like this is like the ultra nationalist aspect that we always point to, and I think that America is completely different from most countries. We are this beacon of hope. What does the fucking Statue of Liberty say? You know, bring us your hungry, bring us your poor, bring us your needy. I think that's what makes us so great. Is that we are like this huge melting pot of different ideas, and we've come together and we've created some of the best music, some of the best movies, some of the best art in the world.
I agree.
And
This
that's
is the
what comes
greatest
out of
country
it.
to ever bear this universe.
Yeah, and it's not because we're all white. It's not because we all are like these stuck-up, you know, super citizens called Americans.
You're preaching to the choir. I'm from New York. Hello?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, there you go. We're a country of immigrants. You're a fucking city of immigrants. You're a state of immigrant. Like, you are the starting point. You're ground zero, right?
Like, one of my favorite things about New York is the fact that we have all of these cultures all together. I can have the best food in the world from every single culture isn't in their homeland. It's in New York. 100%. As far as culture, I've experienced every single culture from like a very young age. I went to elementary school with people of every single different race and every different religion at a very young age. Like, it's truly an amazing thing. I'm not against immigration, so I don't like the idea of
You just kind of hinted at it, though. Like, I don't get it. Which one is it, dude? Like, the people who are undocumented that could have been here legally present, they're chill for committing murder, right? But if they don't keep up with their legal process, if they don't attend all of their court dates, that's a totally avoidable murder in your eyes somehow.
I think it means slightly less in terms of the government being able to prevent it. And I feel like that's what everyone desires from their government. They desire safety and peace.
Yeah, this doesn't make us any safer. I think that what you guys do, the policy you fight for, guts our government of the social safety nets that make us safer.
General society feel very unsafe if one of their family members, loved ones, or somebody that they know was murdered, raped, attacked, assaulted by someone, again, I know you hate this term, they were never supposed to be here.
Again, that's probably not even the case. So, like, if somebody missed a court date and all of a sudden they're undocumented, you will cry for 3 years about that murder. But if they kept up and they were tip top and they were a legal visa holder, you'll never hear about it. You don't give a flying fuck because Trump won't advertise that to you for 3 years. There is no Lake and Riley
Most
of that.
murders
That's going to
you
get
don't hear
your.
about.
I
Me
care
and you
about
as a man-
you care about the least amount of murders. You care about the 20 murders that are committed by undocumented migrants. I care about all 17,000 that are committed every year. And I think about programs that would actually stop root cause of violence by addressing things like poverty, by addressing things like mental health. You guys gut that shit every time you're in office. You guys fucking hate America. You guys hate
Again,
helping
I
your
don't
citizens.
like you saying you guys are talking to some random guy from New York. I'm not some political commentator or something.
You
like
are
that.
you have very
I'm
far
not-
right leaning ideas. So yes, you get the heat for this.
I'm not saying I'm not down for the conversation or anything like that, but I'm saying there's certain things that you're putting upon me that are simply untrue.
I'm critiquing your political ideas.
Yeah, and I'm doing the same for you, am I not? That's the whole point of this call, yeah?
Yeah, and the same thing you're doing to undocumented migrants, I get to do to you.
I mean, I don't understand what you're saying I'm doing to undocumented immigrants, because I'm just saying they shouldn't necessarily be
They should
here,
get
and I
literally
feel like
one step short of the death penalty for crossing the, like, for jaywalking is what you just said. You're like, I don't feel bad. Like, what? Yes, you're
think
going to take all the
being
heat.
deported is similar to the death penalty at all?
Yes, you lose your family, you lose your life, you lose your financial stability. Sometimes you're just fucking thrown into slave trade. If it were up to Trump, he would be sending you to fucking Libya. He had a federal court stop him from sending you from fucking
if you wanna talk
Libya.
about the slave trade, I think way more people are victimized and sold into slavery from South America to be illegally immigrated into America.
Do you really
These
think that they're
people literally-
slaves when they get here in America when they're making like 20 times more than what they were? And they
Okay.
walk freely?
Two things. I want to pause you real quick because I have two things to say about that. Yes or no? Because they make more here than they do in their homeland, is underpaying illegal immigrants good just because they're getting more in their homeland?
Yes, they are getting to eat more. They get a better standard of life. Yes, I think it's far better
You
and
think it's
kinder
okay to
than
take
taking them and
advantage of illegal
kidnapping them.
immigrants?
Yes, I think it is far more moral and ethical to not kidnap them and send them to Uganda like y'all do. Yes.
Oh yeah, and wait one second. So again, talking about like slave trade and whatever, my second point was so many of these people that have jobs of getting people over the border, they literally take people's children. People bring them their children, they say take them to America, get them to this person. I'm not going with them. Again, not every case, but this is statistically significant. It's a lot of people. They're sold into some sort of slavery where they're either working for some horrible boss, and that's like the best situation, or you're sold in some sex slavery. And that's just horrible.
Again, I don't believe that you give two shits about this because we can just point to the conditions of Trump's immigration detention centers right now, places like Delaney Hall, and 100% of them are doing worse.
Centers than anybody else's detention centers.
Any detention center where you lose like 30 pounds in 4 weeks is probably not following human rights laws.
Again,
Sorry.
I haven't heard of that specific circumstance, whatever.
Any place that is forcing you to stay pregnant against your will, or doing surgeries on women against their will to make them infertile.
Can you name a specific circumstance?
Yes, this has been happening since like 2022. Dr. Amin I think he's given a nickname for doing like 80% of these procedures himself, even though he's like one of thousands of doctors. They have institutionalized systemic, like people making women infertile. Yes, against their will.
That's the procedure you're talking about?
Yes.
Again, I truly have not heard of this at all, so I don't really have too much to speak on. But obviously, I would say that's horrible. Like, I don't think anyone would say that's right or just.
Yeah, hysterectomies, you name it, dude. This guy loves it.
Again, I feel like I'm pretty versed in like ongoing politics. Like, I don't think I'm totally not in the know or anything like that. And again, I just haven't heard of anything. So
Well, there's
it's
a
like
nice,
nothing
there's a
I'm
nice,
not gonna lie.
there's a congressional hearing where John Ossoff talks about this in depth. They have a huge investigation they've done into it. This is
I mean, if that's the case, I mean, an investigation's great. Our government's doing the right job, is it not?
yeah, against the will of the federal government, but sure.
I mean, again, I think the government does good and bad things every single day for the last 100 years.
All right,
And again, I
so
think that's something you and me can both agree on.
there's a whistleblower complaint, and this guy's in Georgia. A woman at ICE facility in Georgia accused a doctor of performing unwanted hysterectomies on them. Lawyers say the problem runs even deeper. And I'm sure Trump, after they're done, Trump is going to send them to a perfectly nice country like Uganda, Rwanda, Libya, to be sold into slave trade. But
I
thank
mean, I
God
have a
they're not
question,
making
though.
less
All these
than
people
minimum
from
wage.
Uganda or Libya that they're getting deported there, are you saying like we're having some illegal immigrant from like El Salvador and we're just sending them to Libya?
Yeah, third country deportations. That's what it is.
So they're deporting any third world citizen to any third world country.
Not to any, but to places that are very undesirable. And the federal courts have stopped Trump at many
But is that
turns to
where
do
they're
this.
from?
No,
I'm
it's
saying
not
that
where
there's
they're
somebody
from.
who's
No.
not sure what you're talking about.
Yes, they're sending them to, because their original country they're from, we have non-deportation. We have orders to not deport them to the country they're from by judges, or the countries won't take them back. So Trump is sending them to a third country to be cruel.
This is something I definitely would love to look more into. I'm not gonna lie. Again, it's something I'm not versed in, but I would argue in that circumstance, I would have more sympathy than I would have for the average person in that situation, where that does seem like something that should take more litigation to go through.
Well, I mean, you can just look at the deportations to CCOT. Half of those people were Venezuelan. They weren't El Salvadorian. In fact, some of them were women, and they were like 9 women got out of the plane at CCOT, and CCOT's like, yeah, we don't take women. Take them back. And we need to take them back.
I mean, something like Venezuela specifically, I would totally agree with like some circumstance where we're like, okay, your country's literally in an active civil war for the last however many years. So like, let's not deport you there.
Yeah.
Like, I would sympathize with that.
Yeah, but don't send them to a fucking prison because we have nowhere else to send them. A literal death prison, too. Like, you don't get out.
Again, from what I understand, that specific prison, the only people that have been sent there are people that would have been deported and sent to that prison anyway.
No,
because
that's
that
not true.
specific prison is
Absolutely not.
it's not only used for El Salvadorian citizens, it's used for all of South America.
It's used for gangs.
Yes.
Gang members.
From all of South America.
Yeah, none of these people, 90% of them, were not adjudicated and convicted to be part of a gang. I would absolutely want a judge or a jury to be like, yes, that's the case, before we send them to a life sentence.
I'm very versed in El Salvadorian politics, I feel like, for an American. And it's one of those things where they have super strict laws. So I'm 100% sure if we had an illegal El Salvadorian immigrant and we went to go send them there, we went to go send them to El Salvador, and they had like gang tattoos or something like that, any sort of slight affiliation, because of how their government operates, there's no way that they would not go to that prison. So
Yeah,
I don't know as far as other
I don't know
countries and other
what
countries'
fucking
specific
drugs you're
circumstances.
smoking, but none of them were adjudicated of being in a gang. None of them.
Okay.
Sorry, and I don't
So
think
we're
that you
not
should be
talking
sent
about
to a
American politics.
you should not be sent to a prison anywhere for fucking tattoos. What country? Where do you want to live, dude?
I do agree with you, but my whole thing is from every single El Salvadorian person that I've ever met, and again, this is anecdotal, like you were going to say, they're very happy with what's happened and how much safer their country is because they were having very severe problems.
Yeah,
I
but they
don't
weren't
know
here.
enough to, like,
Some gay hairdresser here in the United States is not causing problems for El Salvador. They should be sent to an El
can you name the
Salvadorian
gay
prison.
hairdresser that's spending life in prison?
Yes. Yeah, I could find it.
I was looking for a specific name, and you haven't been able to give me one the whole time.
Okay, Abrego Garcia. How about that?
What's the name?
Abrego Garcia. But that's not the hairdresser. That's not the gay hairdresser. But let me find you the name of the gay hairdresser you're referring to is Andre Jose Hernandez Romero. He was an asylum seeker and a makeup artist. He was wrongfully deported from U.S. to El Salvador to CCOT. And he was released last year and sent back to Venezuela. None of this was done on the up and up.
Was that
None of
gentleman
this was
a Venezuelan citizen, or was he an El Salvadorian citizen?
Venezuelan.
And we deported him to El Salvador instead of Venezuela because of the civil war.
Sure. To a prison.
No, well, okay. Again, it's one of those things, and I can't be extremely well versed in every single country's political laws, but I know specifically El Salvador, with the specific prison you're talking about, I'm knowledgeable of. They have such little tolerance for any sort of affiliation like that. So
Yeah,
they
I don't
do
care.
crazy shit. So I
Cool.
can't
We're
argue for
America,
that.
so we should have a tolerance, right? We should have due process before we send people straight to prison. The plane landed at the prison. I'm not talking about he was sent to El Salvador and then put into
Is
prison.
their country sending them to prison?
No, we're sending them to prison. We sent a plane to the prison. It's not that they were sent to El Salvador and then sent to prison. We sent them straight to the prison.
But you do think there's not any sort of communication between the American government and the El Salvadorian government before that happens? 'Cause
Yeah, I'm sure
the El
two dictators
Salvadorian
talked about it
government's like,
over tea.
I guarantee you the El Salvadorian government's like, oh, we're not letting this person in our society. He's going to go to this jail. That's the conversation being had, not America going, okay, this illegal immigrant that's like in this community causing no harm.
We paid them $6 million.
Life in prison.
We said, hey, no country, Venezuela won't take them. Will you take this person? We'll pay you $6 million. And they said, yeah, we'll do it.
And what, they were given citizenship to a country that they'd never been to?
What would they give? What? No, they were just imprisoned.
Well, again, as far as taking them and paying for them to be imprisoned, as far as people that should be locked up in America probably, and I would agree they probably should be locked up in America, I have at the same time a gripe with like crimes happening in America from people that are illegal immigrants.
Okay, none of these, 90% of them have no criminal record.
Can I say my point though? Like, I have a problem with us as taxpayers paying for illegal immigrants that commit crimes here to stay in our prisons, and we have to like feed them meals every day.
They didn't.
We have to do all that.
So it's a nothing burger.
When
They didn't.
every other country should be able to handle it, but they're simply not capable.
I don't think so. And first of all, I mean, you can't say this and cry about cashless bail because we have 25% of the world's incarcerated population already, and the tug of war with being soft on crime. Yeah, the tug of war of soft on crime and having like sensible laws to get like keep people out of jail is it's very tiresome to have these conversations for you to be like, oh well, even though this person had no due process, convicted of no crimes, it makes sense for me somehow for them to be imprisoned for the rest of their life in another country, as long as we
Is
pay
it or
$6
is it
million
not a crime,
dollars.
even if it's a minor crime, to enter the United States illegally, undocumented?
They came legally.
No, but I'm saying, is that or not a crime?
Yeah, it's a $250 fucking fine, dude. Not life in prison.
Is it a crime, yes or no?
It's a civil crime.
So, if it's just a civil crime and we shouldn't care about it at all, why don't we have every single person in the rest of the world come to America and it's just a $250 fine? It's open borders. It goes
That's
back
not
to
open borders. We can enforce the border, right?
If we don't care about people coming over the border illegally, whether they're good or not, we don't have a border.
That's not true. We could have the strongest border in the world and then not spend a literal fortune on enforcing people who have been here either on like a visa that's overstayed. I think it's fucking wild that you guys want to torture these people.
With Trump, where like immigration has been an issue for my entire life.
Yeah, I know. They will, and it will be for the rest of your life. They will convince y'all that this is somehow a bigger issue than them fucking up the whole economy and picking on minority groups and stealing right in the open, stealing money, doing no bid contracts, enriching themselves with stocks in the open. This is somehow more of an issue. Them crossing a fucking invisible
Left
line
and right
is a
people
bigger
do
deal.
that. I hate so many of our politicians. All of them are corrupt for the most part. Almost all of them.
No, not to the same degree. Like we have the left. I would say I would give them a
You
1
think
out of a
all
10.
Republicans are corrupt and no Democrats are corrupt?
I would
Like,
say
is that what you're
the
trying to
left
say?
would be like a 1 out of a 10, maybe 2 out of 10. The right now is 10 out of 10. Corrupt as fuck.
I'd argue both sides. I'd argue probably 9 out of 10 if we're talking
Same.
numbers like that.
No, I'd
Like,
say
I
10
would
out of 10
not
on the
say
right.
either
On the
side
left,
of
we got
that.
2 out of 10.
I think it's truly very few people that have true opinions on the left and true opinions on the right, and they want to actually implement those things on society, and they have like these idealistic beliefs in their soul, and they just want to do good. And outside of that, all these people just want to make money, and they want to have power, and they're assholes, whether they're left or right.
I would say that the difference and the tiebreaker would be people on the left pass policy to help people and put people into like social safety nets. They add to social safety nets. We balance the budget. We reduce the deficit. We give more
But do you
powers
think
to
that's
the people.
only way a politician can be sympathetic?
No, but I'm
'Cause I
saying that
disagree.
we do that on the left. So even if you're corrupt and you're on the left and you do these things and pass laws to like increase taxes on rich people, you're far less corrupt than somebody on the right who is like cutting consumer protections and creating outbreaks of listeria and mumps and measles and screwworm so that companies can maximize profits and fucking
My
drill
biggest thing
and
about
do toxic
taxing
ash
the
into our
rich,
waterways.
Whenever people on the left talk about taxing the rich, they talk about taxing people that aren't who they have in their heads. When you say tax the rich, you think we should have Elon Musk paying an extra $1 billion. Like, he should probably pay crazy amounts of taxes. He should probably be like 10% of our global GDP every year. But when you guys talk about taxing the rich, you guys end up talking about people that make like $150,000 a year.
That's not true.
$200,000 a year.
Kamala's plan was 360,000 plus. I think that's fair.
And that's not that much money in the grand scheme of things.
It is the average wage in the United States is like 60 grand. That's a fucking shit ton of money compared to the average person.
The average person, yes. And then paying so much money, it dissolves more for the economy compared to if it was like the 1% of the 1% of the 1% being taxed significantly more.
Again, this is who you're running defense for. Yeah, I would love to tax the absolute piss out of Elon Musk, out of anybody else, Jeff Bezos, anybody who gets billions and billions of dollars of government subsidiaries, and we don't get a
Yeah, but
fucking
like as a
goddamn thing in
party,
return.
okay, see, you're talking about like government subsidiaries, right? But if we go back on Snap, that was my biggest gripe with Snap.
Yeah, but that's 1% of our budget, and that's feeding people. That goes directly into the hands of people, and it creates it creates jobs, it creates all these things
It
like
makes
directly.
like millions of dollars go to Coca-Cola, and our citizens are fat. It's one of the most extreme examples of that, but also it is true at the end of the day.
Cool. I don't care. I will let Coca-Cola exist and pay their fair share of taxes. If they get money from
I
our
think you
use of
agree they don't pay
EBT,
their fair share of taxes, though, right?
if we pay money into Snap and they benefit from it, fuck yeah, we get to tax them even more.
That's not necessarily how that works, though.
But it should be
If they
how it
want to
works.
operate, they have to get taxed no matter what, whether we give them money through our citizens or not.
Yeah, I know, but
If they
it should
wanna
be how it
operate,
works.
which they will wanna
If you're a
operate 'cause they
huge
make so much
recipient
money.
of subsidiaries, you should get taxed even more. You should give the United States a portion of your profits.
I agree with that. I don't disagree with you. My whole thing with what you're saying is like, again, even what Kamala was saying, you were saying it was $350,000 a year,
Mhm.
whatever. In the grand scheme of things, the rich people are making $15 to like $50 million a month probably. Not the people that make like $2 million in a year, like gross, and then like they profit like $200,000 a year. Like those people are not the people. And as a party, the Democrats have totally failed you guys on that aspect of things, because a lot of these people that are politicians make a lot of money, and it's one of those things where they don't want to be taxed, whether you are left or right.
Listen, I am all for cutting corruption out of politics, taking money out of politics, ending Citizens United. Trump
I
is the
believe you. I believe
antithesis of this. Trump is the antithesis. He is a stranglehold on every single person in the Congress and the Senate. If they don't vote his way, he will primary your ass. He'll get you out of there like Thomas Massey or Liz Cheney or Adam Kinzinger or God fucking knows who else. He will get you out. It is so corrupt and incestuous right now.
Okay,
None of them are
specifically
doing what's best for the
Thomas Massey,
constituents.
Do you think there was not right and left wing people involved in having him not be reelected?
No, it was
Because there
Israel
was.
and Trump.
There was left and right wing people, 100%.
It's a cop out.
Wild.
$32 million. Who donated that
I understand
amount?
why you say it's a cop out, but at the same time, if you are totally like what you were saying earlier, where it's like 5 or 6 out of 10, 7 out of 10 Democrats are like corrupt and every single Republican's corrupt, I feel like it's a very bad opinion to have, because you're looking at things as far as left and right, and as far as individual
to make a
politics
case.
and individual beliefs, it's impossible to break it down like that.
You'd have to make a case
And again,
for
I
it
think
to
you're
not be
very
the
smart. I think
truth.
they're very well spoken, and I don't think you truly have those beliefs.
I do. I 1,000% do. I literally, you could not sell me on the fact that somebody who wants universal health care and who makes 60 grand a year, whose net worth is like AOC, whose net worth is fucking 60 grand to 100 grand. She is not sold out. She will absolutely tax the fucking living piss out of the rich. She would want us to have like programs like this, free college for all.
Again, when you
I
say
would
the
all
rich,
be for
though,
them.
my biggest thing with the Democrats as like a political party is that, because if they ran on let's tax the rich and they were like, okay, yo, these guys that are making $1 billion a year, if we tax them all 1%, it adds bajillions of dollars to our global GDP, and it makes sense. That literally makes sense, because you're talking about such a small fraction of their income, but it's so much money. But when you're talking about people that make between like $100,000 and $200,000,
I already gave you the number.
$250,000,
Don't misrepresent me
those
again.
people employ people, and those people help the economy. I'd argue way more than the multi-bajillionaires or
Yeah, I know. That's why I said
people making less.
400,000. That's the sweet spot. 400,000. 90.
I mean,
I think it's
you said
60%
Kanye
of
said
all people who are employed.
360,000. You never said 400.
Okay, 366 is the bracket that would be changed. But people who small businesses are 60% of the people who employ everybody in America, and I think it should be way more. I think that you should stop running defense, and billionaires are really good at scaring the shit out of you and spreading misinformation like, oh, look at this mass exodus of billionaires and millionaires from California. This is why you shouldn't tax the rich. Same thing with Mamdani in New York. When he taxes the rich, everyone's going to run. And this is how he gets people in hysteria and how they campaign on outrage, on false bullshit.
Can I give you a specific instance with what you're saying right now?
Sure.
You sound upset. Like, with Mamdani specifically, I remember not long ago, he was talking about one specific rich guy that owned a specific office space or whatever in Manhattan. Are you familiar with what I'm talking about or no?
Yeah.
That specific guy made a ton of money and was probably great overall for the local economy. And he decided to make him the political aspect of everything that has to do with like taxing the rich, when I feel like he was a horrible example. You would never see Mamdani say Amazon's horrible, Jeff Bezos is horrible, because New York would be strategically ruined by Jeff Bezos.
So, case in point, you're running
small
defense, right? How do we campaign for running and taxing the rich if we have people like you going, oh, look how much value this guy adds? We shouldn't tax him. We should make it a fucking tax-free zone. We should make it a safe haven for these people to come and exploit the absolute fuck out of the economy and not pay anything.
Levels to wealth.
Yeah.
Like,
how is that guy who easily makes over 360K not somebody you would want to tax?
Okay, so if you make $400,000 a year, you're taxed on it. Maybe let's say you're taking home $300-something thousand a year, and that's probably a little generous. You know, if you're rich, you're getting taxed like almost 50%, essentially. At least where I'm at.
No.
Like if you're in that tax bracket, you're getting taxed almost 50%.
Mm.
Those people specifically that are in that lower rich scale, they contribute, in my opinion, a lot more to the economy, and especially like the local economy, not on like grand scheme of things for like New York State, but like I know so many local business owners that like live very well off. Not that they don't live well off, but they work very hard. They make good money, and they're able to run their business, employ, and
they don't work 137,000 times harder than somebody who works a minimum wage job. That's the fact. That they don't do that.
I mean, do you think like we should be like a total socialist society and everybody makes like the same amount of money?
No,
and,
why
like,
is it so black and white for you? Like, how come we either got to give all of the rich people no tax liability, or we're in socialism and
I never
communism?
said no tax liability. You're the one implementing that. I'm talking
All
to
right,
black and
but
white.
we have
I'm
an
not.
extremely sad rate of taxing the richest of the rich. People are able to live off of like an infinite money glitch where they don't have to pay taxes and they can take loans out with using their stock as collateral.
That are making even $500,000 a year, $600,000 a year. Those are not those people that are ducking out.
All right, but the guy that fucking Mamdani pointed out, the guy that Mamdani pointed out is definitely one of those guys, though, right? He is rich as fucking shit.
I think he's extremely rich, but I think he's significant levels below many other people in New York City specifically, and I think Mamdani chose him specifically because he thought there would be very little uproar about it. There'd be very little backlash.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't care. The French Revolution came before this level of wealth inequality. We have a far worse wealth inequality right now And what happened that caused the French Revolution?
Yo, I forgot you said you were from Texas and you're talking about France. Fuck the French. Nixon 5.
Nice.
The fuck?
I was still listening to your point.
Anyway, yeah, we are in the most debt ever. Money's not free. We can't just keep printing infinite amounts of money. I think it's silly to think this way. I think that billionaires got a hold of you. I think billionaires have given you some really effective propaganda to run defense for them in every bracket. I think we've covered almost all of them. I think that there's no case to be made to not run Mamdani-style politics. You're about to see a huge wave of democratic socialist people running for positions in America, and we're about to stomp everyone's fucking dicks with tax policy. We're about to balance
Is that
the
what
budget.
you would consider yourself?
Yes.
See, so I followed like the democratic social policies for longer than most people, I feel like, because I'm from New York. And again, I totally agree with the social safety net, but again, there is levels to that as well. You know, that's my opinion.
Well, I think that I think you're gonna see big change. Big change. Listen, I've had you on for like a bajillion hours. You're welcome to call back
I
some
know
other
it's
time,
been
okay?
a phenomenal conversation.
All right. Well, you have a good rest of your morning. All right.
Yo, what was your name, man?
Pickles.
Do you have like a real name, or like do you not go by it on like YouTube or TikTok?
Yeah, I just go by Pickles. I'm sorry.
I'm Jason, sir. I'm Jason. It was nice talking. Do you have like is this just on TikTok and YouTube?
Yeah.
Is there like any sort of like bot or anything of this? Because we have been talking for like 2.5 hours.
Yeah, it'll be on YouTube.
Just like on your channel?
Yeah.
Phenomenal. Yo, I appreciate you, man. It was a good conversation. I respect your opinion, sir.
All right. Thank you. Have a good night.
Yep.
Oh, chat, bail me out here, guys. Chat, if you're trying to support the stream, I have a Cash App of Venmo in the bio. And it's $40 to kick a guest. If you guys are tired of somebody, that was 2 hours, guys. You're killing me. Follow the stream. If you're new here, my name is Pickles. We do these streams almost every night. And if you haven't followed Nemo, Nemo is awesome as fuck too. He does streams all the time. Man. We're gonna see how it does. Gosh dang, guys. That was a long conversation. That was long. In a pocket full of lint. I'll take it, Ben. Fuck it. I'll take it. We will take it. You have the patience of a saint. I know. I get told that a lot. Not to S my own D. But yeah, we're at 6 hours, guys. 6 hours.
So what was his deal?
What's that?
What was his deal? That caller's deal? Like, what was his deal?
He was conservative, but not so much conservative. Really wants to do mass deportation. Really didn't believe in, I don't know, taxing the upper class. Only the richest of the richest of the rich. I don't know. I don't get it.
That was weird. All right.
But he was also libertarian.
I feel like libertarians come in two flavors. Like, one is I'm a libertarian, aka I am really lazy and don't want to commit to one of the major I guess political labels, and but I also want to feel special. So that's what they mean. That's option one. Option two is I'm a libertarian, aka I'm an anarcho-capitalist, and I have read way, way, way too much theory, and we are about to have a very, very in-depth and painful discussion about economics. It's one of those two. There is no middle ground.
There's a guy on my Facebook that that posts libertarian content all the time, and I get enraged reading it. I'm like, oh god, this guy's getting like super brainwashed. And I do this, I do this for a living, so I don't want to argue with somebody on fucking Facebook and text, but oh man, it bugs me.
Yeah.
I don't think this person's actually here. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop in the box, come tell me why you like Trump. If you're friendly, stay out of my box. Hello, are you a Trump supporter? Hello, are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I've been on here before.
All right, what's up, man? What do you want to talk about?
Of course I want to talk to you about, immigration. That's important.
Nemo, I dare you to take this one.
Immigration?
Yeah, and I want to talk about why, President Trump, aka the Great White Hope, is the best president of all time.
Oh god.
Yeah, I'm one of those.
Jesse Lee Peterson, unironically.
The GOAT.
Bruh. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Oh, I didn't come up here to debate Nemo. I want to debate Pickles.
That's racist.
You call me Dickles?
No, I called you Pickles.
All right. Were you watching Cops or something? You just sound like you're out of breath.
I just got back from my dorm.
You just got back from your dorm or to your dorm?
No, I'm just now walking into my dorm.
Oh, okay. So you're in college?
Yeah. But yeah, I wanted to talk.
What are you
talk
studying in college?
I want to become a lawyer.
Your mic is muffled.
I want to become a lawyer, just like my dad.
You want to become a lawyer?
Yeah. Make as much money as possible. That's my goal.
So you're in pre-law right now?
Yeah, I take a lot of law-centered classes. Just
What kind of lawyer?
Criminal defense, because it's that's where the money's at.
Criminal defense. Oh shit. Okay. And you think that Trump is the Great White Hope?
Yeah, the Great White Hope. He just cares about America. He wants to send all the illegals back to their country, which is good.
He doesn't care about America.
No, he does. He hasn't really been caring about America up to recent years. I don't know what's going on with him. He's starting, to become a sellout. I don't like it, but I still I think he's the only logical choice for president.
I mean, no, there are many other choices that would be way more logical. But you yourself have just said that he's a sellout, right?
Yeah, well, he these past years he's been feeling like a sellout. Back then I used to call him the Great White Hope, but he's starting to sound like
When you say past years, like which years?
Probably his first term. He was super pro American. But it feels like he's super pro Israel now. Doesn't feel like
okay. So you're saying in his first term he wasn't a sellout?
Yeah, he's recently started becoming a sellout. I feel like it's because they have a lot of evidence in the Epstein files. That's why I feel like he's white knighting for Israel so bad.
So he's a Pete Radio?
Yeah. I feel like
Nice.
it.
This is going real well for you, huh?
Yeah, it hurts a lot, to especially when those Epstein files came out. It hurt a
Yeah,
lot.
they haven't all come out yet. That's the problem.
Well, yeah, I mean it's bad, but he's still
What
gonna
What
go
if I
out.
told you that Trump was doing sellout shit in his first term too?
Like what?
You know who Miriam Adelson is?
Is it one of his fake accusers or?
No. This goes to your other point about something Israel.
Oh, no, I've never heard of it. Inform me.
Okay. Miriam Adelson, I can't remember her exact position, but she's affiliated with Israel, and she gave Donald Trump $100 million back in his first term. After doing that, Donald Trump, in his first term, you might remember, came out and said, "Oh, hey, Jerusalem is the real capital of Israel, and we moved our embassy to Jerusalem."
On a holy
And
day too, right?
oh, really? Oh, shit! Damn, I didn't know that part. I think that he did some type of action where the U.S. recognized the Golan Heights, which is basically it's a strip of land that officially belongs to Syria, but Israel has been illegally occupying it since the 80s. So allowed Israel to annex the Golan Heights, and then kicked off the Abraham Accords, excluding Palestine. There's probably some other shit in there related, but anyway, that happened. $100 million. Also, during Donald Trump's first term, you might remember the name Jamal Khashoggi. That sound familiar?
Nah, it doesn't sound familiar.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
How old are you?
19.
Oh, never mind. Okay, yeah, okay, fair enough. So Jamal Khashoggi was an American journalist. Okay. And he was like really critical of the Saudi government, which, it's basically a kingdom type deal. And then one day, Jamal Khashoggi goes into an embassy. I don't know if it's the Saudi embassy. I can't remember which embassy it was, but he went into an embassy and he never came out. And that's because while he was in there, agents of the Saudi government unalived him and then cut him up, literally, like dismembered him and stuff. Then like kind of carted his body out in pieces, hidden. So we found out about that, and nothing was done. Nothing was done. This was literally at the direction of the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. His name is Mohammed bin Salman. That's where you might have heard the nickname Mohammed Bonesaw. That's who that is. But yeah, so that happened, and nothing happened for we didn't do anything, didn't say anything. That happened his first time. Also, there was $100-something billion weapons deal that we did with Saudi Arabia around that time. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff with the Saudis. And then after Trump left office the first time, like just a few months after his first term, he leaves office. Jared Kushner, his son, magically, he has a venture capital firm, like an investment firm. Magically, Jared Kushner gets $2.7 billion from the Saudi investment fund, their sovereign wealth fund. The people that administer that, it's basically the royal family, but they have professionals that manage that. Sovereign wealth fund, the job is to make sound investments and make money, right? Those people, those professionals, said, this isn't actually a sound investment, like this doesn't meet our standards for, what we would normally invest in. Mohammed bin Salman himself said, fuck off, send the money. And so they did. So $2.7 billion comes from the Saudi government. And literally the crown prince demanded it, overrode the sovereign wealth fund people, whoever the fuck it is. So yeah, Trump's son got $2.7 billion right after Trump left office from the Saudis. So that was another example of being paid off. Also, Trump, he does golf stuff. Not anymore, but for a while he was doing golf stuff. Live Golf, LIV Golf. So Live Golf is like one of the Pro Tour, whatever the fuck things. They were going to be done at his golf courses, which is a shit ton. That's a shit ton of money. So that's one other thing.
I never said I was like 100% a diehard Trump fan. I kind of agree with his immigration law. I think it's good because we don't want America to become what the UK or Canada is becoming. Because Canada, their prime minister. Well, I'm not prime minister, but their leader. What I'm saying, he sees a whole bunch of Indians like just in this country. He doesn't even say anything. And he's a horrible dictator. I think he's probably one of the worst.
What the fuck?
He's one of the worst leaders I've ever seen in my life because he doesn't see that how he grew, how he was raised, that the race of like the people that he used to grow up with don't look the same way they do now, and he sees it in front of him and he doesn't say anything.
Dude, you said that you're not a hardcore Trump supporter. You called him the Great White Hope.
That's because what Jesse Lee Peterson calls it. Because I can relate.
God.
I can relate to him because he's a black conservative, so I respect him.
Oh, you're a black dude? Oh, okay.
I'm mixed.
Oh, okay.
God,
that makes this conversation so much worse.
He's doing white nationalism, even not being white.
No, I'm not saying I just think it's like weird, like I'm not trying to sound like self-hating or anything like that, but like how can I put this? I had this friend, right? He was a foreign exchange student, what I'm saying, and he came from Norway, and I went recently to go visit him, and I was like, and I went to Norway and I looked around, there was a whole bunch of Ethiopians, I thought Norwegians were like white, it looked.
So you were.
No, I'm not trying to sound self-hating. I love everybody. It was just because that wasn't the perception.
Did you just say there were a bunch of Ethiopians? I thought Norwegians were white. If they're Ethiopian, are they Norwegian?
No, there was like African Ethiopians, like.
Were they there as exchange students? That tends to happen. Yeah, foreign exchange.
Their melanin content was different. You don't get it, Nemo.
Oh.
Yeah, it was different. I was expecting a whole bunch of like white people, and I saw Ethiopians, and also
Oh no, that must have been scary, huh?
No, it wasn't scary because I'm black. I was just curious, it just wasn't what I was expecting,
You're right. Norway should be only white people. That's crazy.
I didn't say that. No, that's what I was expecting because the Vikings, they weren't white. I mean, they weren't Ethiopian. They were 100% white.
Do you understand the concept of foreign exchange?
Yeah, well, yeah, I do. And it was just weird because I'm not trying to sound like a raccoon or anything like that. I thought it was weird.
There's so much going on here. So much to unpack. Marcus, stop watching Jesse Lee Peterson. Stop it.
Yeah, that's a solid first step.
No.
I mean, I
Stop
just
it.
like him because, I just like him because I agree with some of the stuff he says.
I get it because he's black.
And he calls out hypocrisy in the community all the time, and I think stuff like that's good. We need more people like that.
He's a fucking idiot, dude.
No, he's not. He's
He's
smarter than
super dumb. He's literally, he sounds drunk all the time, and he's
you know.
not.
He debated Hassan and he won. I think you should watch that
I
debate.
highly doubt he won, dude.
He won, because Hassan doesn't know what he's talking about half the time.
You're
He's
fucking shitting me, dude. Marcus, I can't, dude.
Wait, he actually debated Hassan Piker? Wait.
Yeah, he did.
But he got
Hassan lost.
destroyed, dude.
I guarantee I can already kind of predict how that happened. So, like, if he actually did, Hassan was probably doing this shit ironically and was just, yeah, man. Oh, yeah, totally. Just like, yeah, very obviously just not even trying.
It's like Mike Tyson boxing a baby.
No,
like Hassan probably just destroyed him.
No, Hassan didn't destroy him. Hassan, he couldn't answer some of the questions that Jesse Lee Peterson was asking him. Because Hassan's not the brightest, so he didn't comprehend what Jesse Lee Peterson was asking him. Because he's not really smart, he likes AOC, so he's not smart.
What?
Like, have you ever in your life seen a smart AOC supporter?
Yeah, I'm one. He's one.
You're not bright.
We're not bright. And you are?
No. Yeah, I'm absolutely bright.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay. So Hassan went on to Jesse Lee Peterson's show.
Yeah, he lost the debate. He got cut because he couldn't answer any questions. He kept running and avoiding the questions. He lost the debate. That's even more impressive because, how do you lose a debate to an 80-year-old man who can barely speak?
Yeah, dude. No.
What do you mean, no?
Oh, no.
Marcus, we're going to let you try again some other time, all right? I'm going to let you go back to the drawing board.
Right. I will. Will be live tomorrow or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll destroy you then. Have a nice day.
You too. We're gonna let the next guest come up. I gotta walk my dog, Nemo. If you don't mind, you wanna?
Yeah.
Are you modded?
I don't think I am on this account.
Say something real quick, and I'll mod you. All right.
Is that Vladimir Lenin behind you?
Oh God, no. No, that's Du Bois. W.B. Du Bois.
Well, I thought that was Vladimir Lenin. I was like, yo.
I mean, I could kind of see that. Like,
yeah, like, cause he got a famous picture that's like that same, like it's that same side profile.
He does? Actually, I didn't know that. Hold up.
Yeah, like it's kind of almost exactly like that if you look it up.
Oh, I need to look this one up. Not really. Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about now. Okay, yeah, I have seen this one. Wow. Okay, yeah, no, I could definitely see that. I think he's got more of a chin. I think his chin goes out more.
Well, yeah. Oh, so you a Du Bois fan?
Yeah.
I mean, I heard y'all speaking about the immigration policy. Like you a fan of like immigration type thing?
Yeah.
Do you feel like immigration has disproportionately affected the Black American community?
Sorry, say that again.
I said, do you feel like immigration has disproportionately affected the Black American community.
How so?
No, I'm just asking, do you feel that way?
I mean, I'd have to know, like, specifically. I mean,
Like by any metrics that you can think of, type deal.
off the top of my head, I don't think so. No.
Yeah, I mean, I personally do. I feel like it has. You know, like I feel like it
How?
has. Jobs for one. I mean, I'm sure you know, like the whole them working for cheaper and that whole filling up, you know, that class of work that black people used to do before they got here in mass the way they did. Like that's not nothing that's made up. That's actually real, you know?
I mean, like, if you want to, so if we stick to, I guess, the modern era, because, like, if you want to talk about historically, I mean, I guess that you could make that argument for, like,
I would say like post civil rights movement.
post civil rights, so like 70s onward.
Yeah, like pretty much post unaliving of King up until now for sure.
Okay.
So, and if I could just put it in the historical context in a way that I know it, during the civil rights movement, a big part of the civil rights bill had provisions in it for immigrants. I'm sure you know before the civil rights movement, a large swath of immigrants that came over here, they was kind of really only letting European immigrants come over here, you know, Greek, Spanish, Italian, stuff like that, Irish, stuff like that. After the civil rights movement was happened and the civil rights bill was passed, there were certain provisions that allowed immigrants from other places in Asia, other places in the Caribbean and Africa to come over here. And I feel like that was sort of weaponized against the same Black American community that pushed it in the first place. If you look at how they were allowed to, you know, enfranchise themselves in a lot of those roles type deal that I could break down if you want me to.
I mean, yeah, you'd have to lay something out, like, because as far as like the time period that you're talking about, so if we go pre 1960s, so like just I guess pre civil rights era, um, or I guess right before the civil rights era really kicks off, like the Bracero program existed as an example. So uh, the Bracero program was basically like work visa type situations. And that was like right after World War II, or well, during and after World War II, because there was a manpower shortage. And the Bracero program was a way of backfilling that by bringing like workers in from south of the border. That existed up until I think it was 1968, and then that ended. Uh, not not a great program because there was a lot of fucked up things in it, but like that existed. So, I mean, I need you to be more specific on what it is that you're getting at.
So, I mean, what I'm getting at is that I know that the civil rights bill had, I mean, you are aware that the civil rights bill had provisions in it specifically to enfranchise immigrants in particular, right? Like, have you ever heard of that?
So the Civil Rights Bill, as in what, Civil Rights Act 1964?
Yeah, yeah. But I think what I'm speaking of specifically came around like 65, I believe. I think if you wanna fact check me on that. But
sure, I can look it up.
I mean, I know that was big, and I know that I just know how the government works. You know what I'm saying? And I know that was kind of a plan. Like once you start getting anything the government had, just from a quasi conspiratorial standpoint, like anytime the government has to do something, they're gonna make the private sector do it. They were giving our civil rights in like from a governmental standpoint. So even if you listen to people like Martin Luther King and people that were talking at that time, like they were going for the dollar, and the Black Americans were the ones that were doing that low paying work. And the next step of the civil rights movement was, getting fair wages and getting fair rights in the private sector, unionized and stuff like that, which they couldn't do before then. And I feel like right after that happened, that's when you see the, the influx of actually allowing immigrants to come over here and take those things, because technically they're not beneficiaries of the Civil Rights Act because they're not, legally citizens type deal. So they could do that work for cheaper. And then, in the North where they had all the plants and all of, car factories and stuff like that, we know they shipped a lot of those jobs overseas and stuff like that. And I think it was some trade deals that were done that kind of let those jobs disappear. And there's a book that was written on that called, When Jobs Disappear, about like how almost 50% of the black jobs left between the ending of the civil rights movement, I think, to like the middle of the 80s. So I just personally don't see the benefit of allowing, because at the end of the day, we do know that there is a job shortage in not even the black community, but the poorest communities in America. So I don't see how it behooves America to, even if it is to help them and they really need the help, how it behooves us to do that for them before we make sure we do it for ourselves. You get what I'm saying?
So, I think the book that you're talking about, When Work Disappears, is by William Julius Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, as far as like the time period that you're talking about, like you mentioned, like car manufacturer or just manufacturing jobs in general, what you're talking about, the real catalyst for that, or it's just going to be the rise of neoliberalism, right? So neoliberalism was brought in by Reagan, even though that sounds contradictory. It's basically the idea of globalizing trade and trying to eliminate market obstacles and all that shit. So there were absolutely trade deals that were done, and I guess like the crown jewel on that one is going to be NAFTA. Now, people oftentimes will tag Bill Clinton with NAFTA, and I mean technically that's correct, but also Reagan and Bush Sr. both were involved with NAFTA.
Yeah.
So like they kind of constructed it, and Bill Clinton just kind of, I guess, saw it through. That is going to be one of the big sources of outsourcing, is like NAFTA and trying to normalize trade relations with China. So I wouldn't say that that's necessarily related to immigration. Like that's just outsourcing in general, right? And so go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, for sure. I mean, I was just kind of throwing that in as far as just throwing it into how the economic base of the black community kind of left. I wasn't necessarily trying to put that into the actual southern border immigration policies and stuff like that. But however, in a way, you kind of can, because if you have a whole bottom class of specific people that you just snatching their jobs and you shipping it overseas, you're not helping immigrants per se, but you are giving jobs to people overseas that are not your people. Like, I don't believe, because I think it's kind of hypocritical that now everybody loves to say made in America, and it's good to say we're made in America, but for the 20 to 25 to 30 years that black people's jobs literally just disappear. Like, you can ride through any inner city and just see abandoned warehouse after abandoned mill just gone. Like, I don't understand like why that wasn't, because I'm not a Trump supporter. Like I said, I came in to speak because I heard y'all talking about the immigration stuff in particular, but I'm not a Democrat or Republican. I'm not really into that. I'm just saying, as far as like how that happened, to say that it's just kind of the way the game played out and it didn't have anything to do with these people not specifically not caring about how it was going to affect the black community. I just think that's not, whether it was Reagan or Clinton or Bush 1, Bush 2, Obama, like whoever it was, I just think it's like, it's not right. And then, like I said, when you look at it in the South, like I'm from the South, like a lot of the Southern jobs that a lot of immigrants hold, black Americans used to do, like specifically like in my grandmother's age, like they used to work in the kitchens, they used to do the cleaning in the hotels. We used to do, like my grandmother used to sharecrop on like farms and stuff like that in like the 50s and stuff. Like we used to do that type of work. And I just think that it's crazy that like once we got to a point where we could demand more during the civil rights movement, more pay, equal pay, they just snatched the jobs from us and gave it to the people who couldn't, and then left us without an economic base. And everybody knows you don't have an economic base, and comes the crime, and comes the mass incarceration. Like we know how that plays. So I mean, like I said, I don't want to get too conspiratorial, but it's like, if you look at how it played, like soon as we fought the civil rights movement to get this, these certain economic freedoms, because that was a big part of it. It wasn't just about, eating at the same restaurant with people who don't look like you. It was economics in there too. Once we got that, they found a way. The rich people of the South, the rich people in the, because I think over 70% of all Black Americans live in the South. So when you strip away the economic base in the South, you're stripping away like a lot of it from a lot of us. You know what I'm saying? And like, I don't think that was a coincidence. Like I wouldn't say that was a coincidence, especially since they haven't done anything substantial since it happened to kind of counteract that. I've just seen over policing, criminalization, stuff like that since then. You know what I mean?
I mean, so I think that there's it's a confluence of things, right? Like I won't use the word coincidental, but I guess like correlation causation, right? So that time period. So again, if you're going from if you want to, I guess, do I don't know, 1968. You mentioned when King was killed. So like if you want to go from 68 onwards, like that time period, that's what we're going into the 70s. So at that point, we're basically trying to take advantage of China at that point. And so I think that that's part of where the manufacturing base goes. And so that is done throughout that time. Also, that is when I guess like the seeds of neoliberalism are being laid out. So I feel like I don't know. I understand the point that you're getting at, which is that basically equal pay was enshrined in law, and then because of that, the assholes basically found a way to still say no, and they just did it via outsourcing. I guess ultimately my counter to that is that's why you should police the assholes. Like that's really what it is. It's to say that it's because of immigration. I just disagree with that, because the Bracero program kind of undermines that. But also just immigration, broadly speaking, we've had the same, I guess, immigration levels as far as like visa quotas or whatever the fuck since the 50s. That's the Immigration Nationality Act of the 50s. So it hasn't changed dramatically as far as the number of visas that we typically issue. And so outside of like the Bracero program, or there have been efforts since then. So like in the 90s, there was an effort to clamp down on, I guess, illegal immigration or whatever. Bill Clinton was big on that and did some. So I don't know. I would say, like, as far as immigration is concerned, I feel like you're kind of directing your ire at the wrong thing. Ultimately, this is about the owner class, the investor class that is fucking with the rest of the country. And I mean, also to be honest, it's white people. It's the power structure.
Yeah. So how much which you might not like this, but I typically liken it, and I know the people watching probably ain't gonna like it, but I typically liken it to, like, how people say these particular people in this neighborhood, they didn't really have a choice to sell this stuff that they're selling to get their money. They're just a product of their environment. And I feel like there comes a certain time where you have to hold people accountable to being part of a problem that, even though it may have benefited them and that may have been their only way, you can also see that you are being used for us, because I do wholeheartedly believe that like you kind of just, reconciled that, like, they were the owner class might have been using them to undercut us. So if they are doing that, and if they did do it, they definitely started back then. It's definitely at least been 50 years. Like, at what point do I, as a person who come from that community that is getting undercut and that also went through hell through the movement to get those rights, at what point do I be like, like, this kind of is starting to seem like y'all are in conglomerate, like it kind of seems like you're using this thing that you're getting to your benefit. Like, it kind of seems like, you know what I mean? It kind of seems like you're in cahoots at this point because it's been going on for so long. Because we know that these cities, like, I think and I could be wrong, but I think a Department of Labor study said that a merchant, it came out that like a merchant would rather hire someone who doesn't even speak English before they hire someone of African American descent, just because of, like, racism and stereotypes was I guess the finding, right? So we know that they are the owner class is using this as a way to undercut us. Am I not to expect that this class that they're using to stand up, especially when my group of people who I come from, which are civil rights, I come from the civil rights legacy or whatever of being a Black American, just off that, when I know that they fought for the civil rights of immigrants and for their rights to be able to immigrate over here in the way that was legally okay, and, like, like the provisions that were put in. So, like, I want to say, am I not allowed, because I can do what I want to, but I'm saying, like, is it, like, you get what I'm saying? Like, you wouldn't start thinking that looked like a little funny. Like, you wouldn't start, like, it's not about pointing the fingers and saying, oh, every immigrant that comes over here is just taking advantage, but, like, you got to get where I come from when it's been like decades of that,
Am I getting the gist that you're saying, like, undocumented migrants are coming here and taking Black people jobs?
No. It's way more nuanced than that. I wouldn't go that way.
I mean, I think that ultimately I think you're just kind of you're directing the ire at the wrong group, right? The issue should be the owners, right? Because they're the ones making those decisions. Whether like the corporations, the ownership class, the capitalists, right? They are the ones that have that power. And this is kind of it's a classic thing of there is always the power, I guess, the ones in power, the bourgeois, to use socialist terms, they pit the working class against one another. LBJ kind of hit the nail on the head with the infamous quote of convince the lowest white man that he's better than the best Black man, and he won't notice when you're picking his pocket. He'll empty his pockets for you. Like, what LBJ was saying there is that, if you can turn this into like a discussion about that this guy here is the reason for all your problems, they won't realize that it's the ownership class. It's those in the power structure, right?
I would also say that mass deportation reduces the amount of jobs for U.S. citizens. So immigration creates jobs.
You said mass deportation. Say that one more time.
Mass deportation, for every 500,000 people we deport, 44,000 U.S. citizens lose their jobs. So it's self-defeating if that's what your claim is.
Well, I mean, I'm not necessarily claiming that we should have mass deportation. My initial question to him was, how did an influx of immigration in any type of way behoove the Americans who are already here and struggle to find jobs due to systematic economic and class oppression? Like, how does that help?
It's helpful in
I
every
know
way.
how it helps the owner class, Trust me, I know how it helps the owner class, but like,
It,
how
it,
does it
it
help
helps everybody.
the poor? In what way?
Increases GDP, it increases demand, even in small businesses, especially in small businesses. It creates jobs, like I just said. So the reverse of that is for every 500,000 immigrants, we create 44,000 jobs. It reduces housing prices. There's an initial influx in housing prices because, especially in like inner cities, but the market eventually corrects, and the more mass deportation we do, the more housing prices go up. So people who are here doing the labor to make these houses at a much cheaper rate create low housing costs.
But does that not affect the people who are here who are trying to get work?
No,
Because we understand that there is a system, there has been forever in this country a systematic agenda to deny Black Americans access to wealth and jobs and civil liberties in whole.
I don't deny that,
So
but I don't think mass
yeah,
deportation, or I don't think like having like reasonable migration laws is an effort to displace Black Americans or any Americans. In fact, we're in population decline, so if anything, this is giving us a longer runway to fix our economy.
from what I know about American history is like trying to fix those problems that you're talking about when we're looking at it from a socioeconomic standpoint, as far as American policy goes, it typically does not involve Black Americans. So I hear what you're saying about how these things could positively affect the Black American community, but being a Black American, I can tell you that all those things that you say come good from the American uh I guess, letting of immigration spread or whatever, we don't seem to see that because our communities are getting poorer and we are having less jobs and there's more filled with crime since the civil rights movement, because that's where we started, with what me and Nemo was talking about.
Well,
It's
if you want the
like we've
800,
gotten worse. I know.
if you want there's 841,000 Black Americans without a job right now or in the unemployment market. So I guess we would need a couple million migrants to come create jobs, and that'd be a win-win, right?
Only if, but that's only if you can guarantee that those jobs that are gonna get created are even gonna be offered to the Black Americans in the first place. See, I think,
Well,
and that's the point that I'm making, that assuming that the benefits of immigration is even gonna touch the Black community, when we know that economic benefits when it happens, whether it's like the trade stuff with China. We know what we were just talking about. We know that those jobs, when they shipped them off, they snatched them directly from people who were in Detroit, Cleveland, all throughout the Midwest, Milwaukee. Those factory and plant jobs left, and it could have helped the GDP. It could have helped our world trade, but it disproportionately disenfranchised Black Americans. And I'm saying that, like, you can do a lot of things that can help, that may help the GDP, and you can find me some good markers. But I'm trying to say, on the standpoint of immigration, because we know that the Black American has, historically been the disenfranchised when it comes to jobs and civil liberties. How are we to say, like, how is that helping us? Because as a Black American, I don't really see it helping us, but I do see that they are getting a lot of jobs that Black people are not given access to. Like, that's just a fact. Like, I'm from, North Texas. They're building the highways right now. Like, we don't even know that that's possible. And you have people who haven't even been over here that long that like have access to that when we don't even know where to go to get access to that. Like, I can't believe that that's just something that's just happening at random. Like we can't, when, you know what I'm saying? When that used to be our thing, like that, like we used to do the manual labor.
I am up here daily defending the existence of programs like DEI. And while DEI does mostly benefit like white women, it absolutely has a place benefiting people like Black Americans. I think that's the number one target that I would like to see people like benefit in that sense. But the people tearing it apart would be your enemy and would be my enemy. Those are the people we need to be debating against. I don't think we need to be talking about, like, I don't think immigrants the people who are coming here, for the sake of their children's lives, so that they're not turned into prostitutes or whatever. I don't think they need to be to blame, and I don't think we need to cast like an evil spin on the people who are for that type of giving these people the dignity and humanity they deserve.
For sure, yeah. No, I'm definitely not trying to make them out to be evil. I'm definitely not trying to, put as more, I guess, more responsibility on them than the owner class, because I do think it's very hypocritical that the same Southern white Republicans that preach close the borders have it's like they say you can't come over here, but if you get over here, I'll give you a job. Like it's like it doesn't make any sense to me that they're the ones that talk like that, but they employ illegal immigrants a lot. So I do agree that the owner class is kind of running a finesse. I'm not debating that. I'm just saying that I do like I say, I liken it to the fact that, I'm sure y'all know what Iran-Contra is, right? Like, we know that in the 80s, it was the governmental element that pushed a lot of GRUGS into America. And it ended up in a lot of Black communities, and we did end up selling it out of desperation from not having an economic base for the last 10 years. But I can say, after 40 years of that, if I see someone who looks like me selling drugs, or sorry about that, doing that just because they don't have an economic base, I can still look at them and be like, okay, at this point, I get you're desperate, but there is a bigger thing that a bigger class above you is doing that you are also taking a part in, and it's not necessarily helping other people. You know what I'm saying? I don't. You understand what I'm saying? Like I can see, like you can be a victim and still take part in a system that has an underlining historical, I guess, way of victimizing another group of people. Like just because you're a victim in your own world doesn't mean you can join up with a system that is also victimizing in another way. Because Nemo admitted that he does agree that they are using those people to undercut us in some type of way. And I'm saying, like,
Yeah,
how
I think you're
long?
collateral damage, for sure.
I mean,
More
again,
collateral
also,
you think it's more collateral damage than it is purposefully done. So because we know that before they had the immigrant class to use as that, they were still finding reasons not to pay us. That's what the whole civil rights movement was about. So you don't think it's just a legacy of that?
Yeah, I think that somebody racial biases have a part to play in, the type of hiring you're talking about, the type of hiring practices you're talking about. But I don't think there's like some big grand scheme that somebody was like, you know what, migrants over Black people. I think that's just like a gross way that our system works. And not even every time. I wouldn't even say it's like true in all aspects. Like I think that there are absolutely jobs that they would much prefer, somebody who's not a migrant, somebody who's much more fluent in English, and that person could be Black, to work.
I think that, I mean, again, it sounds like you're identifying the problem, like the dynamic, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's just that, I guess, the villain in that is, I guess, the wrong group. Like, it is ultimately the ownership class.
Yeah.
And so the solution is not to try and, I don't know, either reduce immigration, because reducing immigration is not a good idea, especially in the
But
long
Nemo,
run.
tell me this, Nemo. How can I fight against the ownership class when they don't find any value in me because they have another class that would do what they need? The only thing they care about is their bottom line. If they have another class that's going to fulfill their bottom line for them at way cheaper than what we would do it for, the ownership class has zero reason to even listen to my community at this point. So how can I fight against it? I mean, I guess now I just have to maybe wait on benevolent white people. That seems like that's really all I have to do, because I don't have that. I can't unionize. Like, I can't do this thing because they have this. And I'm not saying this is just across the board, like Black people can't find no jobs, we just are 100% down bad. That's not what I'm saying. But we do know that there is a large job shortage that comes from a history of wanting to deny black people work just based off the fact that they're black. That never went away. And I'm saying that how can I fight against the ownership class when they don't even need me? They have zero reason to listen to me. So, like, I'm not trying to demonize the immigrant class. I know that they're being used, but I'm saying I can't win if they are continued to be used because the people that I need to fight against won't listen to me as long as they can use them. You know what I'm saying?
So, I mean, that you're making a perfect case for why government should be involved in like economics or the free market, right? That's why that like this exact thing. This is why the idea of like when people advocate for, oh no, we shouldn't have any government intervention in the market. This is exactly why the government should be able to intervene in the market for this exact reason, like policies that can control how corporations do things, right? Because there's absolutely, there absolutely, especially in the ownership class, there's going to be situations where they're just fucking racist, right? And that's just how that's going to be. And so that's when government steps in and says, "How about no?" And so, what that looks like as far as policy, I mean, that's a whole other thing. But to answer your question of what should you do? I mean, obviously it depends on the situation. Unions are one way, but also it's organizing. It is trying to get representatives in power who advocate for workers' rights, for the average person, right? Not for corporations.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, like I said, I mean, I'm reading the comments. Like I said, I don't know how many times I have to say that I'm not blaming the immigrants per se. It seems like they keep saying that I'm blaming a victim, which I don't even know what that means because I don't think that everybody who immigrates to America is a victim. I don't think that victimization automatically comes with like being an immigrant. Like if I wanna defeat taxes and I want to go to Dubai or Saudi Arabia or something like that, I know a lot of people do that type of stuff. I'm not a victim going over there. I'm just looking for a better part to my particular situation. So the whole like thing that like all immigrants are like this victim status, like, I don't necessarily think that's true, but I'm also not trying to wholesale blame everybody that immigrates over here for having some part in some big scheme. I was just trying to say, as far as the people who are already over here, who are historically disenfranchised, and like I said, there's people in your comments that are saying, hey, I think just immigrants just want to work harder and stuff, which is, also a very old white racist talking point, which is another problem I have with this because a lot of why does it kept a lot of immigrants get over here and parrot like white racist narratives. Like that's not something that doesn't happen as well. So it's kind of hard for me to make my peace with that when like a lot of them get over here and talk the same way that the same people who are the big businesses that y'all are saying we against, they talk just like them when they get over here. They have the same racist sentiment towards the black community as those people that we're trying to fight and remove from power. So I mean, it's definitely a bigger situation than what I'm making it, but I'm not trying to blame immigrants wholesale. I'm just trying to see how just letting anyone or just letting people immigrate over here, like how that helps the poorest among us. Because I don't really think it helps, you know, poor white people in trailers either. I think whenever you can do that, whenever you can let people come over here and they can undercut the rates and the job markets of the people who stay there. Of course, big business is gonna take advantage of that. You know what I'm saying? But like, I mean, without stopping them, how are you gonna stop them from doing that? You know what I'm saying? Without stopping the immigration. I mean, you can make them pay the immigrants more, but I mean, would that help? Like you can maybe raise minimum wage, raise wages, but how would that help? Because they still don't want to hire Black Americans in general. That's already been proven. So I just kind of
I
that was
mean,
my
at that
main.
point, like again, that's government intervention. That is, I mean, unfortunately, like I know that the Supreme Court has ruled on this type of shit, but ultimately, it is about trying to legislate that out of existence, right? Um, because I mean, to your point, if it is like if the ownership class is left to their own devices, they will happily outsource every fucking job that they can, right? Because it is ultimately about maximizing capital. So the counter to that is whether it's collective bargaining, unions, it's people, right? It's trying to get workers to organize, whether inside of government or through parallel structures like unions or, but I mean, I guess co-ops, but like unions, really. So that's ultimately what it is. And again, like to your point, it is ultimately, you know, the big corporations or the ownership class. They're the ones that are perpetrating the crime, right? And so it's a matter of addressing the criminal and not, I guess, what is ultimately just a scapegoat. Immigrants are oftentimes used as scapegoats, just like, I mean, historically, Black people are also used as scapegoats. So I think that ultimately that's what that is the real villain is the one. I mean, as cliche as it is, it's like it's not left or right, it's up. I fucking hate that shit because that goes into like both sides bullshit. But
Not
that's
to
ultimately
mention
it is the up thing.
that migrants are also 80% more likely to be like entrepreneurs. So they're doing jobs that not even really like taking a job. Like they're creating like a lawn mowing business or something like that a lot of the time. So
Yeah. So, but what I mean, yeah, I mean, that's a whole different thing we could get into because I've worked in like construction and I kind of know how that goes. Because I know a lot of the times they start those businesses and then, man, I want to hear this, but they typically only employ people who look like them to do those things. So it's kind of like they make those businesses to kind of join into the same ownership class discrimination that we're speaking of. Like I said, I've done construction, so I know like that's how they do it, from framing, from plumbing, from ground up work all the way up. Like that's what they do. And that's kind of how the ownership class gets away with not being charged with hiring illegal immigrants, because technically I contracted with Gonzalez's electricians, and those 5 people who are illegal technically works for him, not me. So when the city comes down here to check, I don't get in trouble. But it's still the same mechanism. It's just they kind of found a loophole to get out of it. Like I've seen that happen before. You know what I'm saying? I've also seen the ownership classes in those projects of building hotels and stuff like that. Like I've seen them. Like I didn't see them directly pay them off, but I can tell like what's going on, like how they're in it with the city and how they're getting away with, doing this whole thing. So I get that the ownership class has a bigger stake in it. I understand that, but I'm just saying. I mean, like I don't see how it helps the people who are here who are historically disenfranchised. Like, and I don't want to keep going in circles because I feel like I definitely appreciate y'all talking to me, but that's just my thing. Like, I feel like there's a historical disenfranchisement that has not really been handled, and we're kind of jumping the gun to, I don't want to say skip over, but it kind of feels like that. It's like, yeah, like you have been historically disenfranchised and we really didn't scratch that itch. But since we have immigrants who are having a problem where they're from and we want to help them, even if helping them may lead to your disenfranchisement a little more, or they may be used as pawns in your disenfranchisement, we still need to help them. And let's just continue to wave our fingers at the ownership class, but we'll get to you when we get to you. It's kind of like what it feels like. And when you've been here in this country for this long, or your people have, dealing with this, it's kind of like, it kind of hurts. I don't want to say hurts, that's kind of pussy, but it kind of, it's kind of a little weird to kind of be like, yeah, their problem is a little badder than y'all's. They're escaping this type of crime. Every crime that they're coming from, that they're running from, 70% of it you can find in any like inner city ghetto. Like you can find drug crimes, you can find prostitution, you can find single mothers with hungry kids in like the middle of Chicago or the middle of Dallas. Like you can find those things here, but it's like we have a moral obligation to these people coming from over there. So just wait for a second. Let us get them over here and get them settled. And then we'll see what the ownership class has for you later on once we make them start paying people fairly. Even though y'all have been out of the job market in certain sectors for so long, even if they do decide to act right, you're still going to be the last they want to hire because we haven't hired y'all to do certain civil engineering work and stuff like that for like decades now. We took the trades out of the high school. We don't teach y'all how to work with y'all hands anymore. We just send people to college, and we know that don't lead to jobs as much as it used to. So it's like, even if we do snap our fingers and make the ownership class be nice, you still don't even really have the wherewithal to even join. And then we're just gonna go with the notion that you don't want to work anyways, or they're better. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't see the point in fighting over the scraps that are being left behind by like the class war. That what you really need to be focusing on is the class war, and like shirking blame on even the companies that hire immigrants, I don't think is enough. Like, first of all, the market for the labor or whatever jobs you're talking about is like an ever shrinking pocket of things that either AI is about to take over, or people who are going to be pushed out of jobs because of AI are going to take over. And I don't know. I feel like it's more worth focusing on the real problem, and it's like wealth inequality, social programs. We eventually need to be like, I'm pretty sure a universal basic income is going to be in our lifetime. I feel like we need to focus on electing people who are progressive, who are going to give us that when it's necessary, and not before, or you know, not when it's way too late. And I don't know. I just don't think it's worth mentioning immigrants at all at this point. I think it's worth mentioning the people who convinced these demographic of people to vote against their own interests and fuck up the economy to the degree it's fucked up. Like, we're talking about going from a president who made 15 million jobs to a president who made fucking 0 jobs. And the amount of black people in America, we're talking about 48 million people. 1 million of which are unemployed. If we had a president that was Democrat right now, we would have made that many jobs easily. So I feel like it's neither here nor there. This conversation we wouldn't be having it.
Democratic, yeah. Do you think that Democratic president would have been behooved to make sure that an adequate amount of those jobs that they created found their way to the black American community, or
more so than the right, more so than people who've just voted the Voting Rights Act and who doing their best to demonize DEI? Yeah, we'd be in a much better position.
For sure. Okay, yeah, I hear what y'all saying, man. I appreciate y'all talking to me, man. Like I said, I wasn't trying to demonize nobody. I wasn't trying to do none of that. I was just trying to figure out like exactly how that works, because what it sounds like is you're saying that we need to have another civil rights movement almost, even though Black Americans kind of spearheaded that 60 years ago in hopes of getting what we're still asking for now. And it's like, so like, where do the immigrants come in this? Because it seems like you're telling me and other Americans that we need to wave our finger at the business class and the government and make sure we elect the right people. But they are getting jobs when they get here, and they, like, at the end of the day, like, they're putting food on their table. And then you got people like y'all who are, pushing for them to be able to do that. But when it comes to Black Americans, it's like, well, you just go and wave your finger at the big dogs and tell them that they need to get their act together and be nice, and then everybody can eat. And it's like, we did that like 60 years ago. And then we kind of had to like move aside and let everybody else in to come eat off of it. And then 60 years later, okay, we'll do it again. Just do it again, and then hope that everything works out. And it's like,
I think that part of it is it's not zero sum, right? Like it's not like there's a specific number of jobs, then that pool of jobs does not increase or decrease over time, right?
Yeah.
So it's not how that works, right? The job pool is, one, not zero sum, two, it fluctuates all the time. And so to assume that, I don't know, someone who immigrates here is necessarily going to take a job and that they are an automatically -1. Part of that is like just xenophobia, right? But it also, I mean,
for sure.
yeah, it is just as likely that somebody who comes here that was not here initially is going to start a business, right? Or whatever. And so that's more jobs. I mean, so I think looking at it zero sum, I understand why people do that because it is easy to kind of think of it from zero sum terms, but that's not it. It doesn't really work out that way. It is a dynamic thing, and so yeah, that's part of it. And I mean, you mentioned, do we
But
need
we
another civil rights
certain
movement?
job sectors that Black Americans used to be a part of almost exclusively go to almost exclusively immigrants now. Of course, you can't say it's zero sum, but you can look at it and say that 60 years ago, all of the crop picking, unless you were like a small white family with a farm, most of the industrial crop picking that was taking place in America were Black Americans. Like my grandmother used to go to West Texas every year when she was a little girl, and they used to pick cotton on cotton plantations. They were sharecroppers. That used to be what Black people did, but they used to get paid pennies on the dollar. A lot of the civil rights movement, like you can go back and watch old videos. They used to look like what they used to live in, like used to look like slave quarters. It was crazy, but that's what they'll do, and it's like in the '60s. Like that's what they used to do, and it's like now it's almost known that an immigrant is the person that's doing that. So it isn't zero sum, but we have entire swaths of job sectors that used to be dominated by this particular class that is now not class, by this particular group that is dominated by another particular group that is undercutting in many of the, in many respects. You have highways being built like directly through Black and brown, like Black neighborhoods, where you could have put together a system where you went into those communities and said, hey, all these Black boys that aren't working in the summer and they just hanging out in the hood, let's see if we can get them a job when they graduate high school, helping, like, if for nothing, just holding road signs. Like, but nobody has taken that initiative because they'd have to pay more than they would have to pay with the other people that's doing it. Like, we know that's why they're doing it. And like I said, of course it's not a zero sum, but there are entire sectors that could have been redirected to the people who either held them before or the people who live there now, and they're going out of their way to not do it.
I think there's a case to be made that if there was a conscious effort to do that, it would also be very problematic. It would look very bad. Do you think? Like, hey, we need to direct sharecrop like work to Black people. You think that would be received well?
Well, no, what I'm saying is, I'm saying that Black people were already doing, well, okay, so if we're looking back, I mean, because you can't change history, but the point was Black people didn't have a problem doing manual, and that's this whole notion that comes from people today, is that Black people have a problem doing those jobs. We've done those jobs for centuries. It was the pay that was the problem. You were getting like 50 cent, for picking like damn near all day. Like, it was the pay that was the problem. So if you tell a Black person that you will pay him a fair wage to pick strawberries, they will do it. Especially now, because most of us are felons that really can't get jobs anywhere else. So they'll do it really at an undercut, to be honest. But it isn't the jobs that they're offering, it's the pay. And when you can get people that'll work it for cheaper, you take away, the people who are here, or the people who used to have those spots. Like, you take away their bargaining power almost. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think it would have looked good. Because if you tell me you're gonna pay me $30 to pick some strawberries an hour, I'm gonna do it. Like there's no shame in that because the money makes sense. You know what I'm saying? But if the money doesn't make sense, that's where we have a problem. But when you can put a whole different demographic in that,
that's a fickle thing. All right, so we go from like the weird, like, maybe, I don't even know if there's too much of a case to say they're undercutting more of a flexible workforce when talking about undocumented migrants, but we go to like somebody who makes $8, $7 an hour picking strawberries to $30 an hour. Then our strawberries can easily be outpriced and outmoded to another country, and then we lose all of it. But Shane, I want to let Shane talk on this.
Yeah, it's crazy early for this, man. Listen, dude, I don't know how to like tell you this any other way. You don't want to compete in a labor market with the population that predominantly doesn't speak English well, mostly has maybe an 8th or a ninth grade education at most. Like, the reason we have a lot of undocumented immigrant labor is because starting in the 1940s, and Nemo covered this earlier, the Bracero programs in 1942 were designed to basically take Mexican labor and replace most farm jobs because we had a war effort. And then after that, the slow roll, as you so ineloquently put it, did replace black sharecroppers. And I don't think there's a reality where most black people, and I don't know, I haven't asked black people face to face whether or not they want to become sharecroppers again because I respect my own life too much. But like, dude, you're completely misunderstanding this. If you have the opportunity in the United States to get a K through 12 education, you speak English and do something better, you don't want to compete in a labor market with people who are migrant labor, who probably don't have computer literacy, who probably don't have the advantages you had. They're not taking your jobs. They're doing jobs that, like, rather unfortunately, were a labor market that was almost created for them, because picking garlic in Gilroy, California, or picking apples in Washington, or oranges in Florida, that doesn't require you to have any knowledge of the social customs, anything. Like, what are
But
you
you're
arguing
completely
for right now, man?
no. But what you're completely missing the fact that a lot of Black Americans are not going. You have a large group of Black Americans who aren't going to graduate high school. You have a large group of Black Americans that are going to be on some sort of, if not felonies, some sort of government supervision by way of crime, by way of being over policed and going to jail. So you looking at it as K through 12, you have your start as an American, and you just have a good head start at getting whatever you need. So you shouldn't have to go backwards and compete. And I'm saying that America is a racist, white supremacist society that every Black person doesn't come out after 12 unscathed enough to go on and get something better than that garlic picking. And it was like that before, because we had our, Du Bois and Booker T. Washingtons and people that could progress above the garlic picking jobs. But we also have our garlic picking class in Black America. Like, it's not like they don't exist just because they went to public school and made it to 12th grade. You still have people who, like, everybody isn't going to be this exponential person who has all these opportunities just because they were raised in America. Like surely like white supremacy exists, and the unwillingness to hire Black people in general, whether it's in those markets or computer science or anything else. Like, we can't just make it seem like Black people just have 100% goodwill in the job market. So those jobs were a big backbone of the Black community, regardless of if you feel like the modern day Black person would want to work it or not. It should at least be there because it was always there for them, and they were the ones who dominated. And I'm not saying that immigrants shouldn't be able to come over here and compete for them and this and that, but I kind of, when we can admit that they are being used to undercut it, then I kind of have to look at it like, now wait, it's almost like cheating. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, yeah, strawberries probably would be outsourced, but when it looks like white jobs are going to disappear, the government steps in and will not let that happen. That's why I say now everybody brags about, proud to say made in America and made in America, but they weren't saying that for 40 years when Black jobs were disappearing and the Black community was being economically castrated. Nobody was saying that. It was just, that's what capitalism does. Your jobs left and we're on the world market now. We're trying to be cool with China. We're trying to make stuff cheap at home. Your job base, your economic base can just disappear. And then when you turn into criminals and you turn into drug users, now we want to act like, we don't know where that came from. It came from the fact that you stripped away the economic base. And now that some people might want to argue that we should take it back. Oh, you don't want to pick garlic anyways. Trust me. I want to do whatever it takes to put food on the table for my family. I didn't graduate high school. I probably went to jail and got 2 felonies. I barely can get a job at a Family Dollar if I wanted to, just because of, what I done. But I don't think I should be cut out of the job market just because you feel like picking garlic is beneath me because I have a 12th grade education. You know what I mean?
Are you being literal with like what you just said about yourself, or are you just
being
hypothetical?
No, I was just saying hypothetically. No, I don't even have any kids, bro.
Okay.
This is wild, man. Like, there was so much. I don't even know how to unpack all this because, man, literally, I'm sitting here drinking my coffee trying to just keep up. So, a couple things. One, there are no white jobs or Black jobs. As somebody who works in national security and computer science, one of my coworkers, proud Black man, PhD in neuroscience. Shout out to Dr. Sean Guillory from Baylor, Texas. I think the thing you're missing here, and what you said is technically correct. There are a larger proportion of young Black men who go through the criminal justice system, and that's unfortunate. But it doesn't mean that this is a thing that only happens to Black people. It disproportionately happens and impacts. But I don't want you to think that that's the end road. And it's really stereotypical and probably harmful that you're repeating these crazy ass stereotypes, because realistically, there aren't white jobs and Black jobs. There are jobs that require higher education or specific skills. There are skilled trade jobs. But more specifically, we have a de facto underclass of jobs in the United States, predominantly in poultry processing, fishery processing, construction, and agriculture and agribusiness, that are kind of tailor-made for immigrants from Central and South America who don't have to speak English, require manual labor. And I don't want to call them unskilled, because there is a skill in picking oranges and strawberries. It's not unskilled, but it's a very specific type of skill that does not require you to grow up here, even understand English language. You don't have to do problem solving at a higher level. It is just meant to get them here, and then maybe they can start a family, build a life, have kids. And I'm not against that, by the way. I think that for a lot of people, that's a great entry. But the way you're perpetuating this is if the only way that Black people can get jobs, or even a reasonable path, because I want to put it this way, this is not a reasonable direction to say, hey, you know what I think Black people should do? Try and compete in a labor market that doesn't require any kind of investment. This is a crazy thing. I would go the other direction. I would say, hey, why don't we invest in making sure that kids are finishing high school? Why don't we invest in making sure that there's better vocational programs? Why can't I get a job picking strawberries, man? Because you literally just said, and I hate paraphrasing you here, you just said, my grandmother used to be a sharecropper. Yeah. And then we figured out Jim Crow wasn't working out. You're the only person I've ever heard as a Black man say with his full chest, why don't we do Jim Crow again?
Though, and I know you said you'd hate to paraphrase me, but you just paraphrased me kind of crazy, because that's not what I said. What I'm saying is that if those jobs were the backbone for the Black community, for the people who could not go anywhere else. And it seems like what you're saying is we have immigrants who can't go anywhere else. So this job sector that you used to do, that because now you describe this as being some type of job sector that was made for immigrants. No, it was made for descendants of chattel slaves. They were the ones who had it first. And it seems like you're saying that they should be pushed out for the immigrants who can't speak the language, because now you feel like they need it more. And you people who we know the United States socioeconomic order still does not want to hire y'all, but figure it out, because these people who aren't from here need it a little more. So we're going to just set y'all off on the sidelines and have a lot of y'all be unemployed until we can wave our finger enough at the owner class and they give y'all what y'all fought the civil rights movement for 60 years ago. I don't think that, I'm not saying that we should go back to Jim Crow, or even that those jobs should be the sum of what Black people do. But I'm saying to completely undercut them out of their, pretty much because that was their last resort. That was what it was, but it was at least a resort. It at least stopped crime. It at least stopped the perpetuation of drugs and violence in those neighborhoods. That you didn't get these high crime stats, these problems that we have, until joblessness became so prevalent. So of course it's probably, I don't know, it seems like you don't think it's dignified. I don't really got a problem. A job is a job if you're making the right money for it. So I don't care if you picking cotton or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But I just feel like, I just feel like you shouldn't have to give it up. You know what I mean?
Wow. It's amazing. Every single time you talk, I sit here with a smirk on my face because I can't believe you're a person that exists in the world saying these things.
I haven't said anything, but I haven't said anything offensive. I understand that it might be hard for you to grasp because you don't necessarily agree with it, but I'm telling you this as a person who is living in this community, and I come from this community, and I'm telling you that there are swaths of Black people who would definitely rather pick strawberries than hold up a corner store. They'd definitely rather pick strawberries than sell GRU. They would definitely rather do that, because that's what we were doing before then. There are definitely black women that would rather work in a kitchen or be a hotel maid than be a food stamp queen or whatever people want to put on them.
I think that
Go
current
ahead.
day, I just think that modern society just allows for more of it. Like the way drugs are more prevalent has created that, not the absence of jobs. The unemployment for black people before civil rights era was really high, and I'm looking at the numbers right now. It was at least double of that of white Americans, and that's not what we have right now. That's not quite there. It's like 6.6% right now for black people, and it's 4.2 for white people. So it's like, 150%, not double though. And some of the it reached as high as 50 to 70% in some major industrial centers. So I don't know. I think it's just a different dynamic, and you can't like point at just one thing saying it's jobs and they're doing this because the jobs are out of reach. I think that we just have a different dynamic, and I don't know. There's a lot more to blame than just the displacement of jobs.
Economic castration or the wholesale within 1 10-year span, almost 50% of black jobs disappearing. When you already dealing with a bad unemployment rate that you were just talking about in the 60s before the civil rights movement, when they just disappear like crazy after that, you don't think that drugs and crime, like, I don't care if we're talking about medieval England, ancient Egypt, the poorest people are always going to be the most violent. They're always going to be the most likely to kill.
I agree.
Unalive still. Yeah. So
but like the white stuff
like-
and stuff, that was like very big. What, like 60s, 70s, 80s, and this was like at the turning of the civil rights era. So like these things kind of fought against the progression that you want to see. But I don't think they go hand in hand. I don't think it's because of jobs.
Yeah, I kind of touched on
Yeah,
that.
go ahead,
I think it is ultimately like a kind of like a correlation causation thing where there are multiple things that are occurring around the same time, but not necessarily at all influencing one another. So, I mean, to your point, I think that ultimately, so the end of the civil rights era, I guess if you want to say end of the 60s, because most people view the 60s as the civil rights era. So, that kind of culminated in what? Martin Luther King, he was unalive right at the end of the 60s. So it was 1968, right? And I can't remember what year Malcolm X was unalive, but again, around the
he
same
was
time.
65, but I would say maybe the early 70s once the Black Panther Party was like destabilized. So maybe 71 is probably what I'd say.
Fred Hampton as well, right?
Yeah.
So like the thing is, the reason that I mentioned that is when was it that they were unalive? They were unalive when like they really started pushing class rhetoric, right? When they started touching on the reality that, I mean, people think that MLK, what's weird is Republicans will point to MLK and be like, oh, he'd be a Republican today. No, he was a motherfucking socialist, and he literally called himself a socialist, right? Like Malcolm X, same deal. Fred Hampton, same deal. Like they were socialists. And when they started talking about class dynamics, about like what is I guess classical socialist rhetoric, right? Talking about the separation of the working class and the owner class and all that stuff. That is when they ended up getting popped. So, I mean, I don't find that coincidental because I'm convinced that the FBI unalive MLK, but that's a whole other thing.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I hear what y'all saying. Like I said, I think just when it comes to Shane, like I said, I think he was completely misunderstanding what I was saying. I don't know how he was getting that from what I was saying.
I think you're just not understanding like the labor market or its mechanisms, especially the modern labor market. And it really hasn't been what you're talking about literally since 1942, since World War II, when we instituted the Bracero program. Like, so you understand the mechanisms here. The reason we have an influx of immigrants, especially undocumented immigrants, is because of heavy lobbying efforts by companies like Archer Daniels Midland and Monsanto and Cargill, because they want to create a de facto underclass. This is the reason they don't have enough temporary labor visas in the United States, because they understand that there are people who will come here. To give you like perspective, a window here, right? If you're in El Salvador right now and you're working in ag, you might make $250 to $270 per month. Like that's what you're going to make. You can come to the United States and make about $2,000 a month just doing minimum wage menial work, right? Even as an undocumented laborer. And so the opportunity cost for somebody from Central America, from a developing nation to come here is that they can come here and really change their quality of life. And this is why so many of them make money and then go back home, they build their houses or whatever. And so what I'm trying to explain to you is that you don't want to compete in a downward labor market where the persistent trend, and has been for the past 7-8 decades, is that you're going to have Central and South Americans occupying a labor market, and then you're going to try to push back down. And the big reason here was in the 1940s, as soldiers were going off to World War II, we looked around at our labor market and we said, hey, interesting thing happening here. We can make the black people who used to work in sharecropping environments work in our factories alongside the women, like Rosie the Riveter. And it's one of the undersold stories of World War II that not only were there black soldiers, but a lot of black women went to work and manufacturing tanks and planes.
Yeah.
But for propaganda reasons, we didn't take a lot of pictures of them because we didn't want white people to know that black people could operate a screwdriver, right? And so, we have this thing happen. And then an interesting note happens. Black people are like, wait a second. I don't have to be a sharecropper. I can work in a factory. I can work in a warehouse. Heck, you know what? I'm working on airplanes, but I bet you I could engineer one of these things. What's stopping me from going and engineering a car? I manufactured a car. Now there's no difference between me and them. And so for the first time, and this is one of the coolest parts about, like the civil rights movement, is the unintentional impact of seeing that black people could do more. Because for so long, like you talked about your grandmother, for so long, black people thought, well, I used to be in chattel slavery and now I'm just going to be stuck in sharecropping and this is my position in society. And it's like, no, you can do more. And this is why this idea you keep coming back to about black and white jobs, like, no, there are jobs. There are jobs that you can do with higher education. There are jobs that you can do with a lower education. But the notion, and this is what, I think you need to reframe yourself. This is something that you need to understand, because I think there are plenty of black people in the chat who've spoken up about this. You seem to keep framing jobs as inherently white or black, or that there's something you can or can't do. And I'm telling you, that's not the case.
If I'm coming off as saying that these jobs are supposed to be for black people, which I feel like I've said that multiple times, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that these crop jobs or these fruit or planting jobs, these sharecropping jobs are supposed to be for black people. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that when they were there and they served a purpose. And they got put, because we have those same problems that you're saying that the Central and South American people are coming up here to get, that they are running from. We still have those. The only difference is we speak English and they don't. But we still have those poverty problems. I know people that would rather get $2,000 a month than not get nothing, bro, even if they got to pick garlic or strawberries. I'm saying that that's what those jobs, we shouldn't have to do it, but it's kind of hard to fight again. We fought we fought the civil rights movement to get away from having to do those jobs for meaningless pay. But instead of actually aligning with us and having us and allowing us to unionize those job sectors, you're kind of with them in just bringing in another downward class that can fill them up, instead of making sure that the people who are here, who are already doing them, just get paid their right wage. Like, that's what I'm saying. You're saying that you don't want to have to compete with, I shouldn't have to compete with them. You should just pay the people who are already there or who are willing to do it a meaningful wage, and it wouldn't have to be no competition. But it seems like it's this idea that everybody that's downtrodden, we have to save. And it's like, it's almost, it seems like it's coming from like an arrogant standpoint, to where even though you're black, you're an American, so you still got it a little bit better than those people. Those people have it way harder than you. So let them come over here, since it's going to be way more beneficial to them coming from where they're coming from. Let them come over here and take these meaningless jobs that are still underpaid, that are still very disrespectful to expect someone to stand in the sun for 12 hours a day and make what they make picking fruit. It's disrespectful no matter where you come from on the planet. But, it's going to mean a little bit more to them to do it. So you just get out of that job sector. We'll find something for you, even though it's been 60 years and we still don't employ y'all in the race that we should. We'll eventually get to you, but let's let them take that sector, even though that used to be your backbone when you couldn't go anywhere else. So that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that we deserve it. It's ours by right, but to find an excuse to undercut us in that class when we work so hard to be able to franchise that class, because Black people did not have a problem cotton picking, sharecropping, none of that. We didn't have a problem doing that. That was the manual labor that a lot of us came up doing. You know what I'm saying? Like that, like we didn't have a problem with that. It was the pay. And it seems like y'all saying that, oh, well, now that y'all fought so hard to get the equal pay and what you should have got, it's beneath you now, so we're going to give it to somebody else. It's beneath them too getting paid what they're getting paid. But you know that they're okay with it, so it's fine because y'all get to say we did a good thing this one time, and they're at least getting something. And I feel like that's disrespectful and personal.
I don't think you're getting it here. So hold on. So if, okay, the invention of the container ship, refrigeration, right? Roughly 1950. This changes the global economy in many meaningful ways. The most meaningful way is that for the first time, our agricultural market was competing with South America and Africa and Australia and places all around the world. And so the reality is these jobs really can't pay more. In the United States, the USDA is already heavily subsidizing agriculture just so we can be somewhat competitive in an agricultural economy. So the idea that we can pay 10 or 15, 20, 50, $30 an hour for some of these jobs is it's out of spec because once again, and you've probably seen this, if you've gone to your local grocery store, avocados and tomatoes and then all the fruit you're getting, like depends on what season it is, of course, but they're coming from around the world. And so in a lot of these places, right, you're competing with a labor market that maybe makes $1.50 an hour, $2 an hour, and they can live on that where they live. But the reason we don't want to compete downward is because we're not just competing with ourselves. Believe it or not, tomatoes don't only grow in Southern California, right? And until you grasp that, you're not going to understand there is no more money to be paid. The upward pressure is that in the United States, it is difficult for us to maintain what I call the cash crop sector. And I'm excluding wineries because they're a completely different conversation. But we have a very difficult time maintaining this sector. And the only reason it's buoyed is because we have such a huge sector in corn and oats and soybeans. Like we can maintain the USDA that way. But a lot of these jobs don't exist without heavy subsidies. And I hope you understand that.
Yeah, but the point I was trying to make to you earlier is that there is a big population of Black American people who would take those jobs really for what they're at now because they don't have anything. There's like you just said, 800,000 Black Americans are unemployed. They would take scraps if they have to.
So I feel like the scraps, even though they're scraps and you can't live on them, they should at least go to the people who are citizens before they go to immigrant. Like that just seems like common sense. But it seems like you say, no, stay over there and be poor until we can convince the benevolent people on the owner class and in government to find something for you. Even though we have something that could be something, it could be something, but we're not going to give it to you because there are people that come from a different place that could use it a little bit more than you. So that's what I'm saying.
Someone said this in chat, and it made me fact check it. But there was a bill in Florida they passed in like 2021, 2022. It's called SB 1718, and there was a mass exodus of undocumented people because they, at the threat of a felony, employers could not be caught employing undocumented workers. There's still an enormous labor shortage in Florida. And this is 4 years ago. So I just don't think it would work. I just don't think it would work 1-to-1.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like I said, I know that these owner classes, like when it comes to undocumented immigrants and people like that, like we all know that's a revolving door. So you can have a mass exodus, but you're going to have a mass entrance that you could just continue to revolve. And then that's one market, that's Florida. But I'm just saying, like, I know that those jobs don't, just because they have a mass exodus of immigrants, they don't mean that they just come knocking on our doors saying, hey, you want to work. Like, I've stayed in the hood, I've lived in these situations. I know that they are not beating down our doors to offer us these jobs before they offer them to the immigrant class. Like I just told you, we didn't even know that was a thing that you could just go work on. Like I didn't know that these people are building highways with like no degrees. When I was growing up, I literally used to think you used to have to go to school for that. You don't. You just got to know a guy who has a construction company and he'll teach you how to pour concrete. It's not that big a deal. I used to think, because I never seen nobody like me doing that, I used to think you literally have to go to school to pour concrete or put a rebar or some stuff like that. But the immigrant class down here in Texas, they are the ones that's doing that with they're not telling that to
our teenagers. They're telling our teenagers, go to college and hope you get a job when you get out. Even though most of you probably won't even graduate high school or probably won't even be admitted to college or probably won't finish. So I'm saying, like, it's just because they put out a lot of image, they still are doing the same thing that they've been doing, which is
systematically denying Black Americans access to these jobs. They'll rather find anything, because at the end of the day, I feel like racism is still a big part. So regardless of what we have to do, we don't want to employ y'all. Now we can figure out how we're going to get what class we're going to get. We'll use prisoners in prison before we use y'all. But it's still the problem of not wanting to employ Black people. So like, that's the problem. They're not even giving us these opportunities, is what I'm saying.
The next person.
Sir.
Yes, please. I
Sir.
wanted. Yeah. Thank you.
Sorry. First of all, my grandparents worked in the field. They had 11 kids, and they told every single child, no, we don't want you out here in the field. We want you in a business office. We want you in a hospital. That is what we should be focused on. Now, if you want to help people who have a felony conviction, yes, absolutely, I believe there should be some, go to companies. Hey, if they've got a felony, they've been clean over a year, give them the first opportunity for the job. I'm fine with that. But no one's giving out jobs, and no one's coming out to find someone and give them a job. Every job I've ever gotten mean that I got up, I went out, I walked the street, I had my resume ready. No one handed me anything. One thing about, and my parents were part of the Black Panthers, okay? Their parents worked in the field. My parents were part of the Black Panthers. They worked for it. I really wish the foundational Black Africans would get their butt in gear and actually get out there and help people. Set up classes. Matter of fact, help felons. Get them trained. Yeah, like you said, you don't need a degree to pour concrete. But you know what? You need to be networking with those companies to help them to get in there. Okay? Yeah, they work their butt off to give us the next generation. I don't want people going backwards. My niece is now going to college. She wants to be a lab technician and a radiation technologist. All right, I don't want her picking strawberries. And you know the funny thing? When people come here from other countries, they may be out there picking those vegetables, but they're making darn sure their kids get degrees, make sure their kids graduate school. That's what we should be focused on, God darn it. I'm sorry. If you're having trouble getting a job, reach out to people to get one. And while they help you up, you reach out and help someone else to move up.
Teresa, I want to say I'm sorry it took me so long to bring you up, by the way.
I'm so sorry, sir. I've been listening to this over and over again. And some of those people that come from South America is because of the wars we start down there. I lived through the sea epidemic. I watched people walk into walls, walk into traffic higher than a freaking kite. And their parents had to raise their children. Come on. I've listened to you just go on and on and on for over an hour. Sir, if you need a job, reach out. Reach out to the NAACP. Reach out to the Urban League. Get yourself bumped up, okay? Don't wait for somebody to give you something. God darn. I was getting more and more heated. I'm sorry, guys. I was getting more and more heated.
Love you. Thank you. Kat, we have had you up for an hour and a half. I feel like we're really I feel like we're kind of beating a dead horse here. So you're welcome to come back. I think I'm going to get to the next guest.
For sure. I appreciate it. Y'all have a good one, man.
All right, man. You too.
Y'all have a great one. I'm out, guys.
Teresa,
I'll be listening.
thank you so much. Thank you for coming up.
Have a great one. Bye-bye.
And dude, it was good to see you, Shane.
Yeah, man. I'm actually going to write an article on the Turning Point site this morning. It's called "Bring Back Sharecropping." So if you guys can go to Turning Point later today, it'll be up there.
Damn.
Oh shit. Oh, guys.
Bring back the textile industry in Georgia.
Fuck. Oh my god, dude. Oh,
so,
fuck.
Shane, can you because I know you had mentioned the Rosera program, and I I know a bit about it. I'm still learning about it. So I know, I guess the Cliff Notes, Bracero program. Apparently, there's been a few iterations of it, but I think there was one pre World War One. Then I think there was one during maybe the interwar period. There was one definitely during World War Two, and that was the last one. Was that because that basically continued all the way up until I think it was '68, and then that disappeared. Uh, so, can you like talk more about that?
Sure. Yeah. So the thing that I think is really interesting to understand the Bracero program, the main line of delineation that you need to understand is just tractors and mechanized farming. So after World War II is the first time in the United States you have the wide proliferation and the affordability of mechanized farming. So tractors with power takeoff units. And the main reason for that is we converted a lot of our factories that were making tanks and other war products to tractors. But prior to that, so December 1941, the United States enters World War II. And so in 1942, we've got this interesting labor shift that happens. And you have a lot of young men, obviously, signing up for the war effort. And this pushes a lot of labor and need into farms because, one, you got to feed a war effort. It takes a lot of work. I'm sure you probably heard of victory gardens and people growing food at home and food rationing. But realistically, the United States was not just feeding our troops, because remember, a lot of the farmland in Europe that would have normally been used to feed, say, the British soldiers or whatever, this is no longer usable farmland because there's a battle going over Britain. So we're now feeding the British soldiers as well. We are doing everything we can to feed the world. And so in order to do that, we say the best case scenario is we take a country that's not at war, like Mexico, and we say, we need workers. And so we got about 3.5 million workers in year one. It was crazy, the number of people who came to work on American farms. And they were mostly from Mexico. And so from basically 1942 to 45 through World War II, we bring in like a phalanx. So this is really the first big influx of Mexican immigrants in the United States in mass, where we had said, hey, you guys need to come participate. Now, after World War II, of course, there's this other interesting labor shift that I kind of highlighted, which was the Black people who had been formerly sharecroppers, who may have been pushed out. They were pushed into factories because you needed to be able to read and write and speak English to follow the directions. And so the Braceros a lot of times didn't speak English, obviously being from Mexico. And so you've got, Black men and Black women, the ones who weren't participating directly in the war. I don't want to take away from the fact that there were a lot of Black men who fought in World War II. And so they are coming back. They were like, wait a second, we were already working in the factories. And it was the first time. And this is why Eisenhower ends up desegregating the military. This is really the next to the Civil Rights Act, because so many white women had worked alongside Black people in factories. The factories, you couldn't really functionally segregate them. So yes, for the war propaganda posters, you would take pictures of the Rosie the Riveter, but the reality was white women were working alongside Black men and Black women in our factories to support the war effort. And so that was the first time I think a lot of white people experienced a workforce alongside Black people and realized, wait a second, we're equal. They don't have to be sharecroppers. They're just as good at this job. And then they're deeply patriotic. And so the Bracero program was super successful. And so after World War II, we're like, wait a second, Europe now needs to rebuild, right? Because, they'd been bombed out. Same thing with Japan, same thing with Korea. I mean, a lot of the world just completely torn apart. And so we are now still feeding the world as they recover their farms. And so this extends well into the 1960s as Europe and Southeast Asia are really still recovering from the war. And so that's when you have this massive influx of immigrants from El Salvador, from Colombia, from all over Central and South America. And it was only recently that we began this whole conversation about, immigrants are bad and this whole stigmatization. I think that that's just, deeply rooted in racism, by being honest. But I wish we could actively and honestly own that Central and South Americans helped us win World War II. Central and South Americans helped Europe rebuild. But that's not the narrative they ever get. They always get this narrative that they took away jobs or something. There was a zero-sum game. It's like, no, man, they helped us win a war. And I really, really wish that was the narrative we got more. But rather unfortunately, that's not how it works.
Wow, that's
so. Would it
really
make
good.
sense to, I guess, do a modern iteration of a Bracero program? Like, is that, I guess, something that should be considered, or is that just kind of like a past thing?
Oh, I think that there's a if I had to draw a perfect world up, and I've talked about this immigration thing at length, we have created a de facto second-class citizenry here through a lack of immigration visas that are temporary work permits, right? If I had a perfect world, rather than the 700,000 temporary work visas we have in the United States right now, it'd probably be more like 10 million. And I would say, come here, work for 2 to 4 years in an ag position. And then maybe there's a lottery at which point, because a lot of these people, I mean, no offense to me being born in the United States, I think there's a hard reality that people who come here to work temporarily to make some money, a lot of them want to go back home to their friends and family. They liked living in El Salvador. They liked living in Mexico. They liked their community. And so there's no reason to think that these people all want to stay in the United States. A lot of times it's come here, make 20 grand a year, go back home, build a house for $15,000 or $20,000 and have some financial security. If that's what they want, give them that path. And in the event they want to stay and build a family and a life in the United States, good. Because, like the Bracero program, if you were to look at a modern context, our farms, and I know we keep coming back to this, and I've heard several crazy talking heads on the right say, oh, it's going to be robots that are going to take their jobs on farms. One of the things I hope people understand is that robots work really well in industrial, sterile environments. But if you put a robot in a field with dust and sand and water and rust, you have all kinds of technical problems that happen. So realistically, there will always be jobs that are heavy manual labor for poultry processing, for picking apples, for picking oranges, and that market's not going to change. And if you didn't receive an education in the United States and you want to come here and work those jobs, I think the better way to do it is come here and work for 2 to 4 years. Here's a path to citizenship for you. And upon working in the United States in an ag position for 4 years, we'll give you a thing that allows you to qualify for food stamps or whatever you need to start an education, put your kids through college. I don't give a shit. But I want you to be here if you want to be here. And I think that that's kind of the thing we miss about America, is that if you deeply want to come here and work and contribute and add to our economy, that's kind of the beauty of our country. It's not a zero-sum game. As a children of Korean immigrants, excuse me, I know I don't look it, but my stepmom was a Korean War refugee. And so I understand what it meant for her to be here. For my little sister, my half sister's first generation, right? I know what it means for her to be here. I don't know why we have to say that they're taking away from us, or the conversation we just had. It's not that at all. It is a conversation about how do they add, and then how do we give them the infrastructure to add so that they are always going to be a net sum, and it's never going to be a conversation about taking our jobs. Like, to me, that's just such a stupid take, honestly.
Nice.
It's literally a South Park episode. But yeah,
the Tucker Jibs thing.
Yeah, guys, if you haven't followed Shane, Shane's awesome. I fangirl too over Shane.
I'm overrated. My earlier albums were a lot better. I sold out to corporate. I'm just making stupid stuff now.
Still like it.
Yeah. Johnny Harris, he's a big YouTuber. He did a deep dive on immigration. He touched on the Bracero program, and he touched on how the conversation evolved over time, and how they're why ICE before ICE was INS, and it was in the Department of Labor, and it wasn't DHS. It was a different perspective on looking at I guess immigration, right? And so I'm still learning about that, like the history behind it, because I think that the history informs so much of what we see right now. And I'm 33. There's also a matter of I think that a lot of people think that ICE has been around forever. I was maybe 9 years old, 10 years old when ICE was created. And I think that there's a loss in understanding how we got to where we are now. And just because a lot of the time it's not taught, and a lot of the time, as time goes on, younger generations come along that have only ever known ICE and have only ever known a post 9/11 America. And so not having that history before that, it really causes, deficits in, trying to move forward.
I also vaguely remember them being somewhat of a savior during COVID. I don't remember how, but I know it had a lot to do with ag work. I've been
I mean,
live for
honestly,
8
that
hours.
makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Because it's outdoors and it's not like you're on top of each other whenever. Like that makes a shit ton of sense.
Yeah. Guys, I've been online for 8 hours now. I think I might be calling it soon.
That's crazy. You don't always have to last a long time. My wife says it's okay if you finish early.
You got a good one.
Yeah?
You got one of the good ones. Don't let it go.
Yeah. Shane does have a lovely wife. I'll put it that way. I won't say.
Yeah, I'm
I
proof
won't make it weird.
that. Yeah, for those of you who are like new, I find it bizarre sometimes how like even as like a professional defense contractor, right? I'm looking at the state of our nation and I'm like, man, it's getting weird up in here. Like I was like alongside like car salesmen and lawyers. Like even like somehow I don't know, maybe I should thank the Trump administration and like the far right, but like they've made people like me look like the good guys. Like I can go out and be like, I'm a defense contractor. Like, that's so nice, man. That's great. Like they've done the greatest PR job ever, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, they've certainly gotten more people into politics. That's for sure. Not all the right people, though.
It's like a monkey's paw situation, where it's like I remember growing up because I was always like low key kind of interested in politics like my entire life, and I always found myself wishing that people my age would be, I guess, more engaged or more interested in it. Because like I know that I was in high school when Obama won the first time, and I remember the day after hearing people in the hallways saying Obama's name, and I was like, "Oh, this is awesome! People my age are like into this." And then I heard what they were actually saying, and half of it was like turbo racist shit. So then I felt bad, but that's what happens when you grow up in rural Northwest Georgia. So anyway, I always wish that people would be more into politics, and they are now, but like at what cost?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting because you're from Northwest Georgia, and I lived in Carrollton for a long time, and you were talking about the mills a second ago. My granddaddy, he was a manager at the mills, and for those of you who don't know, West Georgia, and even Dalton today is a big carpet like capital, like where it's where Marjorie Taylor Greene used to represent. And in the 70s and 80s, a lot of the mill work in West Georgia left. It started going to places like India and Southeast Asia, and so a lot of the textiles industry, the fabrics industry, it just left. And the thing that I find somewhat fascinating about the lack of resilience in the American economy is that I think, to its own detriment, West Georgia, Northwest Georgia didn't have a secondary plan, right? I think that if we learned anything from all this, the 70s and 80s industrialization, the global economy, is that a diverse economy is the healthiest economy. If you don't just lean on one sector, when a sector goes away, like it did in West Georgia, remember, like when people have jobs and they have, it's a good economy, like the old school blue dog Democrats, like remember a lot of these places were heavily Democratic until the jobs left. And as soon as the jobs are gone, people tend to get more defensive and they don't understand why the jobs go anywhere. And so I talked to my uncle about this. He taught political science at the University of Georgia for a long time, but remember that the best like bulwark for making sure people don't slide into this far right ideology is making sure that when the job market shifts, that you have the ability to move people into a different labor sector so they can provide for their families. Because when they don't, people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, who are saying insane, crazy stuff, start seeing like they seem like reasonable people, or like the guest we just had, like that, which I don't even know where to start there. But I hope people understand that like Nemo and I don't know Nemo's family experience or whatever, but we probably saw a lot of the same things with like adults in our lives. And their kind of hyper radicalization on the Facebooks of the world, and the reason I am the way I am is because I saw how crazy they got. I was like, yo, you guys have lost your fucking minds. Like you guys are nuts. Like, this is crazy. You don't have to be this way. But thankfully they raised me to be better than that. But even though they weren't better than that, I don't even know how to explain that one.
Yeah. It is, I guess what you're describing with Northwest Georgia, it is kind of like it's a repeat of what happened with like coal in Appalachia. Like, I guess that Georgia's sort of part of Appalachia, but it is kind of like a continuing of that, right? Because coal was there, shit was fucking awesome when coal was popping. And now, a lot of Appalachia, it's never really recovered. And unfortunately, what has happened is, the hillbilly heroin, it's just been this Appalachia was fucked because of the opiate epidemic, but also just in general, there's been this horrible rot that has occurred, and it's because the jobs left. And yeah, like once jobs leave, the ground is ripe for right wing, fascist style movements. The same thing happened with Germany, where part of the reason why Germany, or why the Nazis were able to rise is because of, Treaty of Versailles, and Germany was turbo fucked after World War One. And so there was just this desperation all throughout the country for work and, money in general. And then you got this guy coming along promising to put people to work, building the Autobahn and shit or whatever. And people just kind of latch onto that.
Yeah.
Anyway, and I think that you guys heard of this Plattner guy? Any what do you guys think? Man. Are we going to vote for him or what do we think? No? Oh, wait, hold on a second. Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh, dang. We can't vote for this guy.
I was an outspoken defender of Plattner up until the Politico thing earlier this week. It was the 6th, so on Monday. Once that shit came out, like the New York Times article, that was concerning for me. But ultimately, there wasn't anything in there that I guess stuck. Now, what's interesting is that Rasico, I think it's Rasico. I don't know if you pronounce the T at the end of her name. She mentioned that apparently she had shared some details with the New York Times. And for whatever reason, that wasn't mentioned in the New York Times. So that's a whole other thing. But anyway, when the Politico article came out and when like all of that was mentioned in the Politico thing, I just can't. Yeah. No, absolutely not. I might agree with Plattner on all of his politics, but no, like dude's a rapist.
Yeah, for those who don't know, he's got grape allegations. So we, since we're not MAGA, we don't vote for that.
Yeah. Right now, it sounds like Maine is apparently going to do a sort of quasi primary where it's a 600 person thing that they're doing, like a 600 person convention or something like that. I don't know how those 600 are going to be picked, but I like that more than just leaving it to the party itself to just anoint someone. That should hopefully give whoever the replacement is more legitimacy. Because my main concern with like that whole situation now is I just don't want the establishment to pick like some fucking, middle of the road hack and be like, all right, guys, we're going to the middle. Like, part of the reason why Plattner got so big is because he was pushing populist left wing stuff. And so if we just do another, I don't know, hey, the best approach is doing things around the edges and not really doing anything meaningful change wise, then yeah, then Susan Collins will get another term. I've lost count of how many terms she's had now. I think it's like 6. Thoughts on the turtle situation? I'm pretty sure Homeboy's dead.
He's got another term left in him. He's got to do it.
By the way, I do think it's a kind of a poetic thing, right? That even in death, Mitch McConnell is still roadblocking the Senate. It's great. Like, if his legacy could be anything, this guy who was one of the most non-functional politicians, who famously blocked a Supreme Court justice from being nominated by inventing an arbitrary set of rules. I get all this. He didn't even know how to get out of the way, and his own party is now having this weekend at Bernie's situation with him, where they're like, "Oh no, I talked to him." He's like, I don't know if you guys, for those know, Weekend at Bernie's is a movie that you have to be a certain age to have watched, but basically, I'm of the opinion that he's probably still quote unquote technically alive. He's likely on life support, and they have like. This is, I will always tell you the tell. This is what I love so much about conservative messaging, and it's probably because I live here in the Beltway, so I understand how this works. When politicians in DC, especially the GOP, are trying to get a story out that they want to make sure that is reported exactly a specific way, they all basically say exactly the same thing. And it will be like a good verbatim read about who they talked to, what time they did, what they said, right? When they don't have agreement on something, you'll get weird, discombobulated messaging. But with the Mitch McConnell story, it was, no, he's fine, and I talked to him. He's great, and I can't wait till he's back. It's like, how I know they're lying is because they've all said the same thing. If they actually, if we had all had a conversation with the same person, let's just the three of us, right? We had all been tasked with calling the same person, we would probably have a different interaction, right? Somehow they all had the exact same conversation with Mitch McConnell, which either Mitch McConnell's crazy and he can only repeat the same thing, or the more likely thing, he's on life support and they don't want Andy Bashir naming a different senator in the interim. Because that's how it works, right? I'm pretty sure it works in Georgia. I know that's how it worked in Georgia and Virginia. But if a senator passes away, the governor gets to name the interim, right?
Yeah, I was curious about that because I don't know if it's a situation where they name them and then basically you run until the next election, or if they do a special election.
Well, didn't Trump got to name Loeffler, right? And she was in Georgia when Kelly Loeffler was the senator from Georgia for whatever that's short. Yeah, so he named her. That's why I'm wondering if it's the same in every state, because I know that's how it worked in Georgia, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works everywhere. Like if a senator either gets a new role or whatever, doesn't the governor name the senator until they have like the next election?
Let me look it up right quick. U.S. Senate vacancy must be filled by a special election. Okay. Not a gubernatorial appointment. Okay, so yeah, Kentucky law is it has to be a special election. So I guess it's like the same deal as like if a representative leaves.
Well, that's a bummer. Well,
Yeah. I mean, I bet. Wait. Oh, dude, fucking called it. Okay, yeah. I bet that's a recent thing, and I bet it's because Bashir's in office. In 2024, the GOP-controlled legislature passed House Bill 622, overriding Andy Bashir's veto. It eliminated any power for the government to appoint an interim senator. I bet you they planned for this exact scenario because Mitch McConnell's old as fuck, and they're like, dude, no, we're not letting that happen.
it's never good when like people you're around are planning for you to like listen, we know that Mitch McConnell's not going to step aside. There's no way he's going to let himself do anything. So they basically plan for him to do this. They're like, yeah, it's
Like,
just
what's the best way for him to die? That was an actual conversation they had.
One thing that's really weird is, so Elaine Chao, which that is Mitch McConnell's wife, she, within days of this guy, cardiac arrest, found unconscious and rushed to the hospital. Within days of that occurring, she flies to China, and apparently she is seen talking to whatever the Chinese equivalent of the vice president is. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck is that?
well, if you've ever read the book Frankenstein, it's about a doctor who ends up reanimating parts of dead people into this monster. So here's my theory. What we're going to get out of the end of this is going to be like this Franken GOP politician. So they're going to cut up parts of McConnell. They're going to get Strom Thurmond. So they're going to just dig up all these dead Republican politicians. They're going to create a super fascist, right? and we're going to have like this whole like and it's going to become just think of literally every deceased GOP politician are going to bring. And China's got the technology for this, obviously. And so Elaine Chao is she's going to become Dr. Frankenstein in this analogy.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, they get chunks of Dick Cheney.
Oh,
Imagine
no.
all this stuff. Little Dick Cheney, not his heart, obviously. You got to have a better heart than that. But, Dick Cheney's head, I want to get Strom Thurmond's Johnson, obviously, because he was famously super racist. And then he had an interracial child outside of his marriage. So even though Strom Thurmond was like a devout racist as a politician, it is nice to know that his one-eyed monster was truly colorblind. So we're going to bring him back. And just
Rush Limbaugh's ponytail. Yeah. What would you do for Reagan? I guess Reagan's hair. Reagan's I don't know, comb over.
Guys, I'm too tired to be witty in this conversation. I think I need to be going to bed soon. I'm feeling left out.
Yeah, I feel you.
I wish I were here for this. Shane, always good to see you.
Oh, it's good to see you too. Next time I'll have my actual mic working. I can't get my interface to plug in. I'm annoyed as hell.
Well, y'all have a good rest of y'all's days. Shane, enjoy your actual work day. I'm gonna be falling asleep. Nemo, I guess we'll see you in the next live you're gonna go to because you're insane.
Yeah,
you're always online.
I might take a break here in a second and eat breakfast, but yeah, I'll probably be up.
All right,
Appreciate you having me out, man.
Get some caffeine in you. I will catch you soon, bro. Good night, forehead kisses. Good night, chat. Thank you guys for keeping me company for 8 hours. Guys, we reached 1,000 viewers last night. WWW milestone. This is my alt account too. So super cool. Guys, one day we will figure out how to get this account back online. But until then, give this account a follow. Go watch my new clips. I have some new silly clips there. If you guys want to give me some good engagement, I would love you forever. Till then, I will see y'all tomorrow. Tonight. Yeah, I'll be on tonight. It's going to be kind of late tonight. But yeah, I will see y'all then. Good night, y'all. Smoochies. I'll catch you soon. Bye.